All right, hello everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the 31st Annual Poetry Marathon and Benefit, our first in-person since 2020. So it's really lovely to be here with all of you, IRL, but also still to make space for people to join us who can't be physically here. So there will be virtual, pre-recorded virtual readings, and hello to everybody tuning in to the live stream. My name is Mike Wendt. I'm the programming director here at Woodland Pattern. I will have try to keep it brief introduction, and then also be the host for this first hour. So you'll see a lot of me over the next hour or so. Some introductory remarks, then some thanks, and then I'll try to, it's a little weird lead-in maybe, but not long ago there was a customer at Woodland Pattern who was chatting with me and Molly and referred to Woodland Pattern as a respite from the vulgarity. And I've been thinking a lot about that in general, but also this week in particular. We kind of can't stop thinking about it. It makes an appearance in what I'm going to read later tonight too, so but anyway, I started thinking about it etymologically, where respite is both a refuge and a space for consideration. So not an escape then, but a pause for deeper reflection. And I think our hope is that Woodland Pattern will always be such a space. And the beautiful thing is that, and about this event in particular, is that you all help make it so. So thank you for being with us to reflect, to deepen our understanding of one another, and widen our capacity to encounter the many forms of lived experience and creative practice that will be shared this weekend. I know the energy of these marathon weekends sort of sustains us and sets a tone for the year ahead. And you all are ensuring through your participation in this event, generally through your support of Woodland Pattern, that we're sustained materially as well, that we can keep holding spaces like this here at St. Kate or at Woodland Pattern, can keep the doors open and the lights on for our poetic refuge. So thank you. It really wouldn't be possible without you all. So I want to point out that this marathon is dedicated to Carl Wagner, a dear friend who passed away late last year and who was integral in general to the artistic life of this city and beyond, but specifically to Woodland Pattern, and also touched many of our individual lives as a teacher, mentor, friend, and frequent collaborator. Curated a film series for a while, relevant to the context we're in now, hosted marathon hours that would feature students from the UWM film department that were always wonderful, lively sort of highlights of the later hours of the evening. Anyway, so just to say that this is for Karl, this is for you, Karl. Sorry. All right, and then some thank yous. First to our sponsors, our presenting sponsors, Wisconsin's own library, a unique collection of Wisconsin authors and illustrators owned by the General Federation of Women's Clubs Wisconsin, with funding provided by the Gwendolyn M. Schultz Charitable Trust. And our other presenting sponsor, DeWitt LLP, with Matthew Hills and Angela Voris Hills. The sonnet level sponsor for today, the Asphodel News, which is great. Ode level sponsors, Milwaukee Magazine and Juneau Park Friends. And then also we'll have hourly sponsors, and Dana Alexandra Coletta as well is an ode sponsor, forgive me. And then we'll have hourly sponsors whom you will meet throughout the weekend. So, but thanks, of course, to everyone who's sponsored. It's huge. Thank you to everyone at St. Kate's. Really has been a just incredibly helpful group of humans working here to help us make this happen. In particular, Emma Pohl, who's done a lot of coordinating to make in terms of all the setup everywhere here and out there. And a huge thank you to Linda Marcus, who's really the reason we are in this beautiful space. Just incredibly wonderful. And then, okay, let's a couple more thanks. I'll be general about it, but there's just so many hands to make this happen, and I'm not going to read this entire list that's on the back of here. I'm not going to run down all of these individual names, but just to say in general, all of the volunteers who are going to help and have already helped make this possible, and also many of those volunteers are with us at Woodland Pattern throughout the year as well. So you do so much. Thank you to everybody who's volunteering. Thank you to our board of directors. Likewise, everything that they are doing this weekend, have done to get us prepared for this weekend and do throughout the whole year. Board of advocates. And then I will pause and just mention our staff by name because I feel compelled to do that every time. So to my colleagues with whom it's a pleasure and a privilege to do this: Antonio Vargas Nieto, Louis Friedman, Marla Sandvik, Alexa Nutili, Molly Hassler, and Chuck Stebleton, and of course, wonderful executive directors, Jenny Gropp and Laura Solomon. It's really amazing to do this with you all. It's been an astounding amount of work to make this happen, but it's beautiful that we're all here and that it is happening. It's happening. It's really amazing. Yay! So with that, I want to say, with much love and gratitude from all of us, thank you for being here, and let's kick off the 31st Annual Poetry Marathon and Benefit. Woo! Yeah. Now that's my, program director hat, and now I'm our host. Hello, our captain, me. So I want to first thank the hour sponsors, and Kingsbury and Karl Gartung for sponsoring this hour. Also should be acknowledged are the reason that Woodland Pattern exists. So their generosity just abounds. So thank you, Ann and Karl. I want to say that also a couple things for readers. One is please keep it to your 5 minutes. I will assist you in that if needed, but with a subtle, from my seat over here. But try to keep track of your time. And then the other thing is and I'll remind you at the end of the hour, but if everybody reading in this hour could join us at the front for a group photo. This is a thing that we did for all the live marathons of yore, and want to revive that tradition because it's a really wonderful archive of years and hours of readers, of humans. Okay, that's enough of that. So first up, we have Patricia Carney. Welcome and thank you.
Face ID, sorry. Good morning. I'm Patricia Carney from Cudahy, Wisconsin. Thank you to Woodlawn Pattern for sponsoring this marathon. It's great to be back in person. I've done quite a few of these. I'm going to be reading from my collection, A Kayak is My Church Pew. These are all poems from the Turtle Flambeau Flowage. I go up there each summer for over 25 years to kayak. A Kayak is My Church Pew begins with an epigraph from Robert Frost, so I'm going to read that first. I'd rather be lost in the woods than found in church. And the poem, A Kayak is My Church Pew. From Flambeau shores, the baptismal waters of my spiritual blessings, I observe all in all, light in light, hushed in calm stillness, witness creation once more. Kayaking through first garden of Genesis, I find gilled creatures using summer warmth to reproduce and fulfill prime law of formation, species regeneration. In primordial pool, my paddle sends echoing rings throughout dawn, Passing first fishing camp, I bow to an ancient totem in center, wood-carved life cycle of predators over prey. Bear stands tall, songbird on shoulder, and on top of bear's head, a great bald eagle, spirit soaring with wings spread, wrapping whole earth in encasing embrace of his kingdom. Life cycle depicted on totem is icon to God of creation, our primal mystery, the all-knowing, all-present. My paddle skims surface, forms new circling rings, surrounded by blessings. And the poems go up the totem pole as you go through the book. The next poem I'm going to read is Damselfly. Damselfly dances under moon to her demise, nymph in water for a year or more, emerges to air, her soul fantasy, just a few weeks to fulfill a flight, to mate and lay eggs in a gel pack on submerged green reed, leaving young in slipstream of life, her skeleton submerged once more. I love the flambeau flowage for the loons, and the loons are plentiful there, even though it's becoming a threatened species. This poem is called A Watchful Wait. Loon cry echoes through morning fog, reverberating over water. Repeating waves strike shoreline shallows, such hollow echo, nearly mournful. A call to his mate, sitting on reedy nest, reassuring her of his watchful wait, her very egg, oval container for this whole echoing world. And I'm going to put the kayak in here right now. The poem on the kayak is a concrete poem. It's in the shape of a kayak. And I want the reader to hear the bow is an I and the stern is an I. So you've got the kayak shape. Reflections. I kayak, a quiet kayak, in the backwaters and bayous behind the wind. Still waters, more a mirror than lapping lake, reflecting the tall pines as same boughs laid down. With this reflection of an inner-eyed perception, confusing my finity with infinity, a mind's eye begged to know, where is the center of it all? Is it not the kayak and I? And see if I can hit this real quick. The bald eagle. The great spirit soars. I sit atop the great totem, white feathers windswept. Sit atop Earth's full life cycle. All others pray within kingdom. I take flight to great blue sky, soaring over rivers reaching. Extended my dark wings, finding drafts heaving off cliffs. I settle my nest in the tallest pine, so hatchlings will know their place. Descend from the clouds, sharp yellow eyes focused on river trout. I descend to my abundant kingdom, far below my woody nest to know the depths of these great heights, for I am the great spirit, I soar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patricia. That was lovely. And next up we have Portia Cobb. Portia, welcome.
Good morning. It's good to see your faces. It's good to be face to face. I was thinking last year, I felt like I wasn't writing a lot, or I wrote things and I didn't fully develop them. But as I sat looking at them last night in my notes. I selected a few. So I'll start. Last year was the year I turned 70, so it was kind of daunting. It felt like a topsy-turvy year for me. And there was some travel, and usually travel inspires something that I write. This one is not titled. NYC's blaring car horns is its love language. People, people, people with dogs, 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 foxhounds, English bulls, Great Danes, border collies, and miniature terriers carried in arms. Families leaving the ballet, their offspring springing tutu tulle skirts and sparkly flats, gold slippered baby feet meet the pavement, jubilant and young, seasoned NYCers. An elder crossing a busy intersection, moving swiftly, leaning forward and late against the light. She too headed to the ballet or the opera or into the madding crowd. Not one horn blessed her. As her toe touched the curb lightly, she releases the hem of her velvet skirt full again, covering her matching royal blue flats. I hear myself say, "Be careful, Mama," to which she glances up. Her bright eyes meet her reflection in my lenses. She smiles and drops her chin in a nod. New York, New Yorkers, their love language is courage, is no regret, is seizing the moment, is rugged and gentle, untethered joy. This one is for Charleston. So I felt like I was doing kind of a memory or a 70s journal. So I was in New York and then I was in Charleston. I like to return to Charleston, South Carolina. That's my mother's roots are. Back in Charleston, watching and being watched by locals, snow bunnies and the others, eating breakfast alone at a cafe, having grits with gravy, egg, and the B word, and coffee. Waiting for the stare and maybe a glare when I don't say grace before I lift my fork, savoring every bite of Charleston, hearing my own localized yes ma'ams, saved for them that look like me, and enjoying the return when they don't and are younger than me in Charleston. Okay. This one is also written at that time. The library is full of eccentrics, words spoken to me by a librarian I once knew, part of a tribe I joined as a freshman seeker, recognizable no matter where or which, signified by wandering souls who've made these archival vaults their home. Bodies that were once supple, that once glided gracefully between the stacks, across newly waxed floors, now shuffle and lean favoring aside. Eyes that shone brightly now bear heavy lenses like my own, creased brows, and the first glance of recognition of other seekers who find their way to this common ground, familiar. The library is always full of eccentrics. How much, do I have a little time? Okay. This one is still probably being written. I lost my mother in November. She was 103. So this was Musings of Mommy at 101. Flight carried me to multiple airports and multiverses of time, Milwaukee, SLC, OAK, I guess that meant Seattle. No sleep before, deep sleep between in the air. A little over a year since I've been with my mother. I enter her hallway, a weary, wandering traveler from across the miles, her only daughter. younger sibling of her firstborn prodigal son, now first responder, caregiver. When I tell others her age, 101, I bite my tongue for fear the trickster universe will pull her or me or him out of this orbit before the fullness of our time. She arises from beneath light blocking covers on a cloudy afternoon and must adjust her eyes to see that the stranger standing in her entryway is me. Frail but upright with support of a metallic cane, tap, tap, tapping against the surface of a shiny tiled floor. She approaches. Her welcoming embrace is as much a grip as a hug. Expressions of surprise, glee, joy, and love are exchanged. She gestures to the common areas in her efficiency space, a table, chairs inviting me to help myself to provisions of fruit, water, a container of soup, and the small fridge. Moments later, she disappears into the bathroom, much bigger than my own, then reemerges to say that it too is ready for my use. Daughter and witness, she suspects. Moments later, a familiar solitude fills the void between us, and all other correspondence becomes a same sound I've not experienced before, a kind of Mommy, are you hungry? Mommy? A purplish residue glazes the round dining table. A thick smoothie substance fills half a glass, ensure, high-protein drink. A trail of sucked-out grape skins lay flat against blonde carpet and lead to her bed. I shudder to think what I thought I was seeing before the light defined them. Feathery remnants of tissue litter the floor with bite-sized dark brown peanut butter cup fan-creased wrappers. Big Brother suggests I spend the remaining nights at his home after a first night of little rest. It is a generous offer, considering it was never an offer before now. He believes her insomniac movements between the bathroom kitchen lights on and off all night may be a form of anxiety caused by my occupation in her space. But I've come to see what he sees. I've come as a loving daughter and witness. No more walks along the trail or lengthy, pleasant discussions of the past, just of the present. Small talk is getting smaller, reduced to sound utterances when asked any questions. Mommy? Thank you.
Beautiful reading. Thank you, Portia, so much. And then next is Sofia Cortes here? Sofia? No, okay. Then next up is Allison Friske. Allison, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Thank you for having me. This is definitely the first time I've read in person in a long time. So I have 3 pieces to read for you guys today. The first one is called December 29th, 2024. There are still some trees with their leaves right now, a deep red blood suspended in the air like clots. How do I love you in a way that also loves me? Our shames hold fast like weeds I've pulled up from the dirt and tossed in the back near the trash. In the spring, they will return like an army. No, we were not always like this. Our play has been marred by collected prides. I have asked the wind to recreate the sound of your laughter. When that didn't work, I asked AI. When that didn't work, I wept until I laughed and pretended you were next to me. Yes, they've always told me I tried too hard. I tried so hard, they said I never felt a thing in my life, and I almost believed them. I am a ghost of the person that ran around with swamp water up to her knees, smelling of rot, but somehow so alive, and we laughed, you laughed, at home with the vestiges of our held hands. Next one is called Aesop's fable again. I clean the muck from my eyes every morning. Better to see you and your games with, my dear. You stuffed my throat of seeding milkweed, and, of course, I would be tongue-tied. A whole pod of life disregarded into my body, and that's just it, isn't it? You leave a trail of tricks in your wake, and I am tired of trying to chase them. They sink into the earth like mold and devour the trees. I know better now than to awe at your pitcher plant body. Your insides visible like a window I finally unveiled, putrefying bugs in a basin of sticky cunning. Please, I know better now than to feed you forage from the pasture, to call you home, you woolly creature of choke. The shepherd will always find the teeth. And then the last one is called An Ode to My Body. We were never taught how to exist. Body, you are a misguided alchemist. You make an acid vat out of anything. I hold my chin upwards towards the warmth of the sun and try to bask like a lizard. Say, this is nice, and try to mean it. I saw this in a book written by someone who claims they know how to live. Mind over matter, feel the sun in your spirit. Body, become a gentle stream, a lake. Certain beings don't live quite right. The dull ache in the back and the books. What do the books say about waking up choking? Yes, stay breathing. Mind over matter. No, I am a nebula circling self. I am all I have, and I am allowed. Yes, this pain. Yes, this living. And yes, maybe I am doing this right. My joints are still keeping us from falling apart, and maybe wind passes, and my body, so strong, keeps moving. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Allison. That was great. And next, we have Sally Kuzma. Sally, welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. Hi, selamat pagi, if anyone speaks Indonesian. Many thanks to the good people of Woodland Pattern for making this marathon possible, as well as the 30 previous ones. I have fond memories of trekking across the Locust Street Bridge in the snow to huddle with others in the bookstore gallery, listening to poet after poet after poet, so many poets. I wonder what memories we'll have of this new iteration. Today, I offer 3 poems. 2 are poems of my own, involving words for potato in different languages. And 1 is by a writer in Indonesia, a place I had the opportunity to visit in 2024. By the way, the word for potato in Indonesian is katang, but it's not in the Indonesian poem. But I want it to be out here. Sometimes when you hear a word in another language, it can take you down a rabbit hole. Alu. Alu, she says, alu, like hello. I look, in her hand, the gnarled buds that were and are and will be potato. Potato, I say, alu. Amina, she says, her name, the blue of her scarf the same as the sky. Together, we poke the soil with sticks, make pockets to set alu in the dark, to wait for the sun to stir it to rise, to form the food, alu. The second poem comes from a story my cousin Maria told me. She came to this country as a widow. It's called You Say Potato, or Song of Carpathian Hill Tribes. You say potato, I say zemyaki, zemnaki, zemaki, zemlyanka. They say kartoffel, kartoshka, kartoplia. They say bulba, bulwa, brambori. They say erdapfel, earth apple, erdbeeren, earth pear, grundbeeren, grumbeeren, grumpan. They say krumpir, krompir, chompe. I say trompaki. You do too? Same word, same place. 2 apples, we, on this wide, wide earth, far, far from home. And the last poem I'll read is by Indonesian poet Afrizal Malna. It's translated by Nukila Amal. And it's called Aku baru saja menggepel lantai, or I just mopped the floor. I'll read it in English. I just mopped the floor. I walk on tiptoe, so the floor I just mopped isn't made dirty again by the soles of my feet. In our room, I see your body has turned to a puddle, whose bottom I can no longer see. How can I embrace you if your body has now turned to water? How can I kiss you if your brow has now turned to water? I think I must turn into a fish so that I can swim in the midst of you. But I am not a fish. The fish also thinks that it is not me. Fish can't mop floors and walk on tiptoe. I also think that I can't be caught like the fish and be sold at the market and then fried. The fish also thinks it cannot imagine someone mopping the floor and a weeping voice on the ocean bed. I also think it's impossible for a fish to exist in my mind. I'm not the sea. I'm sure I'm not the sea. The fish, too, will never believe that the end of its life is within my body. Yet I still embrace you. Then I embrace you, and I embrace you this morning. Then I sink, and I sink. Be careful. Let me sink. Let me become the water so I can call for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sally. Really appreciate it. And next up is Marie Mellott. Marie, welcome and thank you.
Thank you to Carl and Anne for creating such a wonderful place in Milwaukee. I've never seen a place like this before. So I have 3 poems by the Israeli poet Yehuda Amichai. Half the people in the world love the other half. Half the people hate the other half. Must I, because of this half and that half, go wandering and changing ceaselessly like rain in its cycle? Must I sleep among rocks and grow rugged like the trunks of olive trees, and hear the moon barking at me, and camouflage my love with worries, and sprout like frightened grass between the railroad tracks, and live underground like a mole, and remain with roots and not branches, and not feel my cheek against the cheek of angels, and love in the first cave, and marry my wife beneath a canopy of beams that support the earth, and act out my death, always to the last breath and the last words, and well, without ever understanding, and put flag poles on the top of my house and a bomb shelter underneath, and go out on the roads made only for returning, and go through all the appalling stations: Cat, Syria; Stick, Persia; Fire, Macedonia; Water, Roman Empire; Butcher, Crusaders; between the kid, Jewish people, and the angel of death. Half the people love, half the people hate. And where is my place between such well-matched halves? And through what crack will I see the white housing projects of my dreams, and the barefoot runners on the sands, or at least the waving of a girl's kerchief beside the mound. Like the inner wall of a house. Like the inner wall of a house that after wars and destructions becomes the outer one. That's how I found myself suddenly, too soon in life. I've almost forgotten what it means to be inside. It no longer hurts. I no longer love. Far or near, they're both very far from me, equally far. I'd never imagined what happens to colors. The same as with human beings. A bright blue drowses inside the memory of a dark blue and night. A paleness sighs out of a crimson dream. A breeze carries odors from far away, but itself has no odor. The leaves of the squill die long before its white flower, which never knows the greenness of spring and dark love. I lift up my eyes to the hills. Now I understand what it means to lift up the eyes. What a heavy burden it is. But these violent longings, this pain of never again to be inside. The diameter of a bomb. The diameter of the bomb was 30 centimeters, and the diameter of its effective range about 7 meters, with 4 dead, 11 wounded, and around these, in a larger circle of pain and time, 2 hospitals are scattered and 1 graveyard. But the young woman who was buried in the city she came from, at a distance more than 100 kilometers, enlarges the circle considerably. And the solitary man mourning her death at the distant shores of a country far across the sea includes the entire world in the circle. And I won't even mention the howl of orphans that reaches up to the throne of God and beyond, making a circle with no end and no God. Thank you.
Marie, thank you so much. Next up, we have Marjorie Pagel. Marjorie, welcome.
Thank you, Woodland Pattern. I am Marjorie Pagel from Franklin, Wisconsin. Today I am reading from Pastiche. This was newly published a few months ago by Hidden Timber Books here in Milwaukee. I've chosen just 2 poems for you today. And the first one is called Wonder Woman in the Shower. Pulled in many directions, she has a hard time finding focus or determining a starting point. Time gets frizzled away, and noble intentions, sparks of creativity, get lost in the swirl. What she finds so intriguing is the way a word will pop into her head, right in the middle of a sentence, or while doing a Sudoku, while ironing, or in the shower. Ah, yes, in the shower. That's where she knows the exhilaration of creative thought, the yes, I can mindset, a euphoric sense of oneness with the world. No task insurmountable, no problem unsolvable, and all the lists, the oh so many lists, dissolve just like that. And she knows she has been blessed by whatever creative genius has shaped her, made her whole. And the second poem is called When I Die. I want to die in medias res, in the middle of things, enmeshed in the blessings of an ordinary day. Make it sudden, please. No protracted illness, no deathbed goodbyes. Just a sweet savoring of the minutes at hand. Let my life be like Schubert's unfinished symphony. All those poems and stories left dangling, waiting for conclusion. When I die, let it be on a day I've gathered the day's mail, fed the birds, wiped off the kitchen counter. I might have just finished washing dishes in a sudsy sink, or talked on the phone to a dear friend, read through the first 2 chapters of a really good book. Oh no, my friends will say when they learn of my passing, she seemed in such good health, such good spirits. A shame she went so sudden. You tell them then for me, won't you? This is just the way she wanted to go, in medias res. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marjorie. That's great. And next we have, and forgive me if I'm mispronouncing, but Amanda Werhane. Welcome, thanks.
Good morning. First, I want to say that I denounce the Trump administration. And now for poetry. I moved to the Milwaukee area a little over a year ago, and this is my first time reading in Milwaukee. First poem is titled Blessing. The apparently shattered pieces of divinity in me recognize and raise up the seemingly broken shards of divinity in you. I drag my feet across the rug again, touch the doorknob again, ring with the ecstatic enlightening that flashes across the multiverse again. We are a living God. We are synapses, neurons, neurotransmitters, a part and part of. We live the miracle, transcend the seemingly impassable gap between I and thou. We touch and feel that touch. We connect, God particles, mingling and entangling. This poem is titled, I Carry Words With Me. I carry words with me. They are my filters. They are my joints, screwing me into this drifting world. You bathe in them, but swallow few. I want them to be sure, to strike you like a well-placed kiss. This poem is titled, I Bow My Head. I bow my head to your chest. My kiss is deeper than your skin. I force the bloom with clenched teeth. Breathe into the pain. Lick the placenta from your raw lotus heart. This poem is titled Desire. Have you seen a sandcastle over there under the pressed blue cheek of sky, melting, slowly succumbing to an invisible tongue, like an expectant peach, sweating and growing ripe with the ache of wanting to be taken completely off guard. This poem is titled The Descent of I, the Myth of the Goddess. The goddess you read about is not the goddess as she knows herself. The goddess of myth is mere human product. The life of the goddess is divine process. Listen now to your goddess. You will kneel down and worship my vulnerabilities as well as my strengths. Hallow my mistakes alongside my triumphs. Tend to my aches and pains and indulge my sweet tooth. Write verse and sing praises to my many complications. For I am the goddess holistic, greater and more terrible in truth than your fearfully one-sided mythologies. And this poem is titled, When the Poles Shifted. When the poles shifted, the glacier's pulse quickened. The permafrost permathawed. The sea levels rose up against the past, and the landscape unbuckled its belt. I quit my job then to become an explorer, to sample what the new world offered, to test new hypotheses, and remap the laws of nature. Thank you.
Amanda, thank you so much. Next, we have Barbara Wuest. Barbara, welcome. Thanks.
Of course, I too want to offer my gratitude for all that Woodland Pattern does and has done. I'm going to read 6 short poems. And the first one is called Old Joy. And Old Joy is the title of a movie by Kelly Reichardt. Old Joy. The movie took us to the Cascade Mountains, green everywhere the character's car turned. The dialogue scant. Birdsong was often all we could hear as they drove on the narrow roads among forests that seemed it would never stop. On the sofa in Milwaukee, covered with wool, we sat in their back seat with their beautiful dogs sprawled across our laps, holding us in place as we rode from our troubles to theirs. This is called Natural Formation. As a child, I watched with all our neighbors as a warehouse burned large one evening in fall. Flames climbed up to the sky as if they would singe the stars and blacken the big, round moon. Fear came alive in my knees, my shoulders, my hands, and it set up shop in my unshaped mind. I have it now, to use as I might, when someone strikes at an overburdened nerve, laying me out so I can't stand up for the fight or the awful fire. Philosophy of the flesh. A great thinker turns the body inside out, makes the outside the main thing, sensing its sensing, exposing it all, blood vessels and traveling blood, miles of intestines, sexual elements, throats, brains, bones. Then there's the heart, that loaded part, hard-pressed to live without one's own as organ or metaphor. We keep crossing it, hoping to die, to signify that we do not lie. Downsizing. Cool, sunny fall is everywhere I turn, and the last days of green turn me toward the lost who have brought me back home, where ending solemnly begins. I come to the ghostly door, stop on the bottom step and gather my past like the long, lacy train of a dress The wearer I serve parades through the halls of the palace where excess is supreme. Weakening with each step to the royal chair, I lose control and tumble like a red-nosed clown. Fabrications. All around the town, words were coming from citizens' mouths about odd cloud formations they'd heard earlier in the day. Some saw St. Francis with his head bowed, the outline of his cowl vivid against the blue. Others saw the old lady by the lake who died the day before. Still others, Paul Newman, with his belly puffed up with many boiled eggs. All I saw were lips touching better and better lives. Bye-bye. There was a blue wagon with a black handle. She put her little nephew in and pulled him down the sidewalk one morning in late May. She played mom in this way as often as she could, since she deemed it the secret to life. Seeing babies as kings and queens, and the rest of us honoring their royal state that was once our own, when we were free to do what bare want led us to do, wave while crawling away. Thank you.
Barbara, thank you so much. And closing things out, it's a pleasure to welcome Allison Thompson. Allison.
Good morning. The first poem I want to read is a poem I wrote when my 20-year-old daughter was dealing with debilitating depression. Thalassa, goddess of the sea. She was pushed out into the world like water, skin pink and eyes squinted, gurgling confidently and lustily, eyes like the sea on a clear day, her sight still unfocused. Yet this small being is living, breathing possibility. Life ahead of her like an endless river, a beautiful little nymph saturated in hope. Grown now, but smaller than at birth, skin translucent and eyes dim. Her voice is shielded and diluted, eyes sunken in like a deep and endless well. Her sight so focused, she sees only that she is swallowed up in aching. Life ahead of her feels like an insignificant ripple in a vast sea. Her oceanic face riding the swells of unrequited grief. O Thalassa, daughter of hidden aqueducts and eternal natural springs, my cupped hand, water dripping between fingers, trying to capture enough liquid to fill you, to heal you, to keep you alive until you can keep yourself alive. Take just a sip. Thank you. This poem is called Star Poem. A lone star, once radiant, promised a universe of light, until its brilliance dimmed, veiling the heavens in shadow. I gathered the dark fragments, built a bastion against the night. In the stillness of that void, a revelation. It is not the celestial body that defines the cosmos, but the velvet space embracing it, an invitation to release and to surrender to the vastness. This poem is called Pleasurable Woman. I am done being your Madonna, suckling babies at my breast, swollen belly, bumbling and barefoot. I am not your saint, virgin on an altar, saving sinners and feeding the hungry little shits. I am through being your whore, smoldering temptress to ensnare and to trap, then teases and taunts, then fakes a headache. I am not your trophy, your ball and chain, your china doll. I'm not your bitch, your baby, or your boo. I am not yours and you are not mine. I am not here to save you, to enslave you, to wipe your ass, to fuck you, to tuck you into bed at night. I'm not your mommy, your mistress, or your marshal. I am the great I am, a woman, a pleasurable woman. I soothe the fevered brow, kiss the child's neck, placate the tempered teen, and teach the difficult lesson. I trust in signs, look to stars, believe in magic, nature, love, and people. I feel ecstasy between my thighs, within my heart, connecting skin to flesh, mouth to tongue, brain to body. I am a woman, I am everything and nothing, Madonna, saint, whore, a pleasure and a pain, a woman, a pleasurable woman. And lastly, this is a list poem that I started, and I was just kind of having fun with it and thought I would read it today. This is called Things I've Tried in the Name of Self-Improvement. I've tried ayahuasca in Hawaii, dressed all in white while shitting my pants. I've tried working with a life coach that held me accountable while sexually harassing me. I've tried crystals, cold water plunges, breathwork, and Bible study. I've tried Mormonism, mantras, mushrooms, and microdosing. I've tried static dance, somatic movement, and orgasmic breathing. I've tried climbing the Italian Dolomites in freezing weather without a helmet. I've tried psychedelic retreats with intentions and prompts. I've tried MDMA, EMDR, CTR, YOLO, and OROFL. I've tried spiritual fasting, social media fasting, and sexual fasting. I've tried journaling, juicing, jogging, and journeys. I've tried following prophets, following the Huberman Lab, and following my heart. I've tried canceling culture, canceling vacations, and canceling Amazon. I've tried birthing babies, baking bread, boob jobs, and being a bitch. I've tried inner child healing and inner ear surgery. I've tried Reiki, poetry, charity, and therapy. I've tried losing myself. I've tried finding myself. I've tried being married. I've tried being divorced. I've tried being strong. I've tried being vulnerable. I've tried praying. I've tried repenting. I've tried atheism. I've tried Buddhism. I've tried staying in control. I've tried letting go. I've tried.
Fantastic. Thank you, Allison. Thank you so much to everyone who read in this hour. What a way to start things off. Fantastic. One more time for everybody. Thank you to sponsors for the hour. Once again, Carl, Gartung, and Ann Kingsbury. And then, and also amazing work, all of you, in the first hour, sticking to your 5 minutes, just gotta say. Beautiful, beautifully done. So if everybody who read in that hour and who's interested in being part of a group photo would join me up front, and then our next host will be up in a moment for the next hour. Thank you. Oh, yes, of course. If you could, I'll be in the, if you would come up and sort of be, yeah, like in the, I'll come back here, you can come up, and then if you could just, yeah, spread out in the front, and I'll get photos from there. That makes sense? You can stand on the stage, let me move up.
Welcome to the second hour of community readings, which, you know, it's so great to hear so many local people reading, you know, our neighbors and friends as well. And it takes a poetry marathon to get us all together and to listen, so thank you. My name is Jill Sebastian, longtime supporter of Woodland Pattern, and I like to give a pitch for something that sometimes gets overlooked, which is the visual art program, which is so significant and launched me as an artist back in 1980, I think it was. And so be sure and see all the exhibitions in the gallery. And, you know, today there are books out in the lobby, and to help yourself and buy some. This hour's sponsor is Lorraine Jacobs. Is she here? I don't know. Okay. And I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any of your names, but our readers for this hour are Max Schleicher, Rosemary Esehagu. How do you say it? Thank you. I don't get the accent with this. Stephen Anderson, James Llewellyn, Van Rung, Anna Thelen, Terry Marie Decree, Paul McGomas, and Laura Nash. And I hope you will reintroduce yourself when you get up. Yes.
And there's one more,
Janet Saenz. Oh, okay, I have that there. Then the readings will be in that order, and I'm going to trust you to keep to the 5 minutes. And at the conclusion, please, the readers from this session come up and have a group photograph taken. So. The first reader then is Max Schleicher.
Thanks. I'm going to read two poems, and they both have this naming convention of a noun and the word and another noun. And it took me a while to realize, I think I was doing that because I saw so many like apothecaries and juice stores called like, you know, like, I don't know, Ruckus and Glee, or there's that story, like that kind of, it just seeped into my brain. So anyway, this first one's called Elmo and Snickers. It can be hard to take any moment seriously when they all go on for so long. To teach simple machines, Mecha Elmo diverts an asteroid from the path of an unnamed city, where he always arrives through a portal in the sky with his best friends, Mecha Abby and Mecha Cookie. Across from me in the restaurant mirror, my laughter waits for someone to start eating. Sorry, friends, there's no middle path, a tired Buddha admitted after waiting through the long, dark dawn to be reborn. The best you can do is to learn to look forward to the past. Translation has been recast as retelling. The hummingbird's heartbeat returns in the flickers of noise canceling. Not long after seeing my wife in the doorway with her belly bloated from IBS, I was reminded once again how lucky I am. The really good moments of irony are warps in the field of gravity. It's like white light, someone explained to me. Red icy is all the flavors. Going through Cymbalta withdrawal, one commenter said, meant you would hear your eyes like lightsabers. One of my newer friends and her husband were driving cross-country on an art stipend. She stepped out of the car and into the wind and realized it always lived in front of her. In those planes, the pipe organ hum clicked with the ice in the grass, kind of like the Stranger Things synthesizing. When they returned to their car, there was the prairie, and no trace of what had been their temporary, interminable surviving. All STEM education culminates in the popularity of the finance major. Today, I imagine those spurts of moss were the tree's voluble but still insufficient laughter. Breathe like dolphins, voluntarily. Whenever I speak of music, I should know what I'm about to say is wrong. After long captivity, dolphins hold their breath to advance the track to the next song. Though it took all spring to adopt a midday walk as part of my routine, it led me one day to discover a purple Snickers wrapper with hearts that said, "My love is I'd only found the piece that had been torn an inch from the top. It was 4 months removed from Valentine's Day. Time, someone said in the Shakespeare DVD, is the protagonist of each play. And this last poem is called Willows and Superabundance. I read once you can brew a tea from willow bark, soak the softwood cuttings of another tree inside, and in 2 weeks they will break into root. Never did it, just read it on Reddit. And that's my understanding of history. Everything only needs to happen once to keep happening. 3 blocks from where I grew up, a sculptor pulled his angled chainsaw through limestone until dust clouds rose into banners woven among the branches of his willows. Not far from there, the first sex scene I witnessed was spray painted on a wall beneath a bridge. A ghostly neon penis hung in the air behind a woman whose profile strongly resembled Bart Simpson's. Yesterday, 3 tones followed by a whoosh told me my headphones had shut off. I'd finished my hour and a half of morning work. My son was still asleep. It was still dark. Today, I put down Swan's Way to play my time at Sandrock, a game I saw reviewed as a wholesome post-apocalyptic farming simulator. 10 hours in, the mayor called on me to fix the water processor sabotaged by lizard men. I don't know if my distaste for literature that mentions medicine was cultivated by some chastisement. Regardless, I won't mention anything I take. I gave up trying to sleep on my back. I turned to face the night, knowing I can only be held to it by the mysterious tethers of my right side. A doctor tried to explain I wasn't experiencing unreality without ever saying what was happening. Lights, windows, poles, and the UTA made me lose my nerves. For a year and a half, every day was like my 37th birthday. It was the worst. The used bookstore where I paid full price for Proust was in a trolley station that had been converted into a mall, and where more than a decade ago there'd been a mass shooting. The willow's shape, like a bell, reflects the burden of its rapid growing. 9 were shot, 5 were killed. A revolver and pump-action shotgun, the news sites always specify. Everything only needs to happen once and keeps happening. I had to read twice about the tea to believe it. The willow grows so quickly, we think it's weeping. Thanks.
My name is Rosemary Esehagu. I am going to read 4 poems from my upcoming book. It's called Out of the Cocoon, The Journey to Becoming. So the way it's written, so I'm going to read a poem from each section. The book is broken down into the life cycle of a butterfly. So I have the egg, the larva, the chrysalis, and a butterfly. So here we go. Okay. So the first one, bear with me. Okay. Okay. So it's called Songbird. I am a pretty bird with a cut tongue, a songbird with a a songbird with a song without a sound. What is a songbird with no sound to do when the music wells up in its soul? Is it still a songbird if it dances to its own rhythm? Would it be seen as dancing or as the menacing flailing of a lunatic bird who lives in a void of silence? All right, the next one. Okay. This one is called The Night is Crying. The night is crying. She's jealous, neglected. For the day you wake up eagerly. For the day you kill your sleep. For the day you work your body to sweat, working like a slave to please her. But the knight who seeks to soothe you, to remind you that you're worth more than a slave, to rest your mind and body, to delight your eyes, you ignore her. You don't feel the air she made cool just for you. You don't see her clothes of stars chosen just for you. You don't notice the world which she has made silent for you. So you can speak, so you can be heard. Instead, you come back to her used, wasted, deafened, muted. You come back to her drunk with the weariness of the day. Even your sweat reeks of the day's mist of deception. Your hand's roughness speaks of the coldness in your heart. Poor night, you come back to her and you sleep, useless, wasting time, wasting moments. You sleep trying to capture the day as you wish she could be. At the day's command, you kill your sleep again to be with her, your master. All her bitterness, once congested, then finally falls in little droplets, trying to touch you, to reach you. She's crying, don't you see? But you run away, you hide, afraid of your own comfort. Don't ignore her, but shower yourself in her embrace. Listen, listen, listen. She wants you, she cries over you. All right, and we're getting there. Okay. Okay. Okay, the third one, it's called assimilation. Assimilation. Assimilation, to become one. How can I incorporate with that which considers me foreign? My very identity here is that of alien, green. Assimilate, eerie, a corrosion of self, loss of identity. I did not come here to lose myself. I did not come here to assimilate. I came to grow, to thrive, to escape poverty, corruption, to escape annihilation. Assimilate. I do not mind assimilation if my appropriation is for my self-actualization, but I do not want to be a grotesque being, grafted onto a country that continually rejects it, the frenetic palpitations of the man in blue, advances that don't feel like protection, security, the questions that feel like provocations, indictments. There was a time when being an alien was a comfort. Having an alien card, like I'm some creature from outer space, expected to be green but passing for brown. I like it better when I was an alien. I became a citizen, but now I am second-rate. My identity wrapped up in a country that finds me useful but not essential. January blues bring February blues, reminders of actions and rights I do not have, reminders of an identity still being forged. Okay, one more, last one. Okay. Okay, so it's called When Love Was Pure. 10 months of inconveniences, the retching compulsion, the burning reflux, the backaches, the near incontinences, forgiven. The rebranding of self and nutrition, the painful daily suckles, the poo explosions, the grating sounds of midnight cries, an easy sacrifice. The endless play, the regular search for objects in unfamiliar places, the constant foresight to stay at least 2 or more steps ahead of flirtations with danger, second nature. The 24-hour teacher, the shoulder to cry on, the lips of wisdom, of soothing balm covering self-inflicted wounds from underdeveloped frontal lobe, the entertaining gesture, the soldier who guards against enemy encroachment, necessary job descriptions. The guardian who lets go, who exchanges a crown for a wrist trinket, of friends forever, heart next to heart, who chooses to forgive, to sacrifice, to be whatever is needed, whenever needed. I call her mother, the rarest of gems, the wearer of indescribable honor. Thank you.
Stephen Anderson. Oh, yes. Hello, Stephen. Yeah.
Hello. I have, I suppose I should say that many moons ago, I was a Peace Corps volunteer in Chile. And what I've found over the years is that a lot of those experiences have kind of bled into a lot of my writing. And this first poem is, I suppose, an example of that. It's called Empty House. And before I read it, though, I want to say that there are a couple of references that I should clarify. One is Isla Negra, which was one of Pablo Neruda's residences in Chile on the Pacific coast, where he did a lot of his writing. So Isla Negra, Pablo Neruda's house. The other reference is to Pinochet's marionettes. And what I meant by that was there was a coup on September 11th, 1973 in Chile. And it was led by Augusto Pinochet. So Pinochet's marionettes is referring to this dictator's soldiers. So, Empty House. The other night I dreamt that I visited Isla Negra, but Neruda was not there. Only formations of strange seabirds skittered the skies above. Rocks whispered secret things of protest, and the sea waves spoke in tongues that burn clear through my heart. They're outside the poet's maritime palace, ransacked ages ago by Pinochet's marionettes, in search of truths they could never understand. I dreamt that the tree I sat under dropped leaves with poems written in blood-red ink. I caressed the lush earth there and read its magical leaves, accompanied only by the song of the sea's rising tide issuing from Neptune's throat. The night air at dusk consoled me with its sweet hypnotic voice and cool embrace under the slate gray skies enshrouding Neruda's dark island, and left me staring in awe as I attempted, in desperation, to stuff the leaf poems into my coat pocket. But they crumbled and fell to the ground, reuniting with the earth that had so generously given birth to them in the cycle of that poet's vision. Has anyone been on the New York subway system? Yeah? Okay. This poem is called The Jingle Song on the F Train. An old woman, homeless, drug addict, destitute, on the subway train, stood to sing her a cappella rendition of Lean on Me, with a plastic cup in hand. Like most rogue buskers, she was perceived as yet another petty annoyance on the sweltering train late at night, but her singing began little by little to infiltrate the passengers' awareness and drew some, as the spirit grabbed them, to clap in rhythm and sing along to words like, "We all need somebody to lean on." While no Ma Rainey, some donated spare change to her, but I, deep in conversation, had none. So the best I could do was to smile and nod my appreciation, or was it sympathy, as she glanced my way when she walked by. And the woman sang on, before exiting with a toothless smile, her cup far from full as she shuffled on to the next car. Could it be that something might be all right for her somewhere at the end of the line? And my last poem is, I suppose, a homage to Federico Garcia Lorca, the 20th century Spanish poet and playwright and activist. It's called Under the Olive Tree. So what is your legacy, Federico Garcia Lorca? Some say a stone marker under an olive tree outside Granada. Your remains have eluded everyone, and your death is but a mystery. Was your assassin a vicious 20-something minion of Franco, with unquenchable bloodlust in his eye when he pulled the trigger that sent your duende fleeing into the blue heavens toward the sun? Maybe into the hearts and minds of other poets and playwrights attuned to fighting fascism and injustice? Did your bell toll a knell a las 5 de la tarde, like that of your iconic bullfighter, Ignacio Sanchez Mejias? Followers hope that your spirit did not die with your body, that it flew like a bird and lodged deep within humanity, much like the prolific Rose of Sharon tree sheds its seedlings to the earth to ensure its propagation, like the sound of a gypsy violin infiltrating the soul of the listener, like the songs of Billy who sang the blues that never, ever leave us. Thank you.
Our next reader is Van.
Hi, I'm Van Rung. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to Woodland Pattern and everyone that made it out here today. I have 3 poems for you guys, all inspired by works of art or museums. And the first one is called Purgatorio. Inferno is a dead horse I do not intend to beat, but Purgatorio is another story, that sweet bliss between heaven and hell, in which what pleases thee to me is pleasing. Deified, sanctified, plateaus of morally vague, pagan delights, no gods, no men, only souls with no room to begin again, no mountains, no valleys, no losses, no gain, sweet peace, sweet rest, sweet acceptance that Paradiso only dreams of. The next one is called This Is the Work. This is the work, they whisper in the ear of their beau, standing in front of Scholz's small town by day, the butcher's flesh hanging raw, standing still in time, never to truly sway in the breeze, as the brush might suggest. The deja vu lurches through me like the tottering baby carriage, the pastoral hues saturating my brain, painting each synapse, recalling the dream from weeks ago. The hooded horses stare back, waiting. I can almost hear the rising voices, bringing forth a public violence that Scholz sought to contain in his village. But what I recall does not come to pass. It does not end in the lovers' altercation. What I am is not merely what my mind can conjure up, and portents are ultimately meaningless. And finally, I have, it's called The Museum of Death. She would have been a lover, a dreamer, a friend, but instead, she's an eviscerated corpse. And instead of mourning a life not yet lived, you place upon a pedestal the man that did this to her. Her body, robbed of context, drips blood on heads of patrons below who view his paintings, his letters, his toothbrush, fetishes to their fetishes. They gawk at teeth, at hair, at dried blood, artifacts that once housed a human life, bearing witness without consideration that she was a person. If she still had a mouth, she would scream, "Fuck his drawings, his photos, his underwear. How dare you strip your children of their empathy by taking them to piss on my memory." Thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me. I have 3 poems I'm going to share about breakups. 2 are really recent, and then 1 was about my first queer breakup. So, the first is Drag Queen Jesus. Glitter cloaked her thighs as she sat down, a street off, clattering, clanging, riotous Bourbon Street. Tears gushing, folded in sister's arms. "Oh, baby girl," as she sat down beside. "What's wrong? Boy trouble? 3 years, cheated, gutted. Being sad about boys in New Orleans was a crying shame. You're too pretty to be crying about this dumb boy." "But I love him," I wail, heart clenched, betrayed, wounded, hurt, and still hopeful. The phoenix of hope still climbed in my veins. Then, "Oh, baby girl, Jesus loved the whole goddamn world, and look what they did to him." I sobbed, red to filth. Is my crucifix your beer bottles? The gulps of whiskey hidden in the back room, the body and blood of Christ poured out broken for you? The glass shards of saving, nails in my palms, the lashes of your tongue in deep pain and anger, the redeeming of your soul? No, I am not your Christ. I cannot save you. Tears flood from the phoenix inside, and hope, sputtering, guttering flame, dying, submerged by not just my tears, but the salt of your own. A healer, I was told, by a hollering preacher from South Africa when I was 13, a woman now. Blood on my thighs for the first time. But I could not heal you, and I will not be martyred. Second poem is called Fridge Dump. Guttural wails tumble, fall, keening from my throat, kneeling before our box of ice that housed our food, frozen packages of meat from my father, 4 flavors of kombucha, store and homemade tang, maple syrup slick and stick after stick of butter for the sweets you long for at 12 a.m. The crumble and crust I mash my love into, pie crust made, saved for another day, now gone. Lodged amidst jars of little bits and nothings, saved morsels for later, dumped down the drain with my tears, cheese moldy and hairy swept into the garbage can covered in dust, the jam velvet and kimchi tang dropped in my bag on the floor like refuse. You didn't want me here. Don't want me here. Cramming your fridge with gestures and tokens of my love, smears of my affection, and bowls of nourishing adoration, connection and closeness spilling from mason jars and drawers of listening full to burst. You didn't want me there. I unravel and unwind and unbraid and undo and unstitch this life we've made, jar by fucking jar, Tupperware sealed leftover memories, to rot here with you or leave with me. The last poem, Bloodstain. Do you have any idea how much I loved you? Love you. I didn't know till it was dying and seeping out of me like blood, and as my heart pulsed from the cutting, I saw you leave my body in droplets and rivers, in tiny threads and gushes, in the stories that left my lips and came back to me. In how I saw your face and heard your voice and smelled your hair in the strangest of places. You left me in pieces and shadows and slow scars. You're still leaving. I don't know if you ever will entire. I loved you hard and tight and mine, and as the braids unwind, the cords untether, I see you were friend, you were lover, you were wife, and you continue to seep out of me. It is anguish, at times, to watch, but as the light becomes stronger and fuller and more keen, the bleeding slows. I am no longer dying. I am making my own blood again, and my heart is beating for me. Do you have any idea how much I loved you? Love you still. I do. It is all around me, in the blood-nourished ground I stand on, and the vibrant petals, and green wildlings that are springing and reaching and curling around my feet, winding around my legs, and yearning into my life. Do you have any idea how much I love me now? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Terry Marie Degree, and I think 2018 was my first marathon. I'm very excited and happy to be here at St. Kate's. It was very cold on Monday, if you remember, -26 with the wind chill in some places. This first poem is called Remembering Jadis. East of Lantern Waste, there is a trace of royal arms discarded long ago. In ironic twist, when the Ice Queen threw and missed, glass and metal as seeds began to grow. Deep magic dismissed, reduced to camping trip myth, retold round fires when the days are short and the nights a bitter cold. Eclipsed by mischief maker Jack Frost and jolly old Saint Nick, a wicked witch lives on with a different acclaim, a fame hoped to never prove true. When the grip of Wisconsin winter lingers longer than it should, Jadis's name rings out, a slow whisper carried on blustery winds throughout the woods. This next poem is called World Records. Did you know the Guinness World Record for the largest snowman was, well, wait, snow woman? Or perhaps better stated, snow person. Did you know they, or maybe it, did you know it was 122 feet tall? Technically 122 feet and 1 inch, 11 stories and 13 million pounds. It was named Olympia and built in Bethel, Maine in 2008. An affectionate nod, albeit unique, to a former U.S. Senator named Olympia Snow. In 1978, Olympia, the senator, not the snow creation, she was the youngest Republican woman and first Greek-American woman ever elected to Congress. She's presently a senior fellow for the Bipartisan Policy Center, co-chairing its Commission on Political Reform. She sounds like a figure worthy of winter activity homage to me. Back to Guinness. Did you know their first book of records was published in 1955, co-founded by fact-finding twins Norris and Ross McWhirter? Ross also served the London military and dabbled in politics. He pushed for discriminatory restrictions against the Irish. Then, on Thanksgiving in 1975, Ross was shot in his front yard by people he'd targeted. Did you know between 2014 and 2023, 442 persons were killed in the US by an extremist? They say people are desensitized by the constant stream of bad news, and a way folks cope is disassociation. So, did you know the number of Thai tigers has doubled in the last 20 years? Or that Selena Gomez is engaged? Or that Trump used a photo sitting next to Joe Biden to sell his fight, fight, fight cologne? Almost 11% of people imprisoned in the US are between ages 26 and 30. No one that age can be insured by their parents. But they can 3D print a gun, make a fake ID, check into a hostel, rent an electric bike, purchase a bus ticket, and buy their own McDonald's breakfast. More than 8,000 people have donated towards legal fees for Luigi Mangione. They've raised more than $226,000 so far. That's just under half of what was raised for Kyle Rittenhouse. So it's nowhere near beating any world records, at least not yet. This last poem is called Hope United, and it is inspired by the Mural of Peace, which is painted by Renardo Hernandez. I read this in the 2021 Woodland Pattern fundraiser, and I wanted to read it again. You can see the mural off of I-43 North, but just with the constant state of things, including immigration, I thought I would end my reading with some hope. Hope United. Mother Eagle keeps a watchful eye as she glides over the city. She cries out, and instead of calling the unknown stranger tired or poor, instead of naming a person a temporary circumstance, she welcomes those who are done traveling, calling them by the names written on their hearts. Artisans, creatives, seeking peace and place, belonging. With wings spread wide, she invites all to add their light to an ever-growing tapestry. Its beauty woven together by folks from various lands, speaking different tongues, yet they're able to join in and sing the same song. In lockstep, marching together to the beat of the talking drums, stopping to listen to Brother Dove's oration, etching his words down on bark and stone so the aging can reflect and the young can learn. Art is the universal language. It is the fabric that binds our city's past to its present, and it will carry us forward in an Esperanza Unida. Thank you.
So I'll use this for the bass. Yeah. Hi there. Oh, thank you. Yeah, even better. So this one's for the vocal. An acoustic bass only has 4 strings, and you don't play chords, you play individual notes, so it needs amplification. Yeah. Whereas Laura will play nice and loud on her own.
I'd like to thank you for having us today. Paul and I are passionate advocates for mental health and how we can be impacted by the arts.
Amen.
We need it more now than ever.
Thank you. Thank you. This has been a wonderful hour of poets. I really enjoyed actually every piece by every person. It's rare, but it happens. And I write these poems that I set to music. There should be a word for that. Okay, so this song. You see on the news sometimes a young woman, sometimes with her infant or child, has to take off from where she's been living, home. And often there seems to be a lot of criticism for that, and I just want to take a look at why that might be happening. Wanted poster. Come on now. There's a sign in the window of every store in town. It says all is forgiven. Your family needs you back. Come home now. But there's a side to her story that the signs don't convey. So take your time, girl. Make him sweat. You wanna run away, run away. Now they're putting up a wanted poster for the runaway wife and mom. But there ain't a word on it about what it is she's running from. Well, I don't see no bruises, and I see no scars, but I do see the face of a woman whose love has been stretched out too damn far. They say love is patient. They say love is kind. But if you don't see when your lover starts to take you for granted, your love's blind. Now they're putting up a wanted poster like she's Jesse James or Al Capone. Tried and sentenced for the rest of her life to the prison that they call home. Let's go. Now they're putting up a wanted poster every neighborhood and every town. Cause they branded her an outlaw now. They're determined to drag her down, way down. Well, I don't know your story, and you don't know mine, but we both got to. Both got to cover our tracks when we're running from the lot we left behind. We don't ask any questions. That's a whole can of worms. But if you want to go back, if you're gonna go back, do it on your own terms. Now they're putting up a wanted poster like her freedom is a threat to man. I would bet the way they're judging her, that's the reason why she ran. Oh, said to putting up a wanted poster for the runaway wife and mom. But there ain't a word on it about what it is she's running from. Oh, said there ain't a word on it about what it is she's running from. Not a fucking word on it about what it is she's running from.
Apparently, I don't know how to read. I have to extend an apology to James Welling that I skipped you. So please come up and let's welcome James.
Hi, thanks a lot. Anyway, thanks everybody for participating in this, and Woodland Pattern for doing it. It's just a wonderful thing, and we're all the coolest for showing up and doing it. And I'm going to read from I'm a novelist, I'm not a poet, so I'm going to read a short section from this novel called Innocence. And I'll just let it reveal itself to you rather than try to explain what's going on. We'll see how it goes. I really wish I could crawl, I thought, lying on the floor. I really would rather be on the bed than on the floor. I would be more comfortable, surely. But also, when my wife comes home, I would really rather have her find me on the bed than lying on the floor next to the plate with the absent hot dog, much reduced smear of mustard, and soiled knife and fork. First and foremost, this position is without dignity. But also, I don't know what I would tell her if she found me like this. I haven't done anything wrong, and yet the situation demands some explanation. She would expect, if I had become incapacitated, I would place myself in bed or possibly on the couch. She would also expect that I would have notified her that I'd become incapacitated. There's also the matter of the kids. My wife is expecting me to take the kids home from school. Of course, she wouldn't expect me to have done this after I became incapacitated, but she would expect that I had made other arrangements. She would expect the kids to be here, is what I'm saying. I can meet none of these expectations as long as I'm lying here on the floor completely incapacitated. Of course, I can't be blamed for not meeting any of these expectations as long as I'm lying here on the floor completely incapacitated. And yet at the same time, the situation will require some explanation. The bald facts that my back has gone out and that I have become incapacitated somehow seem inadequate. I thought, lying on the floor, completely incapacitated. Then, with a spark of panic, I remembered about the bathroom and nature's call, etc. I expected my wife to be back sometime between 6 and 7 hours. I should be okay till then, I thought. It's like a long bus trip, I thought. It was possible, of course, that my wife might be unaccountably delayed. Something might come up that would delay her for as much as 3 additional hours. That would be a long delay, but not unheard of. In the event that my wife was delayed by as much as 3 additional hours, I could not be completely confident that all would remain well as far as the problem with the bathroom and nature's call, etc. That is, if my wife were delayed by as much as 3 hours, I could not be completely confident that she would not find me not only lying here, completely incapacitated on the floor, incongruous enough all by itself and requiring explanation, but also lying here completely incapacitated in a pool of my own filth. Of course, I don't expect to find myself still lying here on the floor when my wife returns home from work in 6 or at the most 10 hours' time. I thought, lying on the floor. Quite the contrary. Long before then, I expect my incapacitation will have eased. Certainly, it must ease at least to the point where I can capable of crawling to the bed, to say nothing of the bathroom, and perching myself up there. If I remember correctly, my mobile phone is there on the bedside table with which I could notify my wife, as well as make other arrangements for picking up the kids from school. Who knows, if my incapacitation eases enough to crawl, walking can't be far behind, and thus driving. With the side mirrors, I'll need the side mirrors quite a bit because I won't be able to look back over my shoulder. Looking back over my shoulder won't be in the cards for at least a week. With a little luck, I might even be able to pick up the children myself. I would prefer to do that, even if it involves a bit of pain. Even if I have to do quite a bit of painful hobbling, first to the car in the parking lot and then from the car to the pickup point in school, I prefer to pick up my own children. Picking up the children is actually, as it happens, a high point of my days. I find it virtually impossible to find myself in the grips of empty time when picking up children, for example. Indeed, one can find oneself sitting on the sofa, surrounded by clean floors, full cabinets, and dinner prepared on the stove, engulfed in empty time and despairing at one's failure to add significance to one's existence 1 minute, and 15 minutes later, find all that empty time, which not only engulfed one, but also spread out to the very edges of the universe, completely dissipated to the point where one can wonder if it had ever been there at all, due exclusively, I believe, to the picking up of one's children. One must thank God for children, I thought. Even if God doesn't exist, one must thank God for children. I thought, lying there on the floor next to the plate with the absent hot dog, much reduced smear of mustard, and soiled knife and fork. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad we didn't miss that. And join me in thanking every reader from this hour, and readers join me up here for a photograph. So thank you all. When were you in the Peace Corps?
I was in the Peace Corps many moons ago. I don't like to say. No, I was from 67 to 69.
Oh, that's similar to when my husband, Jake Fuller, went to Brazil, but he was in the Peace Corps.
Around the same time.
Around the same time, yeah.
All right, we're getting ready to get started here. Quick reminder, please remember to silence your phones. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alexa Nutili, and I am the Education Director at Woodland Pattern.
And I'm Antonio Vargas Nieto, the Assistant Programming Director at Woodland Pattern.
And we are so excited to introduce the Youth Hour of the 31st Annual Poetry Marathon and Fundraiser. And we get to be here in person this year, so I'm so grateful that we can share this space together. I can't think of a greater privilege or pleasure than to introduce these youth. And actually, I actually do think there is a greater pleasure, and that is working with the youth. So yeah, it is one of the things that brings me the most joy, to see these young, creative leaders just blow you away with their incredible voice and dedication to craft. So I want to tell you a little bit about our youth program. Our Youth Literary Arts program started back up in 1999. We provide year-round arts education that's multidisciplinary, and we serve about 300 youth each year, Milwaukee youth. We have 4 avenues of engagement: after-school programming and summer CLC programming at MPS schools, poetry camp, which has 2 sessions each summer, Milwaukee Queer Writing Project, which serves GSAs and pride clubs in high schools, and the new Milwaukee Youth Poet Laureate Program, which we have events and workshops leading up to. So this hour will feature 2 Youth Poet Laureates, poetry camp students, and we will have videos at the end from one of our poet laureates and our after-school programs at River West Elementary and COA Golden Center. I want to give a special thanks to this hour's sponsors, Mary and Ned Whitty. Thank you, guys. I hope you're watching. Hi. Couldn't do this without you, and appreciate your support every single year. And a little bit of housekeeping here. So after this, we want all the youth to stick around if you're able to and come up for a group photo. And then at 1, we'll have lunch. So before we get into the program, Antonio is going to talk a little bit more about how to support youth programs, and specifically the Youth Poet Laureate program.
So in addition to supporting Alexa and all of our existing youth programs, I had the opportunity to take charge of the Milwaukee Youth Poet Laureate program, a program that was long in the making before I took it over. We had the efforts of Dasha Kelly Hamilton, Jenny and Laura, MPS, the Milwaukee Writing Project, and just so many other organizations and people that I did not know were a part of it. But it's been my favorite part of the job. It's been really good to put the call out, find these youth, work with them, and then just let them blossom. Oops. Our first Youth Poet Laureate was Emily Aguike, and then our current Youth Poet Laureate is Alina Ahmed. And then we're currently in the search for the next Youth Poet Laureate. So if you know a deeply talented freshman, sophomore, or junior that resides in Milwaukee County, point them our way. We are really excited to share that Emily Aguike was honored with the Midwest Regional Youth Poet Laureate position, which is a huge honor, yeah. And then, incredibly, we have Alina Ahmed as the runner-up for the Regional Youth Poet Laureate program. Yeah, it's to have our literal first Youth Poet Laureates get the best recognition they could get within the first years of our program is truly unprecedented, but also, who is surprised? These youths are so talented. We're gonna have Alina Ahmed up here shortly, and Emily will be zooming in, or well, she sent her video. And it's been really great getting to work with them, getting to know them, and like I said, just seeing them blossom and prosper. Part of Alina's initiative this year is to support incarcerated youth through the Vel R. Phillips School. So any money donated to the Youth Hour will be matched so we can donate books to their libraries. So please, please, please scan those QR codes, send these youth some money, and show support for the program. It feels like a double benefit because you're supporting the program, you're supporting Woodland Pattern, and you're supporting Alina's initiative, which is super important. So without further ado, please welcome Alina.
Hi, everyone. Firstly, I want to thank, thank you. Firstly, I want to thank everyone for being here and for allowing me to have another opportunity to share a piece of my soul. So today I'll be sharing 3 poems. This first one is about sort of navigating the uncertainty of having a dual identity and with the anxiety that can come with that. I used to grind inklings of the transatlantic beneath my feet, walk the pier off rocky carbon, and pressurize, oxidize, and resurface. It is here, amidst the thickness of sky, never once fully bright, fully visible, fully honest and discerning, where I learned to bleed diamond from skin, spring structure into scaffolds, and bloom under the scorching sun. Here, beneath the lotus bloom clawed mud, where I learned to breathe. It is here where I rise. Thank you. The second poem is one I've read before. It's called Predestination, and it's about celebrating human curiosity and innovation. Cloud breathes stellar wind in these infinite skies. Curiosity precedes conception and life is born. It is said man was made through question, through discovery that realm is finite in not matter but being. There has been proof of our existence made long before Lascaux. Handprints overlapping cave walls in man's first discovery. First reflection of flesh and texture on limestone marinated over centuries of stratified gravel. First realization that our fingers can carve life with clay pigment, bring color to carbon, and drag diamond fruit from the pits of hollow earth. Who would have known that stars are a predestination of humanity? Every atom of oxygen in our lungs, carbon in our muscle, iron in our blood, and dust in our air was first-born plasma, fire-cracking spheres of momentum driving direction. Years spent anchoring Polaris shoulder by shoulder and gliding through seas exponentially wide of knowledge. We swim under moonlight, sit under the still of dusk, and gaze upon marble nebula, sow story and anguish into shapes we mimic with our hands and trace with our fingers, touching vacant air and yet feeling home. This last poem is called Rainfall, and it's just about rain. So, I think rain is something that reminds me the most of Bangladesh, which is the country which my parents came from, and I've lived over half my life there, so I resonate very deeply with rain. Mangoes breathe from a summer born of sweat and bone breakage. We traipse in clay skin made kiln in this heat and befriended a precipitation of indigenous understanding between soul and suffering forged from our pores in this exfoliation of sin, in this photosynthesis, a new layer we breathe. In these syllables of liquid melody, I hear speak in a language my lungs ache to know, to memorize. This southern dialect tied to my esophagus. I etch its name into the softened mud and throw whispers in the wind that return with orange fruit worth a centuries-long navigation. Thank you.
All right, give it up again for Alina, Milwaukee's Youth Poet Laureate. That was lovely. So the next segment of this hour will feature some students that have gone through our poetry camp, which is like a week-long intensive program. And if you would like to find out more about poetry camp or our other programs, we have little booklets you can pick up at the registration tables. Tell your friends, and awesome. So without further ado, our first reader is Nicholas Robinson.
Hello, my name is Nicholas. I'm a freshman who participated in the Woodland Pattern Poetry Camp last summer, and these are a few poems I wanted to read that involve hope after destruction. This first poem is called Eviction. A bird and squirrel, best of friends, live together until their ends, left for the day for food that will be their prey, return to find their homes thrown to the ground. Branch by branch, the floral floor is littered with dead limbs, for the tree in which they called their home is falling down. Look there, the perceptive bird shouts, people dragging away not only their home, but the abodes of the entire neighborhood. The bird and squirrel look at each other in unsurprised dismay, for this isn't the first time things have gone this way. How the two first met starts the same, with a row of trees being swept away. Now they must find a place to rest their heads. They don't know if the eviction from their homes is what the people intend. Hope for permanent residence diminishes again and again. Thank you. This next poem is titled Hopeful Restoration. A broken wasteland, vacant of flora in the unspoken words of thousands of species. Time decided the future's irreversible fate to bring death to everything in its wake. Yet, there is still a hope for this desert to be a meadow once again, a home where songbirds no longer have to be silent and where grasshoppers can dance. My final poem is A Promise in a Wasteland. The mind you possess is gentle. It can turn the impossible into reality. You throw a curveball at sadness and turn it into hope and victory. You are a blessing upon this small town, a promise in a wasteland. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had a couple people can't make it because they're sick, so I think next is Sonia Johnson.
Yeah, I'm short. Hi, yeah, I'm Sonia. I'm a sophomore. I've done poetry camp the last 2 years, and I'm gonna read, I think, 4 poems, if that's okay. The first one is titled Unspoken Words. I don't want to feel unsafe anymore. I don't want to have to consider the sun when I leave my house, while my male friends get to be careless about the time and question why I'm so scared of being outside. Why should I have to glance over my shoulder at every sound? Why should I have to wonder if the honking car is directed at me? Why should I have to tremble with fear at the thought of someone approaching me? Why should I have to hide in my house while he can go out and play? And then my next poem is titled Medusa, and it's kind of just about like her story and how it's been perceived through Greek mythology and how it's been changed. Forced silent by a game of telephone, controlled by the man who controlled her, her story glossed over to portray her as evil, we view it through a rose-colored glass, a force field of fear forming around her face. No one dares. She was named the villain. Strong women are always the villains because we scare weak men. Her story morphs as more people relay it, where she seduced a married man instead of him violating her. No one dares to hear the truth. The version they believe is the one that was forced down people's throats because the stories are always told by men. Until she musters the strength to pick up the telephone and yell to the person on the other side that everything they believe about her is a lie. And then my next one is called What I Need. I need you to tell me I'm beautiful, even if I'll say you're wrong. I need you to say you love me, even if I'll think you're lying. I need you to say forever, even though I know nothing is. I need you to tell me I'm enough, even if you'll prove that wrong. Okay. And then this next one is about my dad, who has multiple sclerosis, which is a disability that affects his legs and his brain and everything. I'm sorry if I ever made you think your disability is all I see, because you are so much more than that. I wouldn't trade you for anything. You push through the pain for us, for me. I love you whether you can drive or not. I love you whether you can see or not. I love you whether you can walk or not. I love you no matter what. That's all. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mia Luque. Hi, I'm a sophomore, and I will be reading just one poem. God was a sculptor before he was a father, raking his hands through the ground, forming a sustenance of clay and mud, darkened by his bleeding palms. His nail beds were long torn to pieces, his fingertips mere shredded stubs of flesh, and when he wiped his brow, it wasn't ashes, but blood that crossed his forehead. Who would have thought that even gods bleed? There was nobody around to see the sculptures that littered around you like tombstones in a cemetery, for you had long destroyed them before Adam ever opened his eyes. You've carved his vein with the very branch of that pomegranate tree that you planted and later forbade them from reaching for. Did you tell them it was themselves that they longed for? And yet you did not know that he would sometimes trace those lines himself on lonely nights, following the atlas of rivers that ran underneath his skin. You told him his veins were blue because you poured the Nile into those empty caverns. You did not tell him that it was salt water that ran its course, that fell from your own eyes. And when he asked about its path, you did not tell him that those are the seams you had to stitch to keep him together after the first time you broke him. But he soon figured out that whatever adorned his skin that you didn't have was just another seam. You stopped breaking your clay sculptures and started to figure out that you could dip your finger into the blood to fill the cracks instead. It didn't take much more. You were already bleeding. You did not tell him that the blood that flowed inside of him was the blood you had lost trying to create him.
You did not tell him that the whites of his eyes were the color of those birch trees that adorned the path you walked on, because every time you looked at yourself, you could only see bones and ivy climbing your ivory spine as you ask yourself again and again, how much flesh are you willing to give? How many bones do you need to be able to see until I stop calling you human and start calling you God instead? Did you tell him he took his first steps under the apricot on grass that grew mere inches away from those buried pieces of those that would have been him, and that the earth his bare feet walked upon was the very clay that had made him? And when he smiled, you brushed your thumb across his cheek, and he mistook your fingertips as clay that had dried, rather than the remnants of the flesh that you had draped upon his bones. He did not know that he was not whole and would never be whole, that soon you would reach out and break a rib from his bone cage. Soon you would reach out and break a bone from his rib cage. Soon you would find yourself wanting to tell him that you had first planned for his eyes to be blue, cupping the ocean's salt water in your palms so it one day may return from his covenant, that the skin that was torn away when he tripped on the rocks for the first time was not his own. And all of this, it scares him. It might even scare you. Sing to me this melody as the dulcet creatures do. Maybe I can get this message through to you as you untangle the roots of sequoias and aspens, call out to you while you pinch the clouds into cumulonimbus, coaxing the birds to sink into oblivion, as I wonder if this is the beginning of my denouement. As I ponder a word to call what I feel lonely. I am lonely. Love me gently. You do not have to break my ribcage just to cradle my heart. And my voice is soft, but inside I know I'm screaming. Inside I know I'm weeping. And when Adam first opened his eyes, God wept at his favorite creation, for it is one thing to let flowers take root into the earth and spread the wings of sparrows. It is another to exhale into it is something else to exhale into another's mouth as they call your breath their first. Did you tell him you never intended to give him a name? It had never occurred to him, for you were the first creature of your kind, but you do not go naming every gazelle you see, nor every osprey that hatches. So I do not tell you that the fish you roast over the fire I named Anidricus, as you tell me again that mortality is a beautiful thing, as I stand before you now, and the flesh falls away, and the mud and clay litters the ground around me, as suddenly I am simply bone. Later I stare at you, saying you should have told me, as you say, you would have called me a killer. So I stand before you now, saying, Father, I fear I am a killer, for I have erred in my mercy, and I don't know what I am, but I'm afraid that if you call out to me, I will answer to monster. And for a moment they stand looking at each other unveiled, Father and Son, God and unnamed mortal. But when you called him Ha'adam, you called him human in Hebrew, and Afarmin Ha'atima, you told him he was the dust of the ground. Thank you.
Next up, we have Noe Onaten.
Hey there, everybody. I'm really honored to be here today. Everyone who has gone before me is really talented, and I think it's a privilege to be here with all these wonderful poets. I have 2 poems that I'm going to read for you today, so let's get into it. I breathe and you are gone. You ebb away from me just like an ocean's tide. In a breath, you are out from under my feet, and I am left on the sandy beaches as you recede into the sunset like the lovely American movies where there are happy endings instead. And at 10 p.m. you call me and you tell me it's been a year. I scoff and I doubt and I laugh even because I don't want to believe it. It is still April of back then, of back when we were friends. I remember it as if it were now in this moment, in this today. But that tomorrow has become this yesterday. I breathe and tomorrow is 1,000 yesterdays away from me. I didn't know that it went by that fast. So I beg of you to tell me that it is April again because it cannot be December. I breathe and you are gone. The ocean's tide is not simply leaving, the ocean is draining and there are fish out of water. The sun has set and the moon is out and it is time to rest. Good night, I say to the shooting stars, but I do not wish my ocean back, because it will be a long time before you are only a yesterday away, before I stop breathing you away. All right, here's my second poem. It is called Eclipse. I am the moon. I see many twilight secrets and hear the quiet midnight whispers that are often disguised from the world. I am home to the realm of things hidden from the sunlight. I, the moon, who speaks in ink, who loves in poetry and who cries in song. I envy but one being, and that is the sun, who speaks in dance, who loves in flames, and who cries in paint that look just like watercolor red. Polar opposites with a perfect view. Hello, how are you? He asks, and those words set my cold surface ablaze in a way where we are not so different anymore. Looking across the horizon, there are worlds between us and yet no distance at all, and I bet the sun can hear my heart racing as clear as I can feel it. My best friend, the sun he is, and I as his counterpart, forgotten in the night and the absence of his light. You are my greatest companion, moon, he says to me, he, the sun, who speaks in dance and loves in flames and cries in paint. I, the moon, who has fallen for the sun, who speaks to him in ink, who loves him in poetry, who cries for him in song, yet who could never feel, never see up close, who would burn at a touch from the love of the sun. The flames that would consume me are the same that I would let do so. You are my greatest love, sun, I say back to him, and he smiles before I'm set ablaze. That's all I have. Thank you.
Next up, we have Oscar Onaten.
Give me a second. One second here. Okay. Hi. This is a terrible poem. I hate this poem. I'm going to read it anyway because I kind of like it. I don't have a name for this poem. We'll call it Kamikaze of a Poet. Wait, there was something else I wanted to say. Whatever. I'd like to apologize to anyone I have ever loved and to everyone who has ever loved me. Some of my people say that when they press their palms to the earth, they can feel something pushing back. When I do the same, I feel no heartbeat, only something that's been building for centuries, reaching a boiling point, old blood bubbling over, staining my delicate feet as I squish through swamp mud. Reed stalks twixt my toes is what that says, gnats round my matted, filthy scalp, and cattails cross my soiled face, perpetually twisted in an infuriating grin. Trickster, coyote, contradictory, oxymoronical, dichotomous half-breed, ever caught between two extremes, too weak to commit and too strong of will to let either side win out. The ebb and the flow, a monk and a hoe, serpent and Christ, abstinence and vice, a birth and a wake, priceless historic antique, and slipshod, haphazard, conspicuous fake. Meticulously metered and rhyming prose and unnatural, clunky monologue. Only one massive tangential topic shift later, I am in a 27-year-old's car. He's ugly, not offensively so. He asks my age and I respond truthfully. His face screams of second thoughts. A sudden realization, I don't want to be here. I start shaking. We arrive. I comment on the tidiness. It's an Airbnb, actually. I feel like a lamb before slaughter. Do you want to do it? An idiotic question. You're the experienced one here. A reasonable answer. His eyes betray something strange. I ask a question. He answers, and a wave of context previously misunderstood hits me like a truck. Despite his denial, this man is a virgin. Within me, a paradigm shifts. I think he noticed my expression change, even behind my cloth mask. Eyes are all he needs. My thumb shifts on the hilt of my wooden sword, and my knees bend nigh imperceptibly. There is not even a semblance of a bit of an inkling of a shred of a fraction of a minute possibility of a doubt in my mind that were that man to have remained silent for a second more, I would have killed him. Instead, divine intervention. Miraculously, he must run an errand. He drives me back. I tell him if I see him again, I'll kill him. He drives away. How did this happen? Let's begin with my hatred of myself. My mind at any given moment, as previously established, a battle of extremes. Nothing I do can ever be good enough. Failure elicits the same reaction. Success is decidedly suboptimal. On one hand, cool, unbothered, intelligent, logical shit-ass pragmaticism. On the other, ambient spirituality, dreams of martyrdom, blood-soaked righteousness, and frenetic panic of the mind. My existence is a rat's nest of uncertainty where the only constant is something I have to prove to an elusive someone. My feet sink into the marsh, his teeth into my soft, exposed neck. Half of what is said here is fiction. Am I going too fast? My problem is that I understood. I watched. My vision yellow-tinged over this world, and I knew things. I was terrified, perhaps rightfully so, I cannot recall. Shortly after, I got to thinking hard about the world and my place in it and your place in it, and oh God, how could he do that? And oh God, how could I let him? And oh God, what seems like hell to me is nothing for others, and oh God, maybe we are fucked, oh God! Anything past that is hidden from me. What could have been so horrible as to induce memory repression in a man of my demonstrably exceeding mental fortitude eludes me. That's the point, I guess. I found myself becoming more and more and more unlikable, irresponsible, belligerent, in what seemed to be a hope that the world would find me undesirable enough to discard of. I almost took matters into my own hands, or so I said, or so others were told. Even I could not tell you where my lies end and truths begin. A mind inexplicable even to myself. Stimulus, response. Stimulus, response. Stimulus, response. You deserved it, didn't you? That's horrible. What goes around comes around. No one deserves that. Maybe you did. No, you didn't. Yes, we did. No, I didn't. Yes, I did. But it doesn't matter. The wind of change is upon me. I will not deprive myself of its touch. It's bigger than me and me. As for me, a coyote eating the trash of a rapidly gentrifying husk of a nation, where I bleed, the marsh spreads. Cattails sway in this coagulated breeze. Crown of thorns embedded in brittle bone, the next great 21st century schizo. I am the left hand, path untrodden, reign of vertebra, runner o'er the meadow, clever coyote and crooked vulture, whistle of reeds and cloud of gnats, hunched Buddha and raped Christ, saint of saints, misquewig and abig. I'm a rambler, I'm a gambler, I'm a long way from home. And if you don't like me, well, leave me alone.
Let's give another round of applause for all of the youth who performed in person today. So next we're gonna transition to the video portion of this hour. And so you will be hearing from Emily Iguike and our students at River West Elementary and COA Youth and Family Centers.
Hello everyone, my name is Emily Iguike and I'm so excited to be reading in this year's Poetry Marathon. For the first poem I'll be reading, it is titled Making Rice and Stew. Making rice and stew is a sort of religious practice. beginning in your garden, currently heavy with life during the late summer. Redness like the earth's beating blood seeps from dirt to leaves, and late August is when juicy happiness seems to run down smiling cheeks. Collecting tomatoes then morphs into blending them, a sacred consumption of hot, boring afternoons. More often than not, it's better spent with family. After blending, you boil, with the aroma slithering through stoic hallways, dust shifting to make space for that deep, rich scent. These dried tomatoes become base for stew, placed into bubbling brown olive oil, topped with shy purple onions. Then the main ritual begins. Frying tomatoes becomes quiet prayer, a sanctified space shared with the sister. Burning bits fly from the scraped pot, worn thin by years of love and flame, and you try to dodge them unsuccessfully. The small, quaint kitchen, made humid from the heat, becomes a chamber of truth. And the best gossip, the conversations with depth and dimension, are brought forward while stirring. When the tomatoes are finally ready, taste to confirm. Add the potently spiced parboiled meats. Finally, snip basil from the garden, usually during the late afternoons draped in golden hues. Remember, this stew is an all-day endeavor. Mix tenderly with the rest of the clumsy rustic pot. Let it simmer. Chat while you wait. Wipe off beads of sweat rolling down a relieved brow and retrieve a chipped plate. Pile it high with steaming white rice, then gently and gingerly lather it with the fresh stew. Sit at the table. The windows will be bare, letting the pensive stars sparkle into the dining room. As you eat, savor what bliss feels like. My next poem is titled Beach Day. I watched my brother run so fearlessly towards the water, skin brown, lovingly darkened by the Oahu sun, smiling on him in the recklessness of his splashing. There is no time in his face, his age an obsolete digit. I can't see fear in his eyes, only wonder. I simply watch as the glittering waves embrace his splashes. Sitting still on the stiff beach chair, letting the sand like powder fall through my hands lathered in sunscreen, I remember the sand castles I used to build when I was his age, maybe younger. I remember the kingdoms my sister and I brought onto shore, fortified by our naivete, guarded by our passion for play. The waves always gently disintegrating our fortress, slowly lulling our creations back into the water. Still, patiently, I watch as my brother floats with his face pointed toward the sky, his chest rising and falling so slowly, his soul eternally young, beaming like sunshine. My last poem is titled Night Sky. Night sky, a curse because it is incomplete, shy, bashful, twinkling lost, stars that whisper on thick, humid summer nights, the air so dense, sweat is the only barrier between you and your core, merging with the air, melting. I have no identity when under the night sky. I am simply a soul, my purpose buried beneath graceful, grace-filled, God-designed cells, each one waiting with my lungs for exhale, relaxation. The truth in silent nights only retrieved upon first glance, first touch. The sky is simply so vast that I find comfort, beauty even in the feeling so small, so insignificant, that there is a living, breathing universe outside the hair standing up on my skin that is spiraling, expanding, reaching, pushing against a void that we truly can't face, can't conquer. This sacred night sky, its enigmatic moon patiently watching, is the same sky that looked over the same world a million years ago, the same terrain, more lush, less exhausted. History captured underneath glimpses of heaven and our future and our past. Remind me to wake up tomorrow morning. For now, this is where my feet and heart will be. Thank you.
My name is Denim, and I'm going to be reading Feeling Blue. My rose is red, and it's almost dead, and it needs some water, so it do not die, or I will cry because it needs some soil, and the soil will dry, and I will die. Denim Blue.
Spooky, spooky skeleton, shiver down my spine. Pumpkin pie, I kinder than a ghost. Spooky down my spine, shiver down my spine. Spooky, spooky rhyme, I'm kinder than a ghost. A ghost is close, close. A dog is crying. I love pumpkin pie. A scary dog protects me, my relative. Scary, scary skeleton. Yellow means bored. Yellow is macaroni and cheese. Sunflowers are tall and yellow. My dog teeth are tall and yellow. Corn is yellow. Hay is yellow. What's your name? Jaleel Johnson.
Hi, my name is Jada. Gymnastics. It reminds me of gymnastics when I do a cartwheel. It is a circle, and it reminds me of ballet, the moment of a plie. It reminds me of splits, a cartwheel experience. Mars does the Macarena, Jupiter does gymnastics. A pop balloon. I don't like the artwork. It is ugly. It looks like a garbage can. That's like mustard and ketchup. Halloween. Bones are skinny just like pencils. It reminds me of candy and tickles. Makes me so happy I want to laugh. Throw them on the ground, make a big crash. Boom! Roses are red. Jada is blue. If you love me, I love you. Roses are kind and loving with a spring of unique. Roses are beautiful and fill me with joy. Roses are the joy to my day every time it goes away.
Hi, my name is Layla, and the title of my poem is Earth. The poem is like the earth because the color in the picture, red, yellow, blue. In the center, the ball is like the earth versus sun. Round and around with loops like hula hoops. Splatter in the back, as taut as the front. Smaller spheres dance around the earth as mercury. The colors look like ketchup and mustard. If I could touch these shapes, each would feel like a ball. If I could smell this art, the whole thing would smell like paint. If I could taste the splatter, I'm certain it would taste nasty. The ball makes me feel like I'm special. Thank you.
My name is Mariah, and this is my poem called Objects and Food. Ornament, grapes, steak, peas, eggs, the yellow part, bread, lettuce, eggplant. And my next one is my bones. My bones are white and curvy. My bones are hard as a rock. My bones feel like sticks. I have chicken bones. My bones are hard as a rock. My knees are jiving
features. I have chicken bones. My head is built like a pumpkin. My bones are like sour strips. My bones feel like sticks. My toes are like Reese's Pieces. My bones are white and curvy. Hi, my name is Winter Blue, and I'm gonna be reading my poem, The Food Store. Eggs, meat, look at me. Bread, ham, look at Sam. Asteroids, asparagus, ooh, that's fun. Lettuce, red pepper, ooh, that's chun. Cheese, boat, look at the float. Hi, my name is Winter Blue. Hi, my name is Layla Jackson. And we're going to be reading the poem about all about bones and candy. My bones are white and curvy. My bones are hard as a rock. My bones feel like sticks. I have chicken bones. My bones are hard as a rock. My knees are Jolly Ranchers. I have chicken bones. My head is built like a pumpkin. My bones are like sour strips. My bones feel like sticks. My toes are Reese's Pieces. My bones are white and curvy. Thank you. My name is Elise. My name is Amila. And today we're about to read our poems. You go first. Our birthday is September 27th. I was going to the dealers because it's fun, but I didn't. Okay, because I didn't go to the dealers. It's because I went to Chuck E. Cheese instead, and my birthday got ruined because my TTs had an argument. My uncles, I played with my cousins, but we went there again, and my baby cousin that got broken. Hey guys, my name is Elise, and I think you already heard my name again, just for a reason. 3, 2, 1. My poem is about it doesn't matter what your favorite color is, just be yourself. Just be yourself. I like black because it is my favorite color. I used to like orange. Black gives me joy. I wish I could have every color, but black just gives me joy. Hey guys, my name is Dallas. We're gonna be reading a poem about my dad. My dad died because the sea. My dad was kind. Hi, my name is Ariana, and I'm going to be reading a poem. It's called Temple, Florida. I see the beautiful sky. It's very high. It also shines bright like tears in my eyes. I stood tall. I'm not soft. So pretty, I say. Look at the beautiful sky. I'm loving it. I would love to be here in the summer. What a bummer. Like a throne in gold, I trip back to Miss Perfect. She says, was that worth it? Everyone's not perfect. But I love myself just the way I am. Hi guys, my name is William, and I'm going to be reading a poem about hair. I like to do hair and nails. I be doing my mama hair, my TT hair, and my hair. Even though I'm not that good at it, I still be slanging. And I like to do nails too. And Merry Christmas. 3, 2, 1. Action. Hey guys, today I'm reading a poem and singing a thing.
second, 14 seconds. So let's get started. All about black. Black is my favorite color, but pink must be your favorite color. Everybody has their own favorite color. Just be yourself. Okay, now I'm singing this one. Just be yourself. 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 You gotta be yourself. Gotta be yourself. 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 Yeah.
All right, so that concludes our program. I have a couple of announcements, but first, another round of applause for all the amazing students who read today. Woo! So, a couple of things. Youth, please gather at the stage so we can take a group photo. At 1 o'clock, for everybody, this is invited to come to lunch outside. We will be having Detroit-style pizza and Caesar salad, and come talk to us. And I think that there was one other announcement I was supposed to make. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So after you grab your lunch, there will be programming in here. We're going to be playing episodes of Milwaukee Kitchen. How fitting. So eat your lunch, watch Milwaukee Kitchen in here, or you can eat outside. Thank you, everybody.
Today we are making chocolate mousse.
How can we help?
We're gonna soften some gelatin. So actually if we wanna do that first while we're waiting, that's totally cool. We need 1 teaspoon of gelatin in this bowl with a tablespoon of cold water.
Oh, you're saying I should do
Yeah,
that?
you have to right there.
You look. I don't even know what gelatin is.
Right, well,
Soften it up. I'm really
Perfect.
confused.
Yep,
Do I
stir it a
just-
little, yep.
Does it turn back into bone?
No, definitely not. It's like a very soft paste.
Je dois être en retard. J'ai raté la blague.
No.
Yeah.
I'm pretending not to see it.
okay.
I'm gonna give you a job.
I want a job.
All right, we're gonna cut raspberries in half.
Okay.
So we'll need a small cutting board. That's fine.
All right.
Do you see how the texture's already changed significantly? It's a little bouncier.
It is bouncy.
There's a polenta and onion reduction in the oven.
That sounds fancy.
It's corn grits and onion. There's
Okay.
nothing less fancy.
When you cook with Jamie, you expect everything to be fancy.
Oh.
I never had like fancier home cooking than when I came to your table.
Same. The food doesn't start off fancy. It's how we interpret.
Yes, a mindset, but it's also the amount of time and love you put into something.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking when I was stirring polenta for an hour.
Channeling some positivity into a dish, some love into a dish.
Now, have you experienced
history into a dish?
The reverse of like being in a terrible mood?
This is, by the way, the most beautiful wine I've ever put on.
Well, thank you. Tell me about the menu. So polenta, to me, would be our Italian section of wines. It actually continues all the way over there. Yeah, I adore Italian wines. And one of my favorite properties that I've been to, Palazzino.
It's nice and gentle, yes, because you don't want to bruise them.
Lesson number 1.
Yeah, do not bruise the food.
I think food already starts out fancy.
You do?
If I look at these raspberries and these leaves and like the beauty of all of that,
I appreciate that.
we just add some like superfluous like magic to it.
You're still putting a look at that.
I'm just saying, I'm saying it starts out good. We do some unnecessary things because of the joy of those things.
I think beauty is inherent.
Right.
Yeah. And fancy comes with a different kind of intention, a different mindset. I have the ability to express myself. I feel heard with my food.
Yes.
I feel seen with the food.
Is fancy always good?
Right.
Oh,
Is
that's
fancy
right.
always good?
And
because fancy can also be cultural and it can be a divider.
yeah.
Right. Anyway, what were you saying?
Wait, someone's at the door. Hi.
Hey.
My name's Marcy.
Darius.
Darius.
John.
John, so happy to meet you.
You as well.
Come on in. We're wait. Who else? Hi. Hi. Come on in, Flo.
How you doing?
Flora. Hey, John. Hi, Darius. Nice to meet you. Flora.
Nice to meet you.
Erin, how are you? It's great to see you.
Hey! Oh my goodness! Hey! Special delivery. Oh man. How are you?
How you doing? Darius. Nice to meet you.
And John?
Yep, I'm John.
John?
Erin and I have just come from Waterford. It's the greatest place in the wide world.
It really is.
And we brought 2 bottles of wine because Ben at Waterford said everybody would like it as a Toscana red wine.
It's a family home where the winery is really sort of an additional garage. So it's not a big production, and you'll have to stop me if I can go on and on about wine. So you tell me what you need with your food.
We can open it now, or
We can open them both if you want to.
I depend on them for all my dinners.
फलीटिंग फैंसी दा तख्त है आसमान समय दा सुबह है मेरे नाल लड़ो.
Just that morning I was eating some sourdough that I made and I was like,
You made that?
I don't understand how it's just flour, water, and salt.
But
So
is it just flour, water, and salt? Because your love is in there too.
Well, this is still warm. I pulled it out of the oven in about an hour.
Now, how do you guys know Paul?
I had some friends come on the Milwaukee Kitchen, and I was curious. You know, when it comes down to certain third places, you don't really have, many.
Yeah.
Where can people go that they can learn stuff about other people? For me, the Milwaukee Kitchen is just that.
I want to nominate Jamie as a facilitator of third spaces with her culinary offering.
Yeah, hearing you talk gets me all excited because this really is something I'm trying to do. When you provide people with food, with a little libation, that they're going to talk about what they care about.
Yeah.
Like they'll start to relate and connect.
Right here.
Really naturally.
It's very crazy that you say all those different things. I run a nonprofit in Milwaukee. It's called Black Space, free group therapy for the Black and Brown community. When the situation happened with George Floyd, I was like, hey, I really want to do free therapy for all the folks that's out there protesting. One for men, one for women in the LGBTQI community. Now they get a snapshot of what therapy can feel like.
We're getting some cooking.
I have never had a casserole before.
What? How old are you, young man?
Nobody don't found me casserole.
There's some olive oil
And
up
also-
there. I definitely recommend trying polenta.
Anybody want some bread? Do you want
Is it just plain old salt?
bread?
I said French gray. Do you guys mind if I put some salt on this?
It's so good.
I could try casserole.
Yeah.
Way up with our food, I can tell you that.
So I shoot film photography. My camera right over there. So I'm gonna take some portraits of some folks. So what is this?
Cornmeal that you cook very slowly, 7 cups of onion, and you cook it down over an hour, just slowly letting it caramelize.
Milwaukee kitchen, it's always evolving.
Cheers to that.
Yeah! Cheers to it. There we go. Well, I like the plate cheers.
Not only are we going to make some mousse, but we're going to talk about how plating techniques can make something feel and look fancy.
Mousse always sounds fancy.
Oh yeah, it is, and yet this is the easiest way to make it. This is like a cheater version of mousse.
And this is the recipe?
It is, actually.
What is everyone's interpretation of fancy? Because I think
I've already given 5 of mine.
We got you.
Piggy's
Yeah, I'm an academic.
So fancy is a gesture.
Fancy is putting more work into something that you wouldn't usually put more work into. Like even like dressing up.
Yeah, those are fancy shoes, John.
How long does it chill? I just want to know.
Depends on how hungry you are. If you want to eat it right out of the bowl, no shame.
Yeah.
No shame, right?
Yeah, I do that. If you do chill it, I would say a half hour is just fine. We got a half cup of sugar.
So that's a Hershey's, Hershey's?
Just Hershey's cocoa. So this is special dark. Yeah. We're pouring cream and a little bit of vanilla in there. And I need to volunteer. Somebody.
To what?
We're gonna whip this up. Level 1.
Go to 5 automatically.
Level 1, just get up in there and you're trying to scrape away at the sides. Yep. 2's probably good now.
Go to 2.
Only just to make sure that all those little bits of cocoa powder get in there.
Do you guys think fancy, how we perceive fancy, stems from our childhood?
Don't forget the pinky.
Yeah, and the pinky.
You grew up in.
Oh, wow, look at that.
All right.
Oh, it's mousse already.
Good whipping, John.
Who wants the beaters?
Lick the beater.
What do we do with it?
What do you mean, what do you do with them? Have you ever been a kid? Oh, let me get a picture of this, John. I need to put them up. Yeah, there you go.
So, 3 different platings using the same mousse recipe. We're bringing it up to essentially the room temperature. So it's nice and soft right now, even though it looks like it's taken to form. My tea strainer right here, I've made some mint sugar by pounding mint leaves into some sugar, dehydrating it overnight, pulverizing that again, and I'm dusting.
Oh, so you create, yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So I'm gonna take these tiny little mint leaves, lovingly prepared earlier today. We're just gonna place them, and we're just gonna lay them.
garnishes are fancy.
Absolutely. Probably 25% of my garden is devoted to things that I exclusively use for
garnishing might be the perfect metaphor.
The superfluous part.
Yeah.
If you could say beauty is superfluous.
It's well worth it. It's so pretty.
Right, but you eat with the eyes first, right? Next one is going to be mandarin and raspberry. So on the inside of this this dome of mousse is a raspberry jam.
Oh.
We're going to go over the top of that with
Fruit with chocolate.
Oh,
yeah.
It's like ratatouille.
That's one of my favorite.
Oh.
So we got some raspberries down.
Beautiful.
I have dehydrated mandarin oranges as well.
You did that yourself?
Of course.
How do you do that?
I do have an actual dehydrator. You can do it in the oven. Go over it with some zest.
Oh, so fancy.
Is that another good metaphor, like the zest?
Zest of life.
Yeah.
All of those oils, you can actually see it kind of glisten in the sun. You can smell it.
Yeah.
If you gently express the oils on top, which is a nice little touch. We're gonna go over the mousse with some really nice extra virgin olive oil.
Oh.
Very generous.
I elicited a response from that.
Got some Malden salt. It's a finishing salt, like very, very crispy. And these are Tweels. They're a very thin, buttery cookie. I made those earlier today. We're gonna just.
You make it look so easy.
You don't need to. Remember, there's raspberry jam in there, so go up in there.
Oh, it's good.
And this is the same recipe?
Same recipe.
Damn good.
Just
But different platings, different garnishes.
You're treating mousse like your little black dress.
Yes, exactly.
What did you call these cookies?
These are tweel cookies.
Oh, man.
They're made with black and white sesames.
The recipe off.
Back of a Hershey's container. Done there.
Delicious, isn't it?
We're so lucky.
I keep saying fancy feast, but I know that.
Promiňte, to byla moje věta.
How did you start cooking?
Moments in my life that were highlighted, all of them were around food. So while I do a lot of other forms of artwork, this is by no means any less important to me.
That thing right there?
I just wanted to tell a tiny story. I saw a play once. 2 Italian actors made on the stage a pot full of risotto. Spent the time it took for them to make risotto. At the end of it, they served it to us all. It was wonderful.
Yeah, there you go.
You're not doing it, man. Pinkies up.
Pinkies up. Oh, you gotta grab the last one. Yeah, that's good. That is some good stuff right there.
Did you bring stuff to cook today? Because I don't think there's anything really in the kitchen. There was nothing.
Well, I was going to pick some mustard garlic of all things, but couldn't find any.
You were going to bring mustard garlic for
making pesto.
Really?
Just because it tastes like garlic?
It tastes like it's pungent. It's bitter, if you like bitter foods.
I do. It's hard to imagine eating mustard garlic.
Yeah. Yeah, people wouldn't imagine that because it's an invasive species. You blanch it and you make pesto out of it. It's delicious.
Oh.
So.
Huh. So you're making pesto. That's
Making
your
pesto.
ultimate-
Well, we're also going to make some mushroom potato soup. Kelly and I love foraging for mushrooms. And even if it's a mushroom that I'm not going to eat, I love learning about new species.
And you know everything about them, and you know how not to poison your friends.
Well, not everything about them. I think it's pretty hard to know everything.
I learned cooking in the woods with 3 oysters we have at our land. And what else have we found together?
Rams.
Yeah, that's early spring.
Is that what is that?
With foraging, the cupboards are never bare.
Yes.
Grape leaves and dandelion leaves.
Baby grape leaves.
Oh, I'll probably have some of those.
They're going to be in the pesto.
I think we'll put them in the pesto.
Put that in pesto.
This looks very healthy.
Those are from Kelly's backyard.
I think you don't have to do as much grocery shopping because of this skill of yours.
You know, it's nice to be able to add things from the garden when I'm pulling out weeds. Lamb's quarters, dandelion greens.
Chop, 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 just like a green onion.
A little bit like that. They can be a little bit tough. Hello.
C'était Emma Souméjean.
You just came in.
Yes, it did. I'm Seth. This is Emma.
Hi, Emma.
Hi.
Who are all of you?
I'm Flora.
Flora.
Yeah.
Kelly.
Kelly.
Marcy.
Marcy.
Tweed.
Tweed. Nice to meet you.
We were just talking about foraging here.
We're here to help.
Put you to work. I think we should start washing these greens.
If everything's going in, we can fling it all in the colander to wash.
And then maybe chop up some garlic.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you guys like garlic so much?
Yes.
Okay.
The tender other parts of what you want, right?
Oh, yeah.
Whoa, they're so swirly fun.
Yeah, just chunk it up, I think, and then we can throw it.
Chunk it up?
Chunk it up.
I'm surprised to not see ramps. Are they?
The ramps are done.
Season?
Yeah,
They're
that's
done?
an earlier season.
Okay.
But we've got scapes.
We got scapes. Can you eat them raw?
Wakes me up a little bit. Hear the hangover.
You don't have to worry about vampires or werewolves.
Right, or boyfriends.
You're doing a good job.
Back to my cooking roots.
Really?
I used to work at Nest and Dorma.
Oh, you did?
I did. So I was making pesto there.
When did you stop?
I stopped last June, so it's been about a year.
Are you happy?
Yes, well, I'm working in the arts now full time, which is a dream, really.
Yeah, I used to cook for like Shabbat, like 15 hours a week. I've like cooked.
Potatoes are
Always testing that too many cooks theory in Milwaukee. And we prove it wrong every time.
Every time.
毎回猫が私の舌を掴んでる
A fair amount of salt.
Salt?
Pesto, yes.
Oh, we got a blast.
This takes the bitter out of it.
Yeah, I would have just thrown it in.
Ooh, some more salt.
I'm a salt lover.
Yeah, me too.
Are we toasting walnuts? Are we putting them in raw?
I just put them in raw.
I'm a fan of toasting, I have to say.
Me too.
I'm pro toast.
There's a skillet.
Let's do it.
Some people put lemon in there.
Oh, I think lemon would be good.
We need more olive oil and here with the
Probably, yes.
You can never
A little more. I think when you add the wild greens, the foraged greens, they are just a little bit drier.
The onions first, right? And then the scapes?
We can do another.
You can tell you were a chef.
Testing my knife skills now.
Here's a very important question.
It's just
Well, do you snap it in half or do you just put it all in?
No.
Seth Speaks. Wasn't there a book called Seth Speaks? It was a cult classic. Tell me what your feeling is behind that.
But I could probably never show my face at Nest and Dorma again if I did it, so.
I think when you break it in half, it's not as sensual.
Yeah.
Oh,
I like to test.
I want to test too.
So you want to taste?
That was such a genuine, emotive enjoyment of that
It's really good.
it's really good.
It is really good.
Slightest little bitterness, but not too bitter.
And it's chunky. I like it.
I like it.
Chunky then.
My first Sublime pesto experience was donated by Kelly Pope.
The pesto queen?
Yes, 30 years ago.
I'm crying.
Crying.
Do we need drama for the camera?
It recommends when cutting onions to put a piece of white bread in your mouth.
Yeah.
Oh.
Really? I never heard that one.
It's a controversial topic to wash them in water or to dust them off.
They were dehydrated, so I popped them in some boiling water this morning. So these are chanterelles, and when you pick them, they're a bright orange color.
And the big ones are
golden oyster. Stray morel in the woods, full of bugs, but ginormous. I would never eat a raw morel. I would never eat a raw oyster mushroom.
Ты то, что ты ешь.
Coming over with some mushrooms. He's got the taters going already.
The more garlic, the better. We're not going to be kissing anyone today. Do you want to do a little bit of mild pepper?
Sure.
The mild paprika I highly recommend.
I was just going for
Done it,
that.
done.
I add paprika to like everything.
Whoa.
We don't want a bay leaf.
Sponsored by.
Is there any sort of marjoram or oregano?
Fresh oregano.
That would be great.
A nice spice collection.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
The
Sauce
pasta's
is probably
done.
done.
who here cooks every day?
I cook every day.
Yeah, when I'm on a good roll, I do.
Do you cook every
I
day?
absolutely cook.
Відварювання рису не зараховується.
Eating in the summer is a little more difficult though.
So we're nearly ready. We're ready to have pesto, and this is going to cook a little longer. That's good because we've only got one bowl apiece.
This has been such a rewarding collaboration.
So I love that we did not measure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I never measure anything when I cook. only when I bake.
Yes.
I love, before I cook, to measure everything out.
To have it all spread out.
Yeah, but it's like so meditative.
Sometimes it's good to be nudged out of your comfort zone.
No, yeah, I type A.
You can go first since you.
How is it?
Delicious.
Divine.
How cooked is the pasta?
Perfect.
Perfect. Absolutely.
I love the chunkiness of it. Grassy flavor.
Yes.
Kind of that.
A little floral.
Ready?
I'm like, we're dancing right now.
Yeah, we are.
So good.
Wow.
I feel like sometimes pesto can be a little overpowering.
Yeah.
And this is just so delightful. Like a little kiss.
I completely agree. I always think it's too overpowering. This isn't.
No.
It's really good.
This is the best pesto I've had. I'm serious.
Wow.
Yeah.
The other bitter greens, I think, can actually help.
We like supplemented it with
Yeah.
If there's any lemon left.
Just a little squeeze.
Yeah.
I find myself adding lemon to a lot of things, just to add for that little bright note. Yeah.
I do think it's like anti-Wisconsin cooking to put a little acid on it. Anti-Wisconsin cooking to put a little acid on it.
So when was the first time, Kelly, you and Twee foraged together?
Now it's been years. She came to our land, and I was amazed. She's pointing out every plant in Latin and in English.
Common names can be very confusing with plants. If you're looking for urticaria, which is nettles, that's what it is.
Sure.
ਉਹ ਦੇਸ਼ ਦੀ ਭਾਲ ਵਿੱਚ
If I die.
Darn it, I picked the wrong mushroom. No one has died yet, but
Oh, this is beautiful.
There, you ready?
Yes.
Soup is tricky for a cooking program because it benefits from being around a while.
Right.
The next
As
day.
opposed to
Or it's
coming
better the
around
next
as
day,
is.
yeah. Well, you get to keep the leftovers, Paul, so you go this way.
Please.
Wow, this is good.
Whoa.
It is delicious.
Those mushrooms would be priceless to get those in the store.
Yes, they would.
I've been meaning to try to make like a dandelion salad with just the leaves.
I like dandelion.
I personally am not a big lover of raw dandelion.
Okay.
I like it.
I like them blanched.
I use it with lettuce just to make lettuce more nutritious.
You've been talking about dandelion greens for a long time. For as many years as I've known you. Yeah.
They're healthy.
No, it's not.
Did you stop talking about it?
My name is Marcy Hoffman.
How often do you cook?
How often do I actually create dishes of this caliber? Almost never. So glad I got to experience this today.
Your name?
I'm Emma Travis, and I cook often. Milwaukee kitchen, I will miss you.
You're about to move.
Yes, I'm moving to Portland.
Milwaukee Kitchen likes to have friends everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm Flora Coker. I've had many meals at Milwaukee Kitchen, but honest to God, this is truly the best ever. And just delicious today. I'm lucky to be here with these foragers. Thank you.
Your name?
Hi, I'm Twee Wien and from Madison. Thank you, Milwaukee Kitchen. It's been lovely, and hey, food's everywhere. You just gotta find it.
Perfect. Thank you.
My name is Kelly Pope. I love foraging, particularly with trees.
Hey, thank you. I'm SURREALIST. Today we accomplished 2 of my dreams, which was to be on Milwaukee Kitchen.
Oh.
It's great to see where the magic has been made. And I always have wanted to be a YouTuber, so like and subscribe. Thank you.
stuff in the air.
I can't stand
You can go.
I'm unwrapping.
You all know each other?
I don't think so.
Well, let me introduce Anika Wilson, who's one of the long-standing
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And this is Greg Leon, who is the premier chef.
My dogs think I'm the premier chef, so,
One of the best in Milwaukee.
Nominated for some very prestigious awards.
Maybe.
Yes.
It is a nice restaurant. People like it.
People
I like
love
Oh, I
Amelina.
love Mama.
Yeah.
Yes.
Me too.
When did you start cooking?
30 years ago this year.
What are you making today?
Well, I'm not making anything. I'm teaching you guys how to make.
Well, what are you
We're gonna make a
making?
Spanish tortilla, and then we're going to make a chocolate and olive oil mousse that has a little story behind it.
So we'll start with the tortilla and the dough.
We should probably start with the tortilla.
Do I need to say yes, chef, all the time?
No.
I watch cooking shows.
No.
You need to what?
Say
yes,
yes, chef,
chef.
all the time.
Oh.
All these eggs need to be cracked into a bowl and need to be whisked and then seasoned with some salt and pepper. And
Crack it. Huh?
Our technique.
I'm not here to judge your technique.
Wait, so is there a good technique for egg cracking?
I mean, no. As long as the good technique is don't get any shells in it. How about that?
I'm just nervous because
be
like
nervous.
a chef who's award winning, sometimes I do get shells in there.
We'll pick the
J'ai
shells
fait
out.
quelques omelettes à l'époque.
Should I do it in here?
Yeah, so like if you just do it like this.
Can I just do it in here first?
This is hand cut. It's absolutely uniform.
That's what 30 years of cooking does.
Yes. Are you trying to separate them?
No.
She's very nervous about it, and that's
I'm
what's
so
messing her up.
nervous. You're flooring.
Is Greg making you nervous?
He told me this. He keeps saying don't be nervous. And that's
Someone's
what
just
makes
cracking
me.
eggs in a bowl, right?
Yes.
I've never had known how to
Look at that, see?
One hand. Just
You have like a shell get around her.
It's called a spoon.
Did you grow up here, or the
No,
what's the connection between you and Milwaukee?
Well, there was really no connection until I moved here. In 2012, after being in San Francisco for 18 years, it was too expensive to live there. And I have a friend who lives here, and he texted me one day. He's like, "You should come visit Milwaukee." And I was like, "I don't really know what Milwaukee is." You want to really whisk it? And I came to visit. I got here on a Friday. Well, it was summer, so it was beautiful. It was warm. I went and had dinner at Duck. This is one of my favorite restaurants. And they were like, "Oh yeah, this is a really good place to
Kill my mother.
own a restaurant," and I never left.
What year did you guys open?
Melinda started serving food in December of 2013 as a pop-up restaurant, and then we opened where we are now in 2015. So this August it'll be 9 years. Have you ever made a tortilla?
A tortilla.
So it's not the kind you get at a Mexican restaurant.
Then I'm gonna say no.
Okay.
This is going to be deep fried.
So tortilla in Spain is basically an egg and potato omelet. With some onions. I'd love to bring that to door.
Oh, can I get that? Look at it is.
Hi.
Whoa! Chef Brad.
It's good to see you.
It's so good to see you.
It's been forever.
You look.
Hey.
Nice to see you.
What's going on over here?
Well, they're making a tortilla. So let's heat the oil up.
Yeah. Step right in.
That's a lot of oil. Be making fried chicken.
I wish.
I have a good recipe for
Do you? When are we making fried chicken? So when you really start digging around Spanish cooking, you start to see a lot of Middle Eastern influences, especially in the regions of Granada. And then Portugal, a lot of their cooking was influenced by the slave trade.
It's getting hot, but I don't know if it's hot enough.
One of Portugal's most famous dishes is actually a chicken dish. It's called peri peri chicken.
Oh, I love peri peri
The
chicken.
pepper comes from West
You know
Africa.
Peri peri.
Peri peri. And it's really good. It's spicy. There's a certain cooking show on.
Come in.
Doors open.
Great to see you. Oh, it's been a while. Hey, it's been so long.
Hi.
How
are you?
Hi. It's good to see you.
What you got there?
How are you? Who am I?
Yeah, the famous Greg Leon.
Hi. Greg, nice to meet you.
It's astonishing to see you here.
Sometimes they let me leave the
A
restaurant.
csillagokért vagyunk itt.
Making a tortilla, which I'm sure you're familiar with your travels.
Yes.
The one here? Yeah, one's red and one's white, one's Portuguese, one's Spanish.
It's like an omelet,
It's
right?
like an omelet.
These things are gonna cook and then the egg goes on top. And
So we're gonna cook this. We're gonna strain it to take some of the oil out. We're gonna throw it in a bowl.
Yeah.
And while it's hot, we're gonna add the egg. So
Is this like a frittata? Oh, I'm doing like
no,
a black lace
frittata is
pudding.
Italian. This isn't Italian.
So do you have freedom to add whatever you wish?
Yeah, it has to be just potatoes and onions.
As far as I'm concerned, yes.
But is it akin to?
No, because this one you flip over and you cook on both
Okay.
sides. Frittatas, I believe you put in an oven.
You do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Flipping part seems like the hard part.
Okay. Yeah, you just, we put a plate on it, flip it over.
Okay.
We cheat. Grandmas or moms will make it in the morning and then they have it set in the counter, so you actually eat it at room temperature.
Grandmas and moms do so much.
Don't they? They don't get enough credit.
Did you say what the name Amalinda came from?
I did not. It's a combination of my parents' names.
Oh.
So my father's Venezuelan and his name is Amilcar. And my mother was actually from Superior, Wisconsin, and her name was Linda. In Venezuela, where my brothers and I grew up, you name your houses. And so Melinda was the name of the home, the first home my parents bought together, and it was the name of the home my brothers and I grew up.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm doing this correct.
You're doing a great job.
Okay.
I remember being in, was it maybe Leon?
Okay.
If you order a drink,
Well,
you
that's-
have to get
that's how-
food with it.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it could be
A piece of tortilla. Up until probably maybe 10 years ago, there was no such thing as a tapas restaurant in Spain. So you would go to a bar and order a drink, and they would give you a little something. Somebody says that one of the kings of Spain said you couldn't drink unless you had a bite to eat.
Right.
Some people say that they used to give it to you so you could put it on top of your wine so the flies didn't get into the wine. There's 1,000 stories. Set up a double boiler and melt some chocolate.
Okay.
Bittersweet chocolate. It comes like chips, but it's from Valrhona.
Can I taste one?
Of course. You're good. Let's go ahead and dump them in here. Yeah, you want to figure it out.
You're like sweating. Move, people, move. Coming through.
Toss it out.
Right. I need the scraper.
Spatula.
Yes. The
They're
scraper.
tasty, but we don't want it'll make the tortilla stick.
It's quite an honor.
When I go to work on Wednesday, I'm gonna tell my staff you said that. I'm like, remember, it's an honor. Actually, it was a trick a little old lady in Spain taught me. The potatoes and the onions are hot.
This will cook the egg.
It already starts to cook the eggs.
Bercakap tentang telur, ayam didahulukan.
Once this is hot, we're just gonna dump all of this in there. And then with that spatula, you're gonna start pushing the edges into the middle.
Push it like, just like push it.
Yeah, you're just like kind of scraping the bottom of the pan.
So those are cute shoes.
Thanks. Have you been to the restaurant?
I have.
Have you been to the restaurant?
Once, years ago.
It was a long time
Did you
ago.
enjoy it?
Loved it.
Come back and see me again.
I would love to do that. So do you come out a lot?
I try to talk to as many tables as I can. I found over the years that the guests really like that.
Yeah.
During the pandemic, when we didn't have any guests there, and we were just putting food in boxes, I discovered that it's very important to me also. You used to have very shy, and I don't really like to talk to people, so. You have a ladle?
Smaller white one maybe?
This?
Yeah, there's another small white one underneath
This
that.
one?
Yeah.
Let me take that shot.
Is it usually that deep?
Yes. No, it's okay. You're doing a great job. So let's let some like skin start to form
Around the
around the
La
outside.
nueva moda es una cocina tranquila.
I was just having a conversation with somebody last night about Milwaukee's food scene and how we are all fairly friendly to each other and we support each other.
Same is true in theater. So they say, every little theater that pops up is good.
We'll flip it over and then we'll slide it back on.
The flip.
Oh, wait.
That's a juicy
Oh, that's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
It's a little dark for my taste, but good job. You need a mixer. I think
Okay.
you told me you got a mixer.
Well, we have one now.
The hand one, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, does anybody want some wine?
DJ, what do they say in Portugal?
Salud.
Oh, salud.
Salud.
That was easy. Salud.
It's one of the first things I learned how to make. It was taught to me by a gentleman who would then become a very good friend of mine.
Oh, that's the last.
And so, yeah, and so today we're kind of honoring him because he passed away on Monday.
Oh.
you paying attention to the frittata?
It's good.
What all is in here now?
So 16 egg yolks and 200 grams of sugar.
So the olive oil is the surprise, yes.
You want to use a really good olive oil because you know you want the flavor.
A lot of flavor.
Yeah. 600 grams of chocolate that we melted. 400 milliliters of good Spanish olive oil. Have you ever had an olive right off the tree? They're horrible. Yeah. They're really bad, but it's really bitter. And
I don't think I realized how long it takes to cook it.
well, this is done. I'm just keeping it on there.
It's amazing how fluffy it is.
I know.
And then we're gonna whip the remaining sugar with the egg whites, and then we'll fold that into this, and there you go.
It's so beautiful.
Got some tasting going
Yum.
on.
You have an ensemble.
I do. So I have a sous chef named Trevor Carper he inspires me to be better, and it's a rite of passage. Like now I get to mentor and help these young cooks come up. Is it good? Well, I mean, the young ladies did it. I had nothing to do
Young
with
ladies.
Young ladies.
So good. Just crazy good.
Isn't it good?
One for my lunch.
It's comfort food.
It is. It's Spanish comfort food.
Yeah.
You explained a little bit about the move's relationship to Richard, but the beater was going.
Okay. 1997, he was looking for a young, unknown cook, American, to come and learn from him and take over his restaurant.
In Spain.
In Madrid. And I remember Richard picks me up at the airport. We go back to his apartment. He says, I gotta go ready for dinner service. Come for dinner. I was like, great, what time should I get there? 8? And he looks at me and he's like, no. He's like, the restaurant's for dinner, don't open until 10. They eat very late. So at first I was like, okay, I kind of like that. And then I went, ate at the restaurant, hung out with the staff, went out, got home at like 6 in the morning. And him and I became really good friends, and he became my mentor. I never took over his restaurant, but you know, we stayed in contact over the years.
And Richard taught you how to make this?
Richard taught me how to make this. He had it at his restaurant. I think food is one of those, I think it's, for me at least, is one of the strongest ways to bring memories back. Like taste and smell. I remember the first time I tried gnocchi. I think it was like 6.
My name is Ariana Bates. I am a all-star Milwaukee kitchen.
Yay! Anything else?
I'm just gonna ask the chef to put a piece of sliced cheese on it, and I said we're not going to do that. And then we had the meal. It was a wonderful meal. It was one of, you know, it was a very memorable meal on her.
My name's Gregory Leung, and chef and owner of Melinda. Thank you for inviting me today. It was nice to cook for all these lovely people, and thank you Milwaukee for always supporting this little restaurant that we've done here. We really appreciate it.
I'm Flora Coker. I'm afraid I got chocolate all over my mouth. I just ate most delicious chocolate mousse made by Gray. It was really delicious.
Hi, I'm Anika Wilson. I'm happy to be on Milwaukee Kitchen again for their all-star edition. My advice for eating out is make sure that if you're going to a good restaurant, wear something expandable.
My name's Didier LaFleur. I'm also a Milwaukee Kitchen All-Star.
Totally.
Glad to be back in Milwaukee and back in the kitchen.
My name is Marcy Hoffman. I'm thrilled to be here today because of Chef Fred. Right now, I feel stoned from the mousse and the tortilla, and Milwaukee Kitchen rocks on.
Well, hello and good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch. Welcome to the Saturday afternoon session of Woodland Pattern's 31st Annual Poetry Marathon. And if this afternoon is anything like the morning session, we have a real treat in store for us. It's great to see so many of you here in the room and to know that there are dozens of others viewing us from the comfort of their homes through the streaming, not only through Wisconsin, but throughout the country and perhaps even throughout the world. I want to thank all of you for being here and for the support that you give Woodland Pattern every day and every year. It's that support that helps keep us going. I'm Paula Kiley. I'm the president of the board of directors, and I have the privilege of thanking the many people who are playing a part in this weekend's event, including our generous donors. At the Canto presenting level, I'd like to thank Wisconsin's own library, the General Federation of Women's Clubs Wisconsin, DeWitt LLP with Matthew Hills and Angela Voris Hills. At the sonnet premiere level, the Asphodel News and Eastern Bohemian Brewery. Well, that sounds like a great place to have something to drink. And at the Ode premiere level, I'd like to thank the Juneau Park Friends, Milwaukee Magazine, and Dana Alexander Coletta. And thank you to our many hour sponsors who you are meeting throughout the day. So many thanks to Linda Marcus, who has made it possible for us to be in this beautiful space today. It was through her generous donation and her facilitation that we are here at St. Kate. And I'd like to recognize and thank my colleagues on the board, the entire staff of Woodland Pattern, and our executive directors, Laura Solomon and Jenny Grob. And I don't see them in the room, but I want to acknowledge two of our founding members of Woodland Pattern, Ann Kingsbury and Carl Gartung. Finally, I'd like to thank our poets who are sharing their talents with us today and tomorrow, the other artists who are participating in this annual event, and proving again that Milwaukee is a great place for poetry and the arts. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Bob Hansen, who is the captain for our next hour featuring Veterans for Peace. Bob.
Thank you very much. Veterans for Peace is a national organization that is made up of many, many, many veterans from around the country that believe that war is a waste of time and wrong. And so we're here to declare peace, and especially in these times. I want to thank the sponsor for this hour, Reuter and Associates. I understand they have kept us safe over the years with our insurance policies. And we appreciate them sponsoring us, basically old men today, I guess. Huh? And I'm going to read who the readers are, and then you can each introduce yourself any way you like. We're all veterans, and we've been proud to serve our country, but then sometimes we're a little embarrassed, as I'm sure you are, as we work for peace. First of all, we're going to have our famous Harvey Taylor. I hope he's here. All right. Oh, there he is. He's going to be singing for us, and he's been our strong supporter of our hour and veterans for all of his life. And the next reader will be Jim Conway, Douglas Armstrong, and myself, and possibly another person if he makes it. Thank you. Hey, guys, I'm going to leave my books up here. Okay. Harvey, go ahead.
Good afternoon. It's pleasure to be here to honor Woodland Pattern. I have the very good fortune of going back all the way to the beginning in my River West community with Ann Kingsbury and Karl Gartung, creating this wonderful catalyst. How are we doing volume-wise? I don't want to be blowing anybody's ears out. Yeah, okay. And to continue the connection right up until today with brilliant stewards, caretakers, Jenny Gropp, Laura Solomon. So lots of good fortune for me living just a few blocks away and being able to attend a lot of inspirational gatherings and be a part of one occasionally. And also I want to thank Bob and the Veterans for Peace for including me in a number of gatherings at City Hall for the annual Reclaim Armistice Day, sometimes known as Veterans Day, but honoring peacemaking on November 11th every year in the rotunda there at City Hall. So I have a little song for you that's been revised up until a few seconds ago. So it's a new song. So I'll be looking at my notes here a little more frequently than I'd like to be. And I want to dedicate it to Susie's and my great-granddaughter because she, Kinsley, and her generation deserve a much better world than they're being born into. So, a new world. Getting some volume out there a little bit. A new world is struggling to be born. There's so much suffering in this old world. It's so forlorn. A bright day lies ahead. If we can just outlast the night. Our new world is struggling to see the light. Weapons were once manufactured to fight wars. Now wars are manufactured to sell weapons more and more, of course. A bright day lies ahead if we can just outlast the night. Our new world is struggling to see the light. Powerful people in business and government are war profiteers. It's been going on for years and years and years and years. It's clear humans are even waging war against planet Earth. I wouldn't blame Mother Earth for seeing humanity as a curse. Yes, a new world is struggling to be born. So much suffering in this old world. It's dreadfully forlorn. A bright day lies ahead, for we must withstand the night. A new world can see the light. A new world can see the light.
Roger. Hi, my name is Jim Conway. I'm a Vietnam vet, like most of us. First thing, I'm not a real poet, and I know it. I'm a writer, so none of this is no, I can't even think the word, poetry. This is from my personal experiences and fun. And I'll start with, the weather, good old Mother Nature. As you've heard the old saying, wait for 5 minutes, the weather will change. This is so true, so true. I have visited many, been fortunate, visited many countries, southern Chile, southern Argentina, Iceland, Ireland, New Zealand, Australia, and parts of China. Everywhere. You have to adapt, and you will become a weather reader. And by writer will be enough that you can get very interested, and you can predict. I've been doing it since I was 10. I started learning. And I still, with Mother Nature, it's continuous. I started reading the clouds, the formations, and you'd be surprised that you can tell, you can see wind, rain, even fog, an hour away or more. To learn about the weather, now it's easy. Go on the internet. Look up the cloud formations. As I said, they are signs. Even tornadoes, hurricanes, cyclones, and typhoons. They are all predictable. And it really isn't as hard as you think it might be. Weather is about the same all over the world. For instance, the wind and fires in LA happen Argentina, Chile, Peru, Mexico and South Africa, it's even worse than LA. But they make the areas that are prone to large fires preserved, and no houses, and it helps a lot. Knowing the weather makes me a better traveler. I can, even though I'm retired now, even though when I wasn't retired, if I saw a huge thunderstorm, let's say between here and Minneapolis, I'll just get off, wait for an hour till it subsides. Makes it easier. And you cannot change Mother Nature. Okay, let's see. Another topic I like. Respect. I was taught, my family, my father, my mother, even my grandparents, to be respectful, especially my parents, my family, and elders like ourselves. Oh, if you meet a person, what I do is give them 100%. And then as you talk to them, you learn what they are like. You can lower it, but most of the time, I'm not saying all, but most of the time, in other countries, especially the European countries, they all do the same thing. They're all a little bit different, but they're proud of their country, so they'll give you 100%. Why don't you give it back? Okay. Use your new knowledge of that person to make a positive reaction. Don't let someone else tell you everything about that person. Make your own decisions. Assumption is not knowledge. It leads to bad decisions. People will respect you in a better way if you respect them. Respect is give and take. It'll impress most people, even in the U.S. And I'm not saying that people are not respectful. I've met many, and many of my friends are. But I think a lot of people make too many assumptions, way too many. They see something, and without researching it, they just bring it back. If you're respectful, your friends, your new friends will respect you, and believe it or not, they will tell you. And that makes it even better, for me anyway. And I'm very proud. I don't have many enemies, maybe 1, 2. That's pretty good. I'm a Scorpio. And I think it's a lot is just from what I said. I give 100%, and hopefully I get it back. Thank you.
Okay, Ben 3, 6/20/88. Hummingbird from bloom to bloom, next to us, along woods green, through alfalfa field, across barbed barriers, flowing with hidden paths, brooks mounded upon each, gurgling impishly in full orchestration, reading the air's moods, flush breezes impregnate skin. Thanksgiving 11/18 through 11/88 through 27/88. Under the woods and through the pastures, through the leaf piles, around the point and through joggers and dogs. Diana's full thanks. Herd of deer across the reed. Under ancient oak shades, warriors' cannon stands, now shading saplings. Caravans across country. Fleeting flaxen fox, gaggle of Canada geese. Chacking stovepipe. Fallen wood hauled to burn, pounding tin wood, moving, sapping stuff, finding the ski path through the great pines, tradition carved turkey, child plays with baby and doll, remembrance of past, feast remembers first guest, dog eating deer shank, two dogs feasting, out of the mists, horse maiden riding down the highway, harvest red sundown, Saint Germain 7/2 through 7/88. Bald eagle scoring sky, while duck families feed down the shore, lazying on easy raft. Animal eyes seek deer, Jack Pine Lodge and forth. Willa baby came, a couple of downy fawns, deep in Cold Pond River, dammed up exploration. White deer skirts across river, plum melting from bank to bank. Reservation maiden embroidering message, sunbursts upon horizon. Duck families battle territories, winding country paths to ice cream. Unseen sun disappearing. Perceptions not quite what seem. What, a decade and a half? Dear flame, 10.5 years. Where have you gone in your completeness? You were in Nepal, in Missouri, you were there a bit. You came back stronger with D, and tiny bit more with Rose, and to a much greater extent with Aurora. In a different was, but near as encompassing, as you were in Nepal now with high wind. How will you come back to your former glory? Perhaps why I look into your ever-changing dance whenever possible is to once again totally be devoured by your fickle flickerings that come and go so hauntingly that it is no more than starshine in the hand, but the gloriness of when it's caught. That is life to have it back. Then you came bursting unsoiled, or must you be tinged by darkness? Can only inexperienced youth be your dwelling, or can you be as blinding, enhancing, even after experience? We wanted to marry. Uncle Sam would not allow us. Emotionally, the friendship ended. We are steady friends now.
I'll introduce myself. My name is Roger Quindell. I live in Milwaukee. I served in the military in Vietnam. My story is called Some Things You Never Forget or Forgive. On March 17th, 1968, I was severely wounded in a rocket attack that killed 9 other soldiers. About 5 or 6 days later, I was shipped to Camp Zama, a U.S. Army hospital 40 miles from Tokyo, Japan. While in the hospital and losing 40 pounds, the Army told me I was going back to Vietnam. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, on June 6th, as I was lined up to board a plane back, they announced that presidential candidate Bobby Kennedy was murdered in California earlier that day. 2 days later, I was sent to a fire base in the village of Trang Bang. One of the really great things about being stationed at a fire base next to this village was that you could always buy those little pleasures that were never available when in a base camp far from any village. Like my 4 months along the deserted Cambodian border, where fellow soldiers died on all but 2 days. Things that you take for granted until you are totally and absolutely deprived of them. Like what, you ask? You can buy a soda. You can buy a beer. You can get film for your camera. You can buy extra food from the locals. But there was none of that where I was in the original place. One mid-morning, a few days into my stay at Trang Bang, I bought a cold Coke from a young Vietnamese girl. Just when I turned away, I heard that Arvin, Army of the Republic of Vietnam, our allies, lieutenant, screaming at her. She quickly fled the scene. I asked a little boy I had befriended, what happened? Didi Mao. She go. The officer had forced her to leave. I really didn't get it. We wanted her here. I wanted to be able to buy a cold soda. Now she was gone. Hours later, she came back. I finally bought my cold soda. As I was putting the change in my pocket, the same Arvin officer raced at her, screaming once again. This time was different. He smashed her full force in the face with his rifle. She screamed in agony. I got blood on my pants leg. I couldn't believe what had happened right in front of me. I was going to kill that Arvin officer. Our sergeant jumped in front of me and put his arms around that inhuman beast. Don't shoot. Don't shoot him. Don't. We can't have a firefight with the Arvins, our allies. Sarge, move. Sarge, please move. I am going to kill him. I don't want to hurt you. Other soldiers gathered and held me back. Some tried to calm me down, where others helped get this monster away. We are risking our lives to put scum like him in charge. This is insane. The incident cemented my view that we were fighting for nothing. Our politicians back home and our command staff in Vietnam all knew that our allies were far more than useless. They were a menace to their own people. How can you possibly justify permanently disfiguring a young girl for selling a can of soda? I really felt this savagery personally because just 3 months earlier I had 8 bones in my head broken by shrapnel from a 122 millimeter rocket. I knew what she was going to go through, but I had excellent medical care from doctors and nurses who knew what they were doing and had the equipment and medical supplies I needed. She would have little of that. So why would an Army of the Republic of Vietnam officer, our ally, so brutally attack a young girl for selling soda? Well, it turns out that this officer was in charge of prostitution, drug, drink, and food sales in Trang Bang. Any Vietnamese involved in any of these businesses with American soldiers had to pay kickbacks to this officer. He would then give his commanding officer their share. I don't know if our sergeant or our officers were a part of this, other than renting the bunkers we built to protect ourselves for prostitution, but I wouldn't have been surprised. It was a dirty war that cost U.S. taxpayers $1 trillion in today's dollars. Some people and some soldiers would do anything to get their share. She was not part of his crew. She had to pay a price. She had to be an example. And we had to fight, be injured, and even die to keep this abomination of human behavior in place. Our sergeant promised us something would be done about this incident. We are still waiting. You have time for another one? You want another story? I got another one. You want another story? I got another story for you. They're all a little bit connected, but they're different. Some things you never forget or forgive. On March 17th, 1968, I was severely wounded in a rocket attack that killed 9 other soldiers. About 5 or 6 days later, I was shipped to Camp Zama, a U.S. Army hospital 40 miles from Tokyo, Japan. While in the hospital on April 4th, Martin Luther King was murdered. After 81 days in the hospital and losing 40 pounds, the Army told me I was going back to Vietnam. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, on June 6th, as I was lined up to board a plane back, they announced that presidential candidate Bobby Kennedy was murdered in California earlier that day. 2 days later, I was sent to a fire base in the village of Trang Bang. Am I reading the same thing? Oh, I grabbed the wrong story. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't be doing this. Wallowing in the past. All right, I'll try one more time. Wow, I can't believe I did that. A different copy, though. You're older. It's your age. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the damage I took from the service. This is called Blood Brothers. As I had just spent 3.5 months in the field, most of the time along the Cambodian border, and Ho Chi Minh Trail. It was a bloody ordeal as we saw so many deaths, both ours and theirs, and gruesome injuries. Finally, I left with one artillery battery. We had been stationed with as many as 10, probably the largest collection of artillery in the whole war. And the 3 of us radio teletype operators. We are now in our 2nd week in Arvin, our South Vietnamese Allies military compound at Hoc Mon. It was like heaven. No guard duty, no listening post duty, and no humping 100-pound artillery shells. And Arvin soldiers lived with their families. When we weren't doing our 8-hour communication shifts, we could play soccer or other games with the Arvin kids, the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. We got invited to their homes for a meal. It was like heaven to us after what we had just been through. But our bunker wasn't secure. Too small for the 3 of us and extremely hot because it was only dug 18 inches deep. Our normal bunker had been about 5 feet deep and provided both safety and were much cooler in the near 100-degree temperature of the Vietnam dry season. A few days after we arrived, a visiting colonel saw my buddy Rich and me teaching the 5 soldiers in our unit who were functionally illiterate how to read and write. We had been reading their letters from home and writing theirs for the last few months. A visiting colonel saw us. "What are you doing?" "Teaching them to read and write, sir," "Stop this nonsense," he screamed. "Do something useful, like wiping the dust off your truck," he ordered. "Yes, sir." The dust was all back in 15 minutes. I was on the second shift that week, and I remember nothing of the day. I had just received a message when I heard an incredibly loud noise. It felt like I'd been hit in the head with a baseball bat. I looked outside the communication rig and saw that my buddy Richard, the Iowa farm boy, had been hit. I put on my flak jacket and helmet and crawled to the nearby bunker of our medic. "Rich needs help." He sent someone to Rich while he tended to me. I was bleeding profusely, but I didn't realize it. He bandages me. A medevac chopper is called. It will arrive in 20 minutes from the base camp at Kuchi. I was feeling woozy as we waited. The medic was holding my hand. Later I realized he probably thought I was dying. At some point I say something like, "I wish people back home in the States could see us now. They would realize that we were all in this together." Many soldiers in Vietnam really hated all the racial tensions and violence back in the U.S. I wanted help. I sure didn't care about the fact that he was black. The chopper finally arrives. Rich and I are placed on it. We arrive in Kuchi in 20 minutes. "He's KIA, killed in action," says the chopper medic after we land. I am loaded into an ambulance. "He's dead? He's actually dead?" I cry. I'm taken to the surgery area and put on a gurney. "I feel sick," I say weakly. They bring a bucket. I throw up blood, not once, but twice. They bring another clean bucket and I do it again. I am the exorcist, but this is not a movie. I learned that a second rocket hit into Hakman, incredibly hit the mouth of a bunker, and all 8 ARVN soldiers inside were killed instantly. The rockets were fired from 22 miles away. This is the total randomness between living and dying. I am now in the 25th Infantry Division Hospital at Kochi. The nurses and doctors were heroic. They labored under brutal conditions, and the hospital got mortared at least twice in my 5 or 6 day stay there. I also had a few visitors. I had been in the field for 4.5 months, so I knew no one in Kuchi. So who were these visitors? They were black medic friends of our medic who had kept me from bleeding to death. Our friendship and my comment about we are all in this together had apparently touched him deeply. His medic friends all gave me the same valuable advice. Get off the morphine as soon as you can, or you will get addicted. Or, as soon as it doesn't last for 4 hours, you have to get off. The pain of my injuries and the multiple surgeries was excruciating. One moment you are in agony, then the nurse arrives. You feel the cold rush as the morphine moves up your arm. Agony to ecstasy in a minute. The pain disappears and you float in pleasure. But it doesn't take long before the 4 hours wait between shots is too long. The morphine effect becomes shorter and shorter. When that happened, I decided it was time to heed the advice of the black strangers who were my black medics' friends and get off morphine. Without this repeated advice, I may have continued chasing the illusion that morphine could keep me from pain and suffering. Eventually, the pain diminished. I was healing, and I had no drug addiction problems. Many other wounded soldiers weren't so lucky, as addiction became a major problem for those who served in Vietnam, especially the wounded and those traumatized by the constant deaths and injuries. I will always be thankful to my blood brothers who saved me from that fate. Postscript. The colonel who screamed at me for running a literacy class and didn't care about our totally inadequate bunkers also didn't bother to tell us that the very worst incident in the entire Vietnam War took place on the Hakman Bridge, less than a mile from us. It happened on March 2nd, 1968, about a week before we arrived in Hakman. 91 U.S. soldiers were attacked from both sides of the bridge. In 8 minutes, 49 U.S. soldiers were dead and 29 more were wounded. Not such a safe place after all. Thank you.
And now for the advertisements of the day. This is a fundraiser. You take a picture of that little square. What do you call it? You take a little picture of that little square, and you can support this hour or the whole marathon, and that would be wonderful. Just think, over 400 programs a year and 25,000 people are touched by this wonderful place. Thank you. My name is Robert Hansen, Bob Hansen. I'm a veteran, 67 to 76, a U.S. Naval officer, chaplain, and I was on this side of the pond. I didn't get a free ticket to Southeast Asia, but I served the Fox unit down by the lake for 18 months and a little short time at Great Lakes. I had the honor of bearing some young men who came home in a silver box and a flag. And I also had the honor of telling one family that their son was not coming home. Thank you for being here today. This is my 14th or 13th marathon since 2010, I think. And I'm only 39 years old. So. I want to do my reading in honor and in concern for the children and people of Palestine. But also, my first short poem is about another hero of mine, Bob Uecker. I never met the man, but I'm sure all of us heard I can hear his voice just when I say his name. And I've seen all these silly stories he's told on the internet now in the last week or so. But when I was serving a congregation up in rural Wisconsin, south central Wisconsin, I had a man who was an elderly man. He lived with his daughter in a trailer out in the woods. He was dying. And so I would visit him about every 2 weeks just to see how things are going. On this very hot July day, I came into the door and his daughter said, "God, Pastor, go see him." She was kind of laughing at the time. And I said, "What happened?" She said, "Go ahead and see him." And I came in his room and he was in his shorts, no t-shirt, laying in the bed. And he was very agitated and excited. He said, "Pastor Bob Uecker came here last night." And we had this long conversation about how he loved Bob Uecker. And when I got back home, I said I had to do something that just really struck me. How many of you have talked to someone lately? I'm not talking about someone in the flesh, but I mean in your dreams or in your daydreams or in your thoughts. I spent a whole evening talking to my father one time in my dreams, and I still can't get that out of my head. It was wonderful. Well, this is a little ode to this wonderful brother. An old man on his deathbed, seeing and talking to people of his past. Bob Uecker even visits. Oh, to be ready. Oh, to let go. Oh, to remember. I'm reading today from my own poetry and some self-published things that I've done in the past. Recently, I decided to read through some of those books, and I found some nice stuff. There was a day when I could do it, I guess. What will you do when the trains go by? It was a cold winter during the war. It was Germany, and the trains kept going by. How did they know the boxcars were full of people, stacked like bags of flour, going to their death, screaming for help? What can I say? What would we do when the trains went by and heard what we thought were cries for help, or the wheels rubbing against the cold metal tracks, One church by the tracks in a small village even planned the hymns during the times when the trains went by near this sacred place. No one could hear the cries for help. What about the trains that go by for us these days? The person of color, the Muslim, the Hmong family down the block, the gay or lesbian teen that lives in fear of his or her classmates or parents or church or mosque or place of spiritual practice. What are we doing when the trains go by? There's always a hobo at the door. Do some of you know what a hobo is? I see some young people here. They might not know it. There seems to always be a hobo at the door. Maybe our address was in a tunnel or two, written on the walls in paint or a sharp rock. Who knows, but it was there. They came because my dad sent them down to the Granite Falls Cafe for a free dinner or breakfast. There always seemed to be a hobo at the door. But one sunny afternoon in the spring, I came home to find my great auntie Emma sitting with a Santa-like figure at the picnic table Dad had built, having the time of their lives. As I looked around the corner, I smiled. She can handle it. I thought, a hobo and my great aunt having a party. There always seems to be a hobo at the door, but most of all I remember biking to the train station on the north side of town and hiking back in the woods on the other side of the tracks. There was a large dip below the hill where a fire in the middle and a group of hobos cooking their food, drinking from a bottle of booze, I suppose. I didn't know at that age. They always welcomed us. The hobos were our friends. There's always, it seems, to be hobos at the door. And now we were at theirs. Later I found out some wanted to be on the road, but others had had really bad luck. Lost everything and were searching. Like we all search, I suppose. A few were thieves, dangerous, but that didn't seem to bother us. Heard Larry Penn a while back, an old folk singer that I'm sure many of you are familiar with. Great storyteller, telling us stories of the hobos he'd met. It's been a long while, but maybe we are all hobos if we really think about it. Bodhisattvas, Buddhas holding back to serve others on their search. A kind of spiritual hobo, maybe. Remember, wake up. There's always a hobo at the door, and it might be you. When you get old, you dry up really quick. I always read this. I've read this poem probably at this marathon for many times, at least since it was written. A congregation I served up in west central Wisconsin. I got to know the husband of my secretary pretty well. And one Monday morning, the sheriff called me and told me to come to his office. And he asked for me to help him. And then when I got there, he told me that Mike had been found in the woods. He'd taken his own life. He was a sailor. You'll hear about that in the poem I'm going to read. And that was probably one of the roughest weeks of my life at that time. and actually got me to rethink my military time and connect with wonderful guys like this and gals and work for peace. But it was a tough call to go over to the church office and tell my secretary that her husband had taken his life. Surprising God. How does one surprise God? I have heard the door or the gate is not locked, it's always open. Every day I think of Mike. He told me about the riverboat he was on. The murky river water with many small boats alongside, action all around. He was a sailor on a ship. What the hell was he doing on a riverboat? He even asked now. Can't remember the name of the river, but it was Nam. You come home from war, you are different now. No one seems to know that. Glad you're home, bro, glad you're back, sis, they say. Yes, you are home. But then there is the addiction, not of killing, but of forgetting. The time comes to report, remembering one's service out in the woods, away from it all. There is a standing at attention, hair and beard trimmed at muster for the last time. There was a strange silence afterwards. How does one surprise God? I have heard the door or the gate is not locked. It's always open, never closed. Okay, I know that I'm cheating right now. Somewhere in all of this. No, I guess not. I really encourage you to look up a poem by Mary Oliver called One World. I think it's something everyone needs to hear. And we need not give up, but stand our post. There is a famous Old Testament scholar who has become my friend because he calls prophets poets. Murmurers. Try to say that quick when you've had a couple beers, huh? Murmurers. And this whole room is filled with the murmurers. We need to stand our post for peace and justice. Thank you.
If everybody from the veterans group would like to have a picture, we'll take your picture. You know, a group picture.
What? Stories. I've heard them before, but they were powerful. Coming, Doug? Coming.
One second, because I'm going to ask you to do it.
Don't forget Doug here.
I'm trying to find a place.
Hang on. Okay.
Would you do one more? Thanks.
2, 3.
What's after 3?
excited to have Ed Werstein come up and introduce the Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets Hour.
Good afternoon. I am a former board member of the Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets. I recently passed off the regional duties to Jim Landwehr and Catherine Yetz, but I hung on to my responsibilities for curating our hour at Woodland Pattern because I love doing this and I love Woodland Pattern. And thank you all for being here. The Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets has been around we'll be celebrating our 75th anniversary this summer in June in Madison. And if you want to know more about us, you can find us at wfop.org, where you'll find a store and you can buy really cute merchandise like this hoodie that I'm wearing. We have a little different alignment than you'll see in your program. One of the poets who is scheduled to read with us, a poet from Madison by the name of R.B. Simon, unfortunately passed away several weeks ago. So we're going to start off the hour with two Madison poets who are going to read some of R.B.'s poetry and some of their own. And after that, we'll be going in alphabetical order. And I'll mention again, but just so you're aware, we'll be reading Tom Erickson, then Annalisa Finkel, Elizabeth Harahy, Frasier McKee, Amanda Reevey, and then I'll be back. So here are former president of the fellowship, Ronnie Hess, and Martha Kaplan.
So R.B. Simon died unexpectedly in January, just a few weeks ago. According to her biography, we'll swap off. She was queer, black, fat, disabled writer. Some of us remember her as gentle, kind, and funny. She was the author of Good Truth and a full-length collection, Not Just the Fire, released in 2023 from Cornerstone Press. Bird, Bone, Blood was due out from Milk and Cake Press in 2025. She lived in Madison with her spouse and 2 daughters. So Martha and I are going to trade off reading R.B.'s poems, and I'm going to start with one called Creeping Charlie. For Lavender, in memoriam, May 6th, 2020. The dragonflies dove between the shafts of sunlight as the baby sat in sweet swaying grass next to the weed-packed bucket. We talked hours, our labors hardly labor, before falling into companionable silence, gingerly tucking the inconsiderate vines from between the irises in Derek's garden. The humid earth called me back. We chatted idly about flower transplants, school trips. I was meticulous with spade and glove, coaxing the fertile soil back smoothly until, reluctantly, you admitted defeat, making silent, round-eyed apologies. You scooped up baby, offered goodbye hugs, were swallowed by the shadows of the cool sanctuary of indoors. I lingered, tidying the garden, pulling up the last of the Charlie vines, as if everything wrong could be rooted out, as if I could pull it all from Mother Earth's body to save yours, toss it all among the compost to spread among the irises and grow you one more day.
Can you hear me? Because I can't see you through this.
All right, thanks. I'm going to read a poem called Second Harvest. She is such a tiny bud, a raw with winter-scrubbed potential, born to high winds, to parents of dune thistle, grandparents of red baneberry, lost in a rough country of ancestry, not recognizing oak from aspen, from elder. I want to bring her baskets of our fruit, crops of blackberries or little wild strawberries, just plump enough to crush between teeth, to burst open and stain the lips. I want them tart with her lineage, of who she was grown to be, of how she was rooted 1,000 years ago. And I am no master gardener, unskilled at pruning or coaxing bud to blossom. I can't tell sly weed from straining sapling, except for this one glorious shoot. So go ahead, dance, little one. Let your bare toes take root everywhere they will. Let the wind shake loose your laughter like seeds, and let it settle, flatten, sprout, and seek new sun. This is no longer my harvest.
After the playground. Standing in darkness, fingertips dulled with cold breath, a bird in my throat, I am swimming in potential, eyes grazing the stars. Frantic for compass points, nothing is static under me, the ground undulating at your approach, floating, frightened, fevered. There are so many things we can give each other, so many we can take away. During the day, children play here with the same sort of abandon, their zoom and frenzy, propelling the blood through hearts, jumping and thudding with a joy that echoes in the throbbing of my own. For years I have been bud, bloom, browning petals, no child. I am finally firmly planted, perennial, but today I am lying fallow, hoping for an early spring.
And I am reading a poem called Reincarnation, and she puts the re in parentheses. Like all birds, mythical or not, there is an egg inside darkness, an ember, as the fiery sliver lies within its yoke of ash. Days uncounted, for days are of no consequence, curled as they are in endless coils. It is no easy thing, birthing, when all you remember is the sweltering dark. Yet driven by the body's demand for burning, white-hot beak demanding exit, a sudden influx of oxygen as flaming wings spread wide, at once aloft. In the end, what makes you a phoenix is not just the fire, but the flight.
And this is the last one that we'll read. Happiness 2, parentheses, bubble. When I think of happiness, I think of fragile things, of an exquisite existence in between the closing and opening of my eyelids that can dissolve or shatter in slow motion, like the bubble blown from the pale pink perfection of a child's lips, trembling in its ascent, an angelic symphony of opalescence, until that globe caught by a wild wisp of wind bursts and nothing, no shadow or shell remains to show it was ever really there. So I want to thank Anne Kingsbury and Karl Gartung, who I got to know way back when, and had it not been for them introducing me to woodland pattern, I wouldn't be here today. I date back to the dial a poem. Some of you may remember that. You would dial a number, and then somebody would read a poem. It was brilliant. So I'm bookending. I'm also trying to figure out which goes where. Ha. Okay. Going to read a few of mine and bookend with one of mine, and also start out with a poem by Muriel Rukeyser. There are lots of poems that people have been reading to try to understand now. And this one particularly touched me because my mother, shortly before she died, she was born in 1910, said that she had seen 3 world wars, when in fact she had only seen 2. So this is called Poem by Muriel Rukeyser. I lived in the 1st century of world wars. Most mornings, I would be more or less insane. The newspapers would arrive with their careless stories. The news would pour out of various devices, interrupted by attempts to sell products to the unseen. I would call my friends on other devices. They would be more or less mad for similar reasons. Slowly, I would get to pen and paper, make my poems for others unseen and unborn. In the day, I would be reminded of those men and women, brave, setting up signals across vast distances, considering a nameless way of living, of almost unimagined values. As the lights darkened, as the lights of night brightened, we would try to imagine them, try to find each other, to construct peace, to make love, to reconcile waking with sleeping, ourselves with each other, ourselves with ourselves. We would try by any means to reach the limits of ourselves, to reach beyond ourselves, to let go the means, to wake. I lived in the 1st century of these wars. So some of you may remember I came out with a book called Ekphrasis. I won't explain what Ekphrasis means, but it was published last year, and at Woodland Pattern I read from my poems. So the hens are gone now, but their memory lingers on, and so these are some hen poems that couldn't stop being born. So this is on losing a hen, on setting it or her free. And it's a Golden Shovel poem, so here's the quote. These hills hold astonishment for me. There is no getting accustomed to them. Nan Shepherd, The Living Mountain. She's gone. And who's to ask what these late summer days are like for her up in the hills of an unglaciated landscape? We could not hold her in our backyard, knowing astonishment was what she pined for, a free range, wild grass for her contentment, and a community of friends. Me, I'm happy knowing I have done the best for her. There along the Ice Age trail, down a slope where wind is pure. Yet there is no getting around the missing, no jumping of her up and down when I come by. I'm getting along, going about my business. I become accustomed to a lonelier life, absent her unique vociferations to what the other hens could never offer. No. Not them. And then I was driving home one day from having been at a reading at the Friends of Laureen Niedecker in Fort Atkinson, and I said, oh my God, the poem, it's too long. Be like Laureen. So here's the Laureen Niedecker version. She's gone, these late summer hills now will hold her astonishment each morning for gifts from me. Freedom there where wind is pure still no doubt takes getting used to, accustomed rock, soil, water, air to be among them. I learned a lot from that. Her name was Barred Rock. She was a barred rock hen, B-A-R-R-E-D, B-A-R-D. She's still alive, I hope. So this is another one, chickening out. The hens are gone, dead of night, grabbed from behind while they were roosting quietly, a bit like sleep facing the wall, the west. Packed in the crate, they were silent, perhaps the least flutter to pull in their wings, a drive in the dark to a certain fate, off with their heads. I never took to them, called them the meanies, how they ganged up on the others, strutted, brooded, laid less than their breed is famous for. Still, we fed them for 4 years, and they us, longer than most. Still, you can't help thinking you've killed 2 living things. Farewell, Big Red, and Little Red with the club foot. May the cleaver have been swift. There's more. I lose myself. Oh my. May the cleaver have been swift. Anyway, what happened was, and may no unsuspecting people in the neighborhood have known about it. Oh, your cries, not a bother to the unsuspecting neighborhood. Okay. And so this is my last poem. And as I said, I was trying to bookend Muriel Rukeyser. I'm just trying to make sure that I don't screw this up again. But if I do, what the hell? Okay. A country I cannot fathom, which I'm also calling, I'm afraid, ich habe Angst, yo tengo miedo. For months, I have done the work, perhaps not as much as I could have, but what seemed balanced, right. Still, it's easy to canvass neighborhoods where people think like you. I knew the odds, but expecting the worst doesn't mean you're ready. Each day now is waking into a bad dream. Getting up, going forward, has not become easier. I don't know where I am. What is it like to live in a country where you cannot fathom what citizens have done? When the blows you feel are physical, body torn, a rock stuck in your chest. A friend calls this ambiguous loss, a kind of grief with no associated rituals of grieving, no funeral, no burial, no one to sit with and mourn, and a missing of what could be. She says, make a list of what was lost. Joy in moving forward, making history, working toward peace, human rights, a repudiation of cruelty, lies, misogyny, and hate. But this is not enough. What more must I say? We gather, we read our thoughts and fears, we walk with words, community, action, truth. Tell me what to do, whose hands to hold, the people I need to love. I woke up this morning doing an inventory of rooms in my house. There's no place I can hide somebody, no place to hide someone. Thank you.
So it's me again, Martha Kaplan. I have just 2 poems for you today. Is this on? I can't. You can hear me? Okay. No echo. So the first poem is a little esoteric at moments. So it is after Wanda Coleman. How many people know of Wanda Coleman? Oh, good. Okay. Because it seems to me that for a very long time, she didn't get the kind of notice that was needed. She was a brilliant poet and was, often her brilliance was not recognized. And she sort of invented, not exactly a form, but an against a form called an American sonnet. And that has appeared now with other poets. And the other thing, I've been doing a lot of history reading. I have really all my life. And so, how many of you are aware of Winston Churchill's absolute absence of body embarrassment? He appeared nude before his people with long silk dressing gown, and he had slippers of pink pom-poms that he wore. So this kind of pulls on that and this time of our time, okay? Also, I was introduced to Wanda Coleman via Austin Strauss, who was her widower, about 2 months after she died. It was at AWP, and we just happened to sit down next to each other and had this conversation. He also was the ex-husband of Anne Moody. Does anybody know of Anne Moody, Coming of Age in Mississippi? It was a book that came out, I'm old, so it came out in the 60s, and she was a civil rights worker in Canton, Mississippi. It was so tense, she was on the hit list, the top 10 for the Klan, lost her hair one summer with the stress. So just refer you to things to look at from the past. So this is an American sonnet. Where be the one we need? Where be our Churchill toes in pom-pom feet, our dressing gowns gone fleet and sunk, and bathtub sailors swim their water graves? Oh, I hurt this day and all this last night. Where go the boats of love, my love? My psychic whisperers ghosted me. Flee from me, who once me rue, a punking screed to scam us all. Tone deaf, a chuffing wit with no tarot, no dice, all the dates expired. I'm brewing bathwater for mine, for her, for memory, for Wanda, for Austin, for a conversation in music. Oh, come, all you fateful and curl. Be like new, be born. Ah, my country, 'tis of a swagger bleak. Okay. And the next one is a cento or a cento, depending on whether you're Italian or not, how you say it. And for those of you who don't know, it's a tapestry of other people's voices. And without giving you exactly who, I'm going to give you a list of who they are. And some of you might hear some of it, recognize some lines. So the poets cited in here: Jack Gilbert, John Wieners, Marianne Moore, Ann Carson, Jay Hopler, Adam Zagajewski, Philip Levine, William Carlos Williams, Louise Gluck, Ada Limon, Camus, Ada Lopez Mejia, Charles Olson, Charles Baudelaire, Dylan Thomas, and Shakespeare. So today it will be a cento, okay? Cento for the Mutilated World, a love poem to poetry. We are all burning in time, but each is consumed in the bounds of white and heartless fields, dots of cyclamen red and maroon. This morning, with a blue flame burning, my nerves open to air like something skinned, and the sky, with the steadfast blue, lizards grassed. The grass was lizarding. I am trying to praise the mutilated world, the perfection of all her fruits and vegetables, and the gentle light that strays and vanishes with the wind, over and over. But the bomb has entered our lives to destroy us. There is a hole in the garden. It is empty. I envy it. And the soul creeps out of the tree. This is the barrenness. What if we stood up with all our synapses and flesh and said no, if we stopped being terrified? For we know terror is where the only alternative is to kill or be killed, where understanding among us becomes impossible. Leave us alone to love one another, completely naked. Nakedness is what one means. We have a flame within us, burning with a bright glow of electricity. Star points of light flicker into something wild and strange, like prolonged echoes mingling in the distance down the rivers of the windfall light. In the end, everything is bare. We are ruined choirs. Thanks.
Hello. I'm taking Phyllis Wax's place, so I got some big shoes to fill. First poem is called An Unexpected Parley in My Garden. It's been a nice June, mild and not humid. Good sleeping weather, as the weathermen say. The hanging baskets and pots of flowers around my house look great too. Maybe they look too good though. It's the thoughts of continuous watering and deadheading that's starting to keep me up at night. I've been totally neglecting the black-eyed Susans and coneflowers in my garden. I asked one of the Susans if love was stronger than unlove because of my other attentions this summer, and she inferred by her winsome swaying in the breeze, only the unloved know. Well, I replied, eternal love isn't possible, especially since you will be dead by October. She shimmered ever brighter in the sun and signaled to me that any love other than eternal love isn't worth the trouble. I got the hose and turned the sprayer from stream to love and gave her a good watering, all the while thinking, you're doomed, doomed poor thing, well beyond any inclination I may have to save you. Our dog died in October, and we're going to get a new dog soon. And this is about that, about my expectations. There's two things. Der Hund is German for dog, you may know that. There's also a Latin phrase in this poem. It is et in Arcadia ego, which means even in Arcadia am I, and it refers to Arcadia as this mythical paradise, but even in Arcadia, there is death and things die. On the day I meet my new dog, there's a slow hum in your soul when you live without a kid or a dog. You expect the kids to move on, but the dogs are supposed to stay. We have a bin of collars waiting. Milwaukee Brewers, Clinton Keen, Burberry, this collar kills fascists. When we go to the Humane Society, there will be a little dachshund running out to us, but you will remember your aunts that killed the baby rabbits in the garden and who bit you when you were a kid. Sadly, I will remind Der Hund of the words of his countryman Rilke. At the crossing of two heartways stands no temple for Apollo as you cozy up to the beagle mix. The little kraut will give me a solemn look and withdraw to his lonely corner. There is always some trepidation, whether it is in the delivery room or the altar, and in this crucible of plexiglass and disinfectant, it is no different. On the way out, though, I will stop in the bathroom, where someone will have drawn a dog and written, et in Arcadia ego, above the urinal, and I will be sad again, but relieved. And when I get back to the car, I will tell you it's going to be okay. This is the one. This poem was written in November of 2016, and unfortunately, I think it's all too relevant again. It's called November. My sons told me that November was coming, but I didn't believe them. There's no way it will ever be November, I said. We're not that stupid, not here. This is America. Now when I meet up with my friends, and we don't talk much about November, even though it's November, and that's all we used to talk about. We talk about sports and our kids and our work. Before November, we prided ourselves on not talking about our work, but there it is. My wife doesn't like to watch the news during November because November reminds her of her father and her bosses who did things to her in November during the years when every month for her was November. I sit at my desk and force myself to read the stories about November in the paper. Sometimes I want to shout about November, but the guys I work with go through their lives as if November never happened. I think they think I'm crazy to worry so much about November. Sometimes I wonder if they even know it's November. November, though, is no time to be quiet. Now with the wind whistling through the trees and the leaves and the dead branches waiting to fall. This last poem is an example of an echo poem, ecological poetry. I went to a conference and it was kind of interesting. It's called Message in a Bottle. In 30 years, no one will remember that it snowed here 52 years ago on the 4th of July, and that it was so cold that the high school band had to play in the school bus with the windows down. In 30 years tops, or whenever the last of my sons has left this globe, no one will know that my father never swam in Lake Superior when he was growing up a few hundred yards away from Gitchigumi because it was so damn cold back then. Soon enough, no one but me will even think about how beautifully fucked up this is. To now to be able to swim in the turquoise water of the Magic Coves, to dive to the shipwreck off Chapel Rock, to do the dead man's float in this secluded expanse off Lonesome Point. So I hope you will find this message in a bottle someday, on some shore somewhere, if there still are shores somewhere. There was in August when I swam far enough out to get to the sandbar and stood there for a while. I was surprisingly far from shore, and when I turned around, it was endlessly blue. Thanks.
All right. Hi, my name is Annalisa Finca. I came down from Sheboygan, but I'm from Michigan originally, hence the blue hair. And I have 3 poems to read for you guys. This first one is titled For Peace. There's the peace of the moment before the pull of the trigger and the peace after. There's the blank white piece of the silent snowfield, motionless and cold, the small red piece of the rabbit not crawling away from the fox. There's the piece of the tree lying shattered after the storm, damp wood slowly rotting, the piece before the footsteps and the opening of the door. There is no peace for the winner, the victorious wolf licking its red paws. Peace belongs to us, lying frozen in the snow, hands still bound behind our backs. The peace of the small hole, the ragged-edged cut, the peace of silence settling upon us, flake by flake. This next one is titled Rejection. Tell me, I thought I wanted, but your hands are so cold, the opposite of sunshine. I imagined myself into 1,000 people capable of being loved, avoided mirrors, photographs, recordings of the sound of my voice. Then I stood too close, and there, in your eyes, was my reflection. That's all. Truth is where everything ends. And this final one is untitled. I wrote it while working my way through an anthology called The Jade Mountain, which is Chinese poems from about 1,000 years ago, which don't have titles, which gave me a great excuse. And I also highly recommend the anthology. There are many beautiful poems inside it. This morning, I was smiling. Now, clouds cover the sky, and the August wind feels like winter. I read poems from 1,000 years ago. My words are carried away like tumbleweeds. At the end of this road, no one is waiting with a lamp in the window. Can a place like that really be called home? Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm gonna read two poems for you, and I'm gonna preface them with just a note that by day I'm a biology professor at University of Wisconsin-Whitewater, and that's where these two poems come from. Things I tell my students. On the first day of ecology, a bit about me, how I earned my PhD in the mountains of Colorado, tracing deadly heavy metals that seep from the mines to the headwaters and on, downstream, leaving a swath of loss in those that adapt like the vulnerable caddisflies, who encase themselves in stone. The cost of their tolerance, stress. Recovery, a slow process. I go over the syllabus, explain how grades will be calculated, tell them what to do in a fire, in a tornado, in the event of an active shooter. I point to the nearest exits, like a flight attendant. The nearest exit may be behind you, I say. If you run, stop to think. Don't just follow. Some students at Columbine ran toward the shooters. They know what I mean when I say Columbine, though that horror occurred before they were born. They don't know it is also the state's flower, a five-pointed star in sky blue that makes me think of Jesus on the cross, unable to pull his arms in, yellow pollen for the bees bursting from his center. I demonstrate how to barricade the door. The desks are bolted to the floor. Any 911 calls go to the county, not campus police. And what will you do if I am taken out first? Should it come to that, you must fight. Note the sharp forceps, heavy microscopes, the hydrochloric acid in the flammables cabinet. Together, I say, you stand a chance. Then I begin our first lesson. A story about murder hornets come to take the heads of our little honeybees. About the hope that our bees will evolve to be like their cousins who spit scat at the doors of their nest. And when that fails and a hornet enters, I push play on the video. See how they signal each other, then leap to swarm a defensive bee ball around the intruder in the hive. All those wings whirring, those abdomens vibrating together, generate such heat, they cook that would-be killer alive. Thank you. That one was published in Rust and Moth. This one was published in the Blue Heron Review. It's called Goodbye, Professor. The road to you takes me through former prairie, past rows of houses and shades of beige, each street named for a native now gone, coneflower, blue stem, hollyhock, and phlox. I can just imagine what you, the ecologist, would have to say about being placed in hospice in the midst of such mockery. From the parking lot, I spot a lone bur oak surrounded by lawn, remnant leaves lingering on otherwise bare branches. I refresh my lipstick, wipe away tears, before heading in to find you alone in a sterile room, your exposed chest fading into the pale sheets below. Your plans to retire to Mexico, to live among rare desert plants, interrupted by a fall, diabetic coma, and the closing of your encyclopedic mind. I pull a chair to the edge of the bed, talk to your half-open, cloudy eye. Your mouth hangs wide and dry. You need water, but the note on the chalkboard says to give none. I am the one who gave you Bukowski when you were lonely, words of one old curmudgeon, my gift to another. I recite one of his raunchy poems out loud, and miraculously, you turn your head toward me, close your mouth into a pressed smile, reveal a glint of you in that one eye. I want to run down the hall, tell them you are still in there, but the chalkboard says no. So I lean in close and say, hey you, it's me, hooray, hooray, using the nickname you gave me when you thought I wasn't looking. I tried to hold your gaze with mine, but you retreat behind the haze, my glimpse of you gone. I run my hands down your cheek and under your chin, lean over and kiss your bald head. After your funeral, I visit a tall grass prairie in bloom, whisper one last goodbye. A flock of red-winged blackbirds murmurs across the sky. Thank you.
Love in a time of fascism. You have no idea how much I love you, how much I need your voice with frost on the grass and scary morning radio. You have no idea. With the blusters that almost swept me off my bike, going to work with the youngest activists we know. No idea how much I need to hear your heartbeat through your dance moves. In your sigh, your coughs, your shudderings, I hear your breath and need this solidarity of presence for as long as you will give it. The slap of the back door, your bike lock as you chain to mine, the scraping of your chair legs, the sound of steam off various pots of soup above the punk fundraiser in a basement where you drop change into the bucket against another war. You have no idea when you say you can't focus on anything else. Genocides, dictators, and deportations, shootings in all bleak seasons, your unsure jaw shaking, so tender and your own. Is there any way to tell you how precious, how I hold you a raw jewel, a pumpkin seed, how much I need your unsure gait, stilted and aflame, your worries, a wall of grapes. I want to spit the sour out, ferment every acrid thing into a cup of liquid drinkable. I want you to remember there are moments I need nothing more than your voice when it is feeble. To know you are a survivor makes my survival possible. This poem has the same title, Love in a Time of Fascism. I loved you before we had the right to marry, and I loved you after. We learned a continued knowing that liberation of our truth is revolutionary. I loved you in your most brutal history, when you drove me past the softball field where girls bullied you for being a dyke. For being a dyke, I loved you. And the women we recognized out your station wagon's window on my street on our third date. I loved you under the thumb of fascism when it couldn't see us, erased our love, and when it stared. And I loved you in all houses, the cockroach apartment in Florida, in Missouri and Mississippi, the rural waterfronts of Michigan, and driving through Kentucky, sleeping together in Louisiana behind a double-checked, double-locked door. I loved you through every one of our early protests, marching in the streets. And I loved you as a secret from your mother for 5 years, because I knew it was mostly about love. On our rainy nighttime walks with the dog, when it was dark enough, you let me hold your hand. I loved you through bad presidents and wannabe dictators. And I loved you while our friends were shot, rubber bullets in the street. Back then, I thought love was protest, that I could love you through a demonstration. Even as I knew myself alone, I thought I could will us unbreakable, make us suitable for this fight. Walking for so long into the fires, I loved you without fully knowing of the loving lack. Against you, and even against you, I loved you. I kept in mind what we were up against.
Yeah. Hello, my name's Amanda. I am the co-vice president of the Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets, and I just have one poem for you. It was inspired by Dinez Smith and dedicated to 4 of my friends that have passed away this past year that were around my age. And it's called Elegy for Myself. It's a shame I am young and beautiful and dead. I had wanted to live long enough to bury my mother, save her the dance of dressing me. I had wanted to awaken dusk, wrap my hands around the warm body of a teacup, savor sweet redemption, and hum my grandfather's lullaby. But I don't want to talk about dying. I want to talk about how I loved a boy once, how he sang my name and I his. I want to talk about how the trees sway, yet remain rooted, how the moon moves the ocean. I want to talk about the birds and the bees and the wildflowers and the mountains and the grace that touched me. I want to talk about forgiveness, how wrong I was, I'm sorry. I want to talk about how I laid in a charnel ground, fist grasping juniper. There I saw God or a semblance of him, and I imagined my cool body cradled by the coarse earth. And it's true, it's a shame, oh forget shame, because I lived and I lived and I lived. Thank you.
I'm going to read 3 short poems to close out our hour. But before I do that, I want to mention our website again, wfop.org. Please check it out and join. Buy books, spend lots of money, support Woodland Pattern. This first poem is a result of a prompt from that the poet Francesca Bell put on her website 2 years ago, and it came, as you'll see, at just the right time for me. The prompt was, write a love letter to your biggest problem. Dearest Cancer, thank you, my love, my teacher, for arriving when I needed you most, here in my 70s, mourning the sudden departure of my last love, her leaving a bitter sting, sending me into a downward spiral where you were waiting for me, waiting to envelop me in thoughts only of you, my dear one. What folly to have ever feared you. As I nestle into your surprising love, I know that at the end of our affair, only one of us will survive. There are, I don't write too many rhyming poems, but this one came to me recently. There are 2 songs referenced in the poem. One is Peggy Lee's Is That All There Is? And the other is Leonard Cohen's Dance Me to the End of Love. Title is There's Nothing Left But the Dancing. Yes, Peggy, let's go out and dance. We humans no longer have a chance. The final tipping point's been crossed. It's too late now to save what's lost. Yes, that is all there is. We're through. So Leonard, let me dance with you to love, its end, the final curtain. Man's blind ambition has made it certain that while our planet will go on, of course, our species will have been the source of the ocean's rise and fires burn. It's now another creature's turn. What stranger lurking in the wings has already started in to sing? And hopefully, if you watch any television late at night, this might resonate with you, and hopefully you'll find it slightly humorous. It's called 63 Cents a Day. The pictures you see on your TV screen are of poor poets, some of them starving, unable to pay the rent, pencils worn to a nub, writing on napkins lifted from McDonald's, eating ketchup packet soup with saltines. But you can help. For a donation of just $19 a month, you can bring new hope to a struggling poet. That's right, for only 63 cents a day, you can provide real food, new pencils and notebooks, and best of all, new inspiration to a poet on the verge of despair. And if you donate in the next 10 minutes, you will receive an autographed photo of the poet you sponsor, a limited edition I Saved a Poet t-shirt, and a framed poem that your gift inspired. So call now. What's 63 cents compared to a poet's life? Thank you.
And if everybody in that previous hour would like to come to the front for a photo, that would be fantastic. Come on up, everybody, and then we'll move into the next.
Oh, the cancer, yeah, that's several other problems.
I get that.
Right. Are we all here now?
So.
Because it don't
What happened with that?
All right, and then we will pick right up with the Wisconsin Poet Laureate Commission Hour in a moment. But before that, a word from, sorry a second, I just want to make sure I'm on the right, yeah, okay. So yes, Wisconsin Poet Laureate Commission Hour, and that'll be hosted by Vita Cross in just a moment. Before that, though, yeah, a word from Nancy Dickman, the president of the General Federation of Women's Clubs, Wisconsin. Nancy? Oh, great. Oh, thank you. Wonderful. Welcome, Nancy.
I feel a little intimidated with the talent in the room, I have to admit it. The General Federation of Women's Clubs, GFWC, is 60,000 volunteers driven for community service. I didn't expect the introduction, so I have here self-introduction if needed. In Wisconsin, GFWC Wisconsin has 1,500 members. Our organization has an amazing array of programs and projects that seem breathtakingly complex, but that's okay. Our communities are complex. We're complex. One area in particular that we have focused since GFWC was formed 135 years ago is education and libraries. Here's your little nugget. 75% of the public libraries in the United States were founded by GFWC. So after GFWC Wisconsin decided to stay focused on education and libraries, it turned out that we were a little unique. The First Lady of Wisconsin, Mary Runnebaum, 75 years ago, asked GFWC Wisconsin to take over the ownership of her collection from the governor's mansion of Wisconsin authors and illustrators. This was an immense honor. This collection is now called Wisconsin's Own Library. So this library has a colorful and storied past, and it nearly disappeared. It molded away for a long, long time. But now, we are so fortunate to say the library is housed at Ripon College in the Lane Library. Nearly 10 years ago, the library was named a beneficiary to the Gwendolyn Schultz Charitable Trust. This provided GFWC with lots of funds, but there was a provision. GFWC Wisconsin had to demonstrate continued commitment to the library's health. Well, we stepped up. Over the past decade, the collection has been curated and it has grown. We use funds from the charitable trust to focus our acquisition efforts on comprehensive poetry works of authors from Wisconsin and to fund programs that encourage Wisconsin authors, including today's program. GFWC Wisconsin, through Wisconsin's Own Library and the Trust, finances a poet in residence at Ripon College who teaches 2 semesters of graduate level poetry studies. Friske still in the room? GFWC Wisconsin is thrilled to share its resources for events like Woodland Pattern Poetry Marathon. To help advance the beauty of language arts in our state, we have one thing to say: keep writing. Please keep writing. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. GFWC Wisconsin is proud to be here. We're proud to co-sponsor the marathon, and we're so proud of the talented poets who are sharing their gifts with us. Thank you.
And now, pleased to welcome Vita Cross, who's going to host the next hour of the marathon. Vita, welcome. Thank you.
Hello, thank you all for having us. I'm pleased to be here. Thank you for having me. And a bit nervous. But I wanted to say, I want to introduce myself. I had prepared to introduce everyone except for myself, so please excuse me. I am Vita Cross. I am the chairperson of the Wisconsin Poet Laureate Commission. And today we have a number of our poet laureates here, as well as some of our members and our friends. And I'll introduce each one of them. But I'm going to start by reading one of my poems. They'll each come up and read 2 to 3. I won't take up too much time, though. But I will just read one, if I can find it. It's called Photographs. This is Imagine Scene. So my book is sort of fictional poetry, blues poetry, and sometimes based on the contentious relationship between my grandparents. But this particular one is a bit imagined. It's called Photographs, and it's in 5 parts, I believe. Okay. 1, Daddy. In his last photos, he looked unhappy, cutting the thick, dry ham. For Thanksgiving, he sat alone, eating in the snow, under the crow's irritating call. He should have posed for another picture on another day. Instead, he took the chair to the park and someone snapped the camera. 2, Landscape Photo Part 1. Snow resting on tree limbs, an effortless balance. 3, Mama's photo. Breathe her photograph. She's waiting for someone, light encased, her skin cropped to the moon. Feel her exterior, the outer body shell, cleavage powdered. She's cinnamon. She slips between the eyes. 4, Daughter's photo. She wanted to see her pictures. Days of a youthful black child's Sofia Loren beauty, black and white dresses, translucent skin, unassuming eyes. She was a beautiful child, doing what a child is supposed to do. Pull beauty out from under her mother's inner thigh, wear it to spite the mother, saying, "Look what I took from you when I came out of your womb." When she cried, her mother would say, "See the face? See that face?" It's been a tug of war ever since. Her mother won when she kept the pictures. 5, Landscape Photo Part 2. Heat chased the fire hydrants, thunder clouds. I want to read that again. Heat chased by fire hydrants, thunder clouds. One tree makes waves, struggling to uproot, wanting to run to. 6, I forgot. This is the 6th one. 6, a close-up of Daddy. The smooth color of skin, no visible ending. And that's it. I forgot that poem is true. I forgot. It's not fictional. Okay, so we're going to start with a member of the commission, Esteban Colon. Esteban is the author of Things I Learned the Hard Way, Whispered Soliloquies, and Hell Creek. He served as the Poet Laureate of Kenosha, Wisconsin from 2019 to 2020. He now serves on both the Wisconsin Poet Laureate Commission and the Wisconsin Fellowship of Poets. He has performed on many stages across the southern Wisconsin and Chicagoland area. His work has found print in a variety of publications, and he loves to collaborate with other writers and artists. So Esteban.
Thank you. Ooh, Gesundheit. Sometimes you make me feel like Superman. Superman watches hairs bristle through walls, hears the intake of breath, the way an expectant heart slips, moves from stroll to power walk. Sweet sweat hangs in the air, his nose taking long sips till he hears the snap of haphazardly pulled rubber and tries to focus on the white noise of humanity instead. The vibrations of the earth or the hammer inside his chest, unprotected behind the S-shaped insignia that has shielded so many in the past. Every minute detail lays like breadcrumbs on the floor or chalk marking the walls of a mundane maze till he returns to the center where she remains, eyes upwards, screaming like they were drowning, like they were on fire, like they were trying to force the air around him to burst into flame, like they could see him watching. For a blissful tick, a wobble of the world so short the strings holding it together could be seen and played in an orchestra, short enough to watch the electricity in his mind shame light with its speed, pouring through memories of flying her to rehab, fighting his own drug war so hard cartels fell and nations slipped into even crueler hands. But ever the investigator, she found her own way, her own hookup. Then angry time lurches forward, on worn gears grinding, cursing an end that never comes, and he is left watching her pupils dilate, her heart somersault. The rush of dopamine so fast it nears the sound barrier, her lungs leak a sound he once thought belonged only to the passion of their naked forms. Before, when their cooing love whispered the sun awake, he watches her body crumple, arms hugging herself as if scared that her bliss could evaporate, and watches the clock waiting for her body to tell him if she's finally taken enough to kill her. Thank you. This is a much shorter poem. This is inspired by the veterans who were performing earlier. It is called Life Doesn't Change Directions, it creates them as it goes. When you need to combine two sections of plastic tubing, you must bring them together. Sever both with a burning knife and mash the molten ends together before they're healed, so that you can open their newest wounds and let them join together. Thank you.
Our next poet is Angela Trudell Vasquez. Angie was the City of Madison Poet Laureate from 2020 to 2024 and was the first Latina to serve in the role. She is also a Macondo Fellow and former chair for the WPLC, Wisconsin Poet Laureate Commission. Angie received her MFA from the Institute of American Indian Arts in 2017, but has been writing poems since she was 7 years old.
So nice to be in person. So wonderful. I love Woodland Pattern. And since I've been here since 2005 in Wisconsin, I only missed one time. because I was moving, and I couldn't leave my husband to move the house. So otherwise, I've been around. So I'm going to read 4 poems. This is a haibun, and I have a deep love for the land, and this is a Writing the Land Trust poet. They pair poets with lands. The land speaks. The land speaks to me, calls from outside the car window. We pass valleys, hills, what glaciers made 10,000 years ago when people moved to the edges of newborn waters where ice chunks broke off, became kettle lakes. The sign says basins where ice lay, depressions frozen in time, melt, mark the earth, become altered landscapes. Birth novel plants where fish feed and frogs sing and mushrooms grow round white saucer hats that tip over in spring from the weight of their halo christening. Blue indigo buntings fly by the stars, chart moonlight migrations. While we humans sleep, our feathered friends leap, follow the call to move. Swans and geese congregate. See 16 pelicans preen, their necks dip to drink, undulate herding fish in the water. They dance in rhythm, circle the prey, fin species. Their beaks lead fish to a net made out of ripples, bubbles of gas and air, lethal concentric circles calling names unknown. Before telescopes, night watchers, moonshine parades, dinosaur return. Okay, this book, thank you. Somos Chicanas. I'm on the cover. When they showed me that, I'm like, no, that's not going to happen. Some other poet will come, so I was happy. But 80 poets, and everyone should be reading this book and getting, especially now. So I'm going to read 3 poems out of this. What and That, Part 3. Who hears, cries, douses fears, finds the lost pacifier. The honor student with her thin old bones, who walked thousands of miles with 3 brothers, 2 sisters, 1 aunt. What did their tiny faces see perched in baby seats, packed 2 by 2, front to back, leaving the detention camps? The building smalls. Their parents' holes echo in their hearts. This is no yellow school bus taking them to teachers who care, who speak their language, where hot dish for lunch is a foreigner. This is where no parents go. Avoid. You can't write absence. This is my wish for us. You, me, we. Circles come back, ancient rivers pour, gather movement, sway us, divine a new path through sandstone and loam, prairie grass and rich meadows. From mountain pine tops to estuaries, the water's cleaner, no litter, no trash floating. All people have shelter. Thoughts river past, paths, collective wisdom, mapped in bloodsong baths, sounds of rushing sisters and brothers splash through courtrooms, classes, libraries, and parks. A future laid out for the ones who need it most. Monarch butterflies and bees lead their best lives. Human hands come together, plant edible forest. We weave, we change, honor the ancestors, the animals, the wolves, the plants, the trees, everything that sings, the sea, all living creatures with a beat, and we breathe. We all just breathe. I'm going to finish with one of my favorite poems. It's called Water Memory Mosaic. And my niece Raven's in here. Water memory mosaic, body of water, boundary waters lace the landscape. People moved up and down the mouth, found themselves among the reeds, the fish, wild rice. Mound dweller remains. Here, see rocks stacked, how they stood on boulder dams, speared our ancestors laying eggs spiraling back to their birthplace. Celebrants smoke flesh at night, sing songs of praise, prayers answered, sustenance for the next season. Finns forward the way home. history in bones. Our cuerpos remember, I tell her, liquid memory. DNA swims in our blood when we drink. She, beautiful child, blinks, believes me, stops running the sink. Precious, I say. Humans over 70% agua. Water is life. All the wet that ever was, here, now, for all. And we walk, enter the lake, splash and race this summer day when school is out. How vast are we in our veins? Thank you.
Angie is amazing. When she gives a reading, she will pull out a whole bunch of books and just start reading. I love it. Our next poet is Lisa Vihos. She is the poet laureate of Sheboygan, and her time as the poet laureate of Sheboygan goes from 2020 to 2025. This is her last year. So I'm going to read her bio. She says, after living on the East Coast and then the West Coast, she returned to the Midwest in 2002. She currently lives in Sheboygan, Wisconsin, where she makes a living as a grant writer. She's an organizer for 100,000 Poets for Change, which brings diverse voices together annually across the globe. In 2016, she was awarded the Vassar's Time Out Grant for her project to build a children's reading garden at a school in Malawi. So, Lisa Vihos, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be here. I'm dedicating my 5 minutes today to my mother, Roseanne Thompson. She passed away age 87 on November 11th, 2024. So, Mom, these poems are for you. This first one, 6 haiku for November. Yesterday it snowed. The tricksters stayed home, leaving all the almond joy. Things have gone icy. The squirrels are on alert. Time to hunker down. One silent moment to breathe, to dream, to listen, to pause the tumult. Leafless, silent trees etch alphabets on the sky. What are they saying? Warm sun bathes my face. Crisp, cool wind rustles dry leaves. Spring in November. If only one day you find gratitude, then you are missing the point. Bodies of water. We sit on the veranda at assisted living, looking across the fake pond at the trees. Their reflections shiver as a breeze ripples the murky surface of the water. You speak of rivers and creeks and how all things make their way to the sea. I can't forget that everything in you seeps from the cracks of your container as dementia runs you through a wringer, a towel hung to dry. You've seen it all and share your cures in dainty spoonfuls. Who benefits from this assisted living? Guilt weighs heavy as sandbags that shore up our old foundation. I know the membranes we wear are only function when permeable. I have no way of knowing where one of us ends and the other begins. A seed in winter. You, a bird seed on fallen snow, picked in the clutch of a chickadee's beak, a feathery herald who carried you from your icy bed to a simple home, the now bare branch of a sugar maple, which not long ago held flaming red leaves against the azure sky, and before that, flickered green leaves on summer's breeze, giving oxygen to all who wandered by. Don't forget brave buds who first broke the wood in spring. You might be ingested, you might be dropped. Either way, you return to the ice below, and when things melt, which they always do, you dissolve into soil until one day you make a new tree, or at least a weed, or anything green, to help the many yet to come. Either way, you nicked this traveler's story, playing your part in this shivering scheme, and you must never, for one moment, imagine that your hard and tiny life went unseen. Thank you. This poem is actually an abecedarian. The warning. An abyss looms as we bend to retrieve all the missing pieces cast off by uncaring hands. Disaster is not so far away. Everyone will, like it or not, fall through destiny's interminable crack. So, go get your things. Hurry. It's probably already too late, but just in case some small shred of knowing should kick in, or if maybe love conquers all becomes a mantra for tomorrow, never fear that which is outside your immediate untraversed perimeter. Go with care and ever so quietly out beyond those damnable rigors of intellect, out to where the heart's stealth hunter can guide your steps. Take with you a beam of your own light. Use it wisely, for you are it, vanguard of the future. Without you, the crumbling mountains of xanthine snow will melt into vast oceans, yellow with remorse, rising too far beyond our zenith to save this sad and battered world. And now, because I don't want to leave you on sort of a depressing note, we'll go a little more light and hopeful. From my book, Fan Mail from Some Flounder. It's out in the shop. No. Let Living Live, after E.E. Cummings. As death be dead and living live, let always all be good and give. Let up be earth and down be sky, and let between the two we fly. Let go by grave and run by spring, let birds be bloom and flowers sing. Let I be I and we be who, let woman man and ours be two. We came and went, each other told, we lived and loved and gathered old. We sprang a bridge, we built refrain, you went in sun, I went in rain. One last shiver, my hand to shake, my body left, I took my take. I even in death had comings come, and goings go, ourself be one. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a confession. One is after all of this fantastic poetry, I would love to read another poem, but I'm not going to. And two, I tend to fan out. And I keep that a secret. I don't know why I'm saying it now, but I fan out, and I realized that when I met Elizabeth Alexander and just shut down. And with our next 3 poets, I fan out all the time. And these are our poet laureates and our state poet laureates, and we're going to go in the order in which they ended their poet laureateships. So the first one is Peggy Rosga. I feel like it's just an honor to know her. She's a fantastic poet and a fantastic person and a fantastic mentor to just poets. So I'll read Peggy's bio. She's a lifelong Wisconsin resident. Peggy Rosga was the poet laureate for the state of Wisconsin from 2019 to 2020. She lives in Milwaukee. She earned her BA at Alverno College and an MA and PhD in English at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. She's an emeritus professor of English at the University of Wisconsin-Waukesha, and she continues to teach a poetry workshop for continuing education at what is now the UWM Waukesha campus. So, Peggy, come on up.
Thank you, Vita. I'm going to read 2 poems. The first one is from my book, Holding Myself Together, and I give the title of the book so you don't let the title of the poem scare you. And the subject matter of that poem, it's about fear. And I think that's an emotion that we may be feeling in, around, up, down, or inside us more than we used to. So, hello, fear. You've become familiar. You remain strange. I try to see how I can live with you. I live with you. You shadow me, but you are not my shadow. You are negative space, no matter how you try to be positive shape. If I seem to address you as positive shape, it's only as a way to confront you as shadow, and thus to shrink you down. That may prove impossible. You are not my invention. History shadows us, whether or not we admit it, whether or not we see it. The constitutional 3/5 of a person, the Dred Scott decision, separate and unequal, gutting voting rights, failure to enforce fair housing. I question God who seemed diffuse. These questions disappeared once fear showed up in the space of shrinking positives. When I saw it, I called it out, and even now, in these very words, unfamiliar prayers to a familiar and ineffable God rise to my throat. But no, I'm not going to leave you there. So from Restoring Prairie, a poem, Hope is a stalk of purple asters at the edge of the tall grass. Hope is a plot of flattened grass where perhaps a deer lay last night. Hope is a puddle at the side of the trail filled with this morning's rain, the twiddle of a leaf on the quaking aspen, the reach of the oak shading the trail up the gentle slope to the prairie, the dense ridges in the bark of a tree. Jeff says, before dark, more bird song. Hope is the bird song that begins with a crow, 3-point, 4-point, call, 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 answer, call. Hope is a human melodic whistle. A small white dog the human catches up in his arm. The blue stem seed heads, their rise from green gold to tawny, almost red stem. Their slight bend from the wind, their own weight, the graying of the clouds. Hope is a tri-branching goldenrod arcing over the purple asters, a bee nuzzling blossom to blossom. Hope is another and another, a butterfly, almost black, red sumac close to the ground. Soft pine needles branch jutting out from near the bottom of the trunk. Hope is a slope, a swale, a swamp, a sibilant insect, a sweep of acorns on the path beneath the reach of the oak, on the path that angles toward the deep pine woods that what I think is a rabbit hole. Barb says, I was sketching again at the top of the hill, and I'm sorry if you missed it. A crane. Just as she names it, again, the fricative dissonance, like a tractor grinding gears, deep belly breath grating, scraping, scapping, bellowing through long, narrow neck, unsong, unmusic, unmistakably Crane. It did not sound another note. Still, it spelled hope.
Our next poet is Nick Gulich. And I'll tell you, I can't tell you anything personal about Nick because that was when I was fanning out and I was hiding throughout his whole time there. His poetry is just that amazing. I hear it all the time, so I never met Nick. And it's because I was just so in awe of your poetry. I'll read your bio. Nick Gulich. He was the Wisconsin Poet Laureate from 2023 to 2024. He is a Thai American poet from Wisconsin. He's a 2011 Fulbright Fellow. He received numerous other accolades for his work, including the Ruskin Art Club Poetry Award, the Black Warrior Review Poetry Prize, the Grist Pro Forma Award, and the CSU Open Book Poetry Prize. Currently, he works as the associate professor at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater and lives with his wife and 2 daughters in Fort Atkinson. So, I'd like to welcome Nick Gulich.
I see so many people I've met in the last 2 years in this room. I just have 3 poems. The first is called After Earth. In the breath of the book, before the book, and after, in the blue periphery of after, in the aperture of speech, in the green infinity of reading, the bleak community of loss, in the terror of the minds, in the terror of the margins blossoming, in the violence of the mind's arrival blossoming, in the perforated space of utterance, in the unnameable hallucinations of the alphabet, in the bright sobriety of awe, in the illuminated wake of wonder, a world unfurling, in the mute cathedral of the interior, in the still uncertain music of the interior, in the porous borders of the image, in the day-glow ruins of the dictionary, in the pregnant lapse of reason, in the seedling gaps of exposition, in the song-drawn logic of the dream, in the beautiful collapse of the house of language, in the extravagant expanse of the house of language, in the structure of a garden's darkness, a mouth in the wilderness, the tongue unraveling, in the light that isn't light, in the open doorway of the eye. Thank you. And then, now that I'm not traveling every weekend, I've been able to write again. So I have 2 new poems. The first is called Some Veracities. I am thinking I am here again where you are not, and of the war which feels so far again, and how I cannot help but see my daughter's face, a mask upon the faceless, breathing only maybe breathing under rubble. That I impose myself in those I live within to witness ruin and deliberate with friends. What is language for, if not to tether us and help us see the bright veracities of otherness, of wind? These days the throats of ghosts fall open, their voices iridescent, scouring the porous outskirts of the night. In each of us the desert glistens, and I love you. Prayer like a vase of ash. Can you hear me on the other side? I love you. Thanks. And this is, last poem is called A Garden Off the Shore. Again and again in brighter water, in the inner glitter of a shore, in the work it takes to carry water for another, and the sound that rises in the space between two waves, and the work of waves like love, like every animal affection, rising, falling, and the call of the falling light far off, which corresponds to no horizon I can render, in the way that I can see again my face within the lake when I was young, enough to think the lake a plate of glass in which my liquid faith might give to me my eyes again in gift of fledgling vision. A string of islands, a bridge in ultraviolet mist appearing, and the distant god of autumn like a quiet ache, and the psychedelic argument of trees, an alchemy of branches, and the mercy of my memory, and the ebb and flow and rise and fall of memory, like leaves and what becomes of them in wind. Big nothing, I live in awe of your desire. Language of my language, your wild light arrests me, as if an unstruck chord instructed me. Belladonna, burn it down, a riot writhing in the center of the flower. Dear chrysalis, dear rain, because the night is blue again, tell me what the darkness does to each of us, and I will bend to it and bear it. Give to me the names you know you're burdened by, and teach me daily how, through every planted seed, to speak. This is the world we sorrow in, too easily the inner kingdom of a kiss, a birdsong ending, too full of silk, the dark horizon of a body. These days, it's like I'm sleeping in a garden planted by a stranger, and everything I can't imagine appears to me that it belongs upon an altar. When I listen closely, the voices of the people I've loved carry in the spilt bewilderment of distances and sentences and time. Because the garden rises from the garden. These are the years I can't get back. Forgive me. My every utterance, my friends, community of my community, amor fati, beloved. Thank you.
You ready? No, not you. We got some latecomers, Brenda. We got some latecomers. Let me ask, I have to ask a question. I apologize. Is Derek Harriel here too? No. Okay. So we have a brief intermission of some sort. We have a poet laureate who just walked in, a former poet laureate from the Wisconsin Poet Laureate Commission. Her name is Dasha Kelly Hamilton. So she was supposed to go before Nick, but she just came in, and so we're going to welcome her like family. So Dasha Kelly is a writer, performance artist, and creative change agent. She has authored award-winning poetry, essays, and fiction. She is a main stage storyteller and host with The Moth, an alum of HBO's Def Comedy Jam. She's a poet laureate emerita for both the city of Milwaukee and the state of Wisconsin, and a national laureate fellow with the American Academy of Poets. In 2024, Dasha was named a Living Legacy honoree by the licensing agency for the legendary poet Gwendolyn Brooks. She's a skilled engagement practitioner and instructor. Dasha has facilitated initiatives in Botswana, and Beirut as an arts envoy for the U.S. Embassy. Her nationally touring stage show, Making Cake, serves audiences a unique conversation on race, class, and equity. Her nonprofit literary arts organization, Still Waters Collective, celebrates its 25th anniversary this year. Dasha will release 3 books in 2025, a poetry anthology, Alignment by Jaded Ibis Press, and 2 novels, Baker's Dozen, again by Jaded Ibis Press, and a 10th anniversary reprint of Almost Crimson by Trait Marker Books. Let's welcome Dasha.
Thank you, family. I'm that cousin that has something to blow up every time you need them there at a certain time. That was me. So my father sends his apologies, but not really, at all, at all. I have 2 pieces. They will speak for themselves, as our poems tend to do. And this first one is about names. It's short. And when the indigenous people of Alaska named their mountain Denali, that's what they meant. Denali. And as a backdrop, I have spent space and time between Alaska and Wisconsin as a human, as a partner, as a laureate, and definitely a landscape and an experience that I would never put on my own bingo card. And this short piece, I think, just shares my relationship with the mountain and the state, Denali. The bedspread peaks and unfolds into wide turns across the bed. Valleys beckon and plunge, creasing the swell of an unsettled landscape. Tinted and silent, high above the mattress, above the sea, a gaze traces the silhouette dips of a mountain, its crevices and curves, sublime under cooling sheets, under the contented whispers of clouds. Little ditty about Jack and Diane, little 2 American kids growing up in the heartland. Here's a little ditty about being black, specifically being black in white spaces, and you don't get much whiter than Mellencamp. And I knew the hit song by heart. Jackie's gonna be a football star. Diane's debutante in the backseat of Jackie's car. And I rode into puberty on the first yellow buses to transport Black Promise across the school district white lines. I tested into all the advanced classrooms without my busmates, without anyone who looked like me, without any charmed defenses against indifference or, at best, lowered expectations. Back at the bus stop, I'd be asked, if there's a race war, which side are you going to be on? Oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. Oh yeah, life goes on long after the thrill of living is gone. I forfeited my afternoon bus seat gleefully for the unexamined world of after-school offerings. I even considered the wrestling team's mat maids before volleyball tunneled my safe passage between the school days. Well then there, Diane, we gonna run off to the city. Diane said, baby, you ain't missing nothing. 2 teammates blast Jack and Diane after a game, and I spin my head at the tune and I move to stand in their presence, prove myself familiar, if not worthy. I sang along with the radio, eyebrows raised and coaxing. They waited awkwardly for the final lyric, for me to walk away, to restore polite distances until our mothers came. Drum solo. I was voted most outstanding 7th grade student that year, handed the tallest trophy and the last award of the assembly. No one cheered wildly or called out my name, black or white. Maybe they'd used their best hand claps already, or maybe they'd suspected long before I could the tittering in the teacher's lounge about my clever questions, my eager disposition, my superb diction, mislabeling their astonishment at my accomplishments, sweeping ancient mountains under a middle school black molehill. Maybe I was more available than outstanding. Change is coming around real soon, make us women and men. My parents were in the auditorium, sitting in reserved seats to my left. Seeing their faces from the stage made me feel better, outstanding even. Faces like mine, enthusiastic and isolated, excellent and ignored, proud, black, and a little uncomfortable. American kids doing the best they can. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so don't do like me. Don't fan out. Don't get shy. Don't have a tongue-tied moment where you can't talk to a poet laureate, because they're here and they tend to be very, very available, and in my experience. So go up and talk to them. Our last poet laureate is our current poet laureate. Yeah. She's fresh off the assembly line because she's about to run into the fire. It's new. So Brenda Cardenas, she will be our poet laureate from 2025, which is now up until 2027. She is a current Wisconsin poet laureate and has authored Trace from Red Hand Press. She's the winner of the 2023 Society of Midland Author Award for Poetry and silver winner of the Forwood Review's Indie Poetry Prize. She's the author of Boomerang, from Bilingual Press, and 3 chapbooks, along with publishing poems and essays in many anthologies and literary magazines. She also co-edited Resist Much, Obey Little, Inaugural Poems to the Resistance, and Between the Heart and the Land, Latina Poets in the Midwest. Cardenas has enjoyed collaborating with musicians, composers, visual artists, and choreographers, which has brought her poetry into musical scores, concerts, dance performances, stage productions, and visual art and poetry portfolios and exhibitions. Please let me welcome, and please welcome with me, Brenda Cardenas.
Thank you so much, Tavita. And boy, are those hard acts to follow, right? My fellow laureates, man. I respect them so much and love their work so much. And so thank you. I'm going to read 4 poems. They're very short. I'm going to begin with a poem called In a Jar. These are all new except for one from my book. In a jar. If all of history were stuffed in a jar, could you count the antelope eyes and owl talons? The suffocating worms, moths, buffalo staining the plains? Could you divine colonizers' gauche lust for the hustle and chase busloads of gold, their filthy blankets, their wheezing Anthropocene? Would you shake the jar? Rattle its plastic potpourri, its acrylic aurochs teeth? Could your ears have ever anticipated the blast in uranium, that the word greenhouse would evoke gas chambers, the code that conifers would create to speak with their deciduous neighbors, secret talk like drum beats? Just think. I might have watched through the mason's glass our final solar eclipse. You might have pried open the lid and stolen an amulet you thought you could use as a shield. Thank you. And this poem is called Flood or Famine, and thank you to Kimberly Blazer for choosing it for a water folio that she edited for Prairie Schooner. Flood or famine. How often have we stopped in the middle of a storm, let rain trickle off the tips of our noses down our tattooed throats, watched it drench a lone red bicycle splashing spokes, listened to it play timpani on the cabin's tin roof, no one home but the sad and small huddling under its ping. We've leapt enough years to know the tender in blues, how precarious the rivers flow. We've stared into the sunken eye of a cenote, searching for blind eel, ancient bones, stumbled into oily puddles, begging motors to cease their grumbling. February's haunting thaws and squalls, swamp ponds, jewel branches, sequin spider webs, drowned ditches, while we feed geese who never left. Oh, agua, 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 our dopamine, will you wet our cracked lips, wash our feet, or retreat to caves where your wounded fog licks the floor, searching for you? And this is called In the Under. In the understory, acorn caps and scaly leaves, a lichen feast and buttery moss, the caraway seed fallen from a hiker's rye quiver with every step. What you wish to document is under the bridge where the blue-black mystic pulses, and no matter how carefully they dredge the creek, they will never find her. But the windshield will surface in the current's surge. Beneath the story, beneath the bridge, beneath the tooth's bed, nerve like a paper wasp in the brain, you steady the dowsing rod that searches not for water, but for that feckless beast eating your tongue as if it were rare meat. Beneath the grammar is a fork in the sentence that turns toward unrest. Don't tell. It barely had a pulse, but the trees fed it unfiltered oxygen, and now it breathes. Thank you. And then last, I thought I would end with a poem that sort of is about, in many ways, what we all do here, and that is making community and getting out of any kind of insularity, right? And it's called Against Insularity. Let us push air into our splenetic bubbles until they contain brimming worlds we can plunge into. Blood orange skies tinged with lavender beyond the horizon we never traversed. Across the line we've never transgressed. Time to purge our stampeding litanies, pistol-whipped plans sutured to impossible futures, manacled to metal desks and manicured lawns. Be with me a forest of deciduous trees, lizard-wrinkled, century of rings rising to silver-streaked clouds. All our granular wreckage, our tin pan scraps are bursting with viridian timpani. Light the cosmic fire, feed it with lungs the size of ship's bellows, spark celestial candles. They will cluster into amethyst constellations like the lilacs we were born to be. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you so much.
not sure if I'm supposed to come back up here. I'll read another poem. I read this the last time I was here, and after that, I just went around just constantly reading this poem. I'll read it again. It's called The Night. So, the night. This night is black, blacker when things are in it. The house across the street is a black house. The car resting in the yard is a black car. The man on his front stoop is a black man. He feels the air on his face, a soft touch. A lightning bug runs into his cheek. He sees black wings. He checks his breathing. If he can breathe in air, nothing is near. Once the air feels used, murky, stiff, something's there, he tells himself. A door opens, his face turns. He sucks in his last gulp, holds his breath, the smells, the alcohol on his skin, the cigarette smoke on his clothes. He sees his dark daughter lightly chasing the darker firefly. Minor troubles they favored a mother who died inside when her daughters were born. His little girl danced around him, around the car, through the dark yard. He figured he was invisible, too dark, too drunk to be seen. Seated, eyes half closed, so he was almost gone. I'll read one more, and that is The Quilt Maker. This book that I wrote is about a lot of Archibald J. Motley Jr.'s paintings. And he had one that just reminded me constantly of a quilt maker. The Quilt Maker. The quilt maker makes each patch a comfort of touch, drawing in the thread, each square old/used, parts of path and place in the fabric. She draws in the thread, each thin piece joined to form the whole, each piece calm and repetitive. She's calm and repetitive. She makes a map of texture in a darkened, quiet bed, each velvet hair on the low curve of back. The preacher rests under the map of texture. Each velvet hair on the low curve of back is a comfort of touch through a particular peculiar knowledge. Here, with the quilt maker, the preacher knows to sleep it off, sober up, piece his life back together. So with that, thank you guys for having us. We're gonna end.
Thank you so much, Vita, and everybody. If everyone in that hour would like to come up to the front for a photograph, that would be great. And then we'll dive right into the next hour in just a moment.
This hour is something of a double header. We have the Indigenous Nations poets at the top of the hour, and then we have a Community Poets Hour. This hour is generously sponsored by Karen Campbell. Thank you, Karen. And Kim Blazer will introduce the Indigenous Nations poets. I invite Kim to the podium, and please give her a warm welcome.
I need mic for the mic.
Here.
Good. I just thought I was a little too, or it was a little too tall. Bonjour, everyone. Kim Blazer, Nindigena Kaz, Anishinaabe Kwe, Nindao, Gawa Babi Boni Kag, Nindunjaba, Migizi, Nindodam. I'm Kim Blazer. I'm Anishinaabe from the White Earth Nation of Minnesota, and I'm founding director of Indigenous Nations Poets. And we're delighted to participate in Woodland Patterns' annual poetry marathon. INEPO is a national Indigenous poetry community committed to mentoring emerging writers, raising the visibility of all Native writers, past, present, and future. And we recognize the role of poetry in sustaining tribal sovereignty and Indigenous languages. I want to extend my gratitude to Woodland Pattern Book Center. Jenny and Laura have been instrumental in helping us launch this organization, and they are also, the Woodland Pattern is our fiscal receiver, so they've been utterly amazing, and we couldn't have done this without them. I also want to acknowledge Nick Dembski back there, because Nick also was really important to me when I was just thinking through this process of forming Indigenous Nations Poets, and he also serves on our advisory board because you can never have enough advisors. So there are 3 of us here, and I hope you also tune in to the virtual, since we're a national. We have people from Alaska all the way to Guam, Hawaii, and everywhere in between. So some of our work is going to be shown virtually tomorrow. But 3 of us are here in person. Alexandra Delcourt, Tacey Addisey, and me. I'll read last. So please welcome them. We're not doing bios because we're giving you more poetry.
Hi. Well, I struggle with this paper real quick. So I'm going to read 3 for you today. All 3 are the result of a road trip I took with my mom, my aunts, my cousins to my grandfather's funeral in 2015. So, The Highwayman. For Christmas, the stars have descended from the perches of night to hang like dusty dreams from the ceiling. Streamers of yellow and blue dangling below in the humid breeze next to dried meats, candy, bananas. The war never ended here, merely hid itself in the violent heat, disguised the sky as a tangle of black wire, crept up onto the side of buildings like ghostly handprints. In the middle of it all, you sit beneath a cracked Coca-Cola sign by the roadside like some strange postcard I might have picked up in a consignment shop. I take a picture of the sign, your ripped cargo shorts, and in it you look contemplative. I assume you are thinking of family, how far away you are for the holiday, though I never do ask. The rest of us crowd into the van like chickens, breathing sweat, trying to swim the space between America and wherever here is, as if thousands of miles could fit into a single human skull without the stretching involved in atomic expansion, enough to pull the heavens down, to twist time into a rope into a noose. Outside the tinted window, the deep jungle falls away into desert as we rise, like believers above the clouds, arrive beneath unexpected pine, birch, everything upside down, all of us and you somehow continuing. The funeral. The graves were strange, stacked akimbo like mismatched blocks, like stairs to a place that is all directions at once. A free place with black grime climbing its walls, white plaster holding cells adorned with Juliet balconies and cellophane stained glass windows. The old women carried umbrellas that filtered the sun, turned the ground a red and blue beneath our procession, your second death march. I couldn't stop staring at those umbrellas floating like lanterns on stagnant water, like some heaven suspended above us, unquestioned by you or someone else. That heaven is full of blooming steam, of shoeless children marshaled around fried chicken carts, wrinkled men on plastic patio chairs playing chess beneath maroon awnings, their cold colas dripping, stained ochre from dust or smears of clay. After the prayers, the priest spoke to the widow. A stray dog crossed our path, and you left to wait in the car. Later, you told me about riding atop the speeding bus, how your hands, frozen and dew-soaked, played against the mountain wind, gripped the metal luggage racks tight around sharp curves. You've ached for that freedom ever since. But this place gets pretty close. Young men on motorcycles blinking in and out of low-wattage streetlights, echoes of carolers on Christmas Eve, veggies boiling in metal pots, ancient men rendered in twisted wrought iron, woven willow scattered, sunlight like lace or cool water poured over our upturned faces. Underfoot. In my dreams, the bones beneath my feet can talk, like rugs unweaving underfoot, where gold still ripples beneath rooftop landscapes, dotted concrete and tar beneath liquor bottles, kicked like sidling transparencies of time, centuries of crimson roads, wagon trails, broken bells, ambulance sirens, and American Idol reruns. Their voices come like waterfalls of salt and soot, roadside runoff. If it's a war out there, it's a war in here. A rushing whisper in your ear, like a pitted quarry, smokestack and fume, gray like dusk stealing color from sunset hills and carved up bluffs, these winding human streets, a burning house. Everywhere we go these days, we belong somewhere else, it seems. Somewhere beyond truck stops, laundromats, rusted benches, unwashed plates, rotted red porches half fallen from their houses, crusts of old breads, cracked windows, some long and never-ending odyssey, this quest for some imagined paradise, our magnum opus, a desecrated pilgrimage we barely finish. Something's gone from this place, and we've known it for a while now. Something beyond clear water and pristine breath and unsoiled snow. Something greater than an earthly rapture, a peaceful sunrise, a thing one, a potential only, like Atlantis or a thing diminished, murky with life or without, used, discarded, buried, like so many grandmothers, mothers, daughters forced into sleep. They're dreaming, that place where they are only memory and rushing winds and whispers and undertones. But still, if you listen closely, you can hear them even now. Survive, survive, survive. Thank you.
I started weight training. I'm supposed to train to compete in a weight training competition here in Milwaukee in August. So I'm sore, can't hardly get up. Doing the deadlift yesterday. My trainer, he's this 88-year-old gentleman who's competed over 100 times. Anyway, side note, I didn't mean to say that. Yad eshe sani erol ina dashe jene sen ahabetli nashlan takatne sati bashish chin takabahe dashe do hashk ahad dashanala. I printed out the poems that I'm going to read, well, at least one poem, just so you can sort of see the form. I'm reading 3 poems from my bestiary. I'm writing a Navajo bestiary, the Navajo Monsters, and it's written in a 15th century form called emblem poetry. It's got the title, a motto, impressa, a figura with the border, and then it has a 12-line sonnet. in 2 stanzas. The first stanza is deictic, and the second one is didactic. So I hope you enjoy these sonnets. Well, emblems. A jingle girl. There's a story my people tell about a girl who, in her shadows, rose into a she-bear. The night she portrayed her brothers, a whirlwind of silence or a coyote possessed her bare self. Time of loneliness, heart skin flayed, lain over coals, beneath the shade of juniper. I sat, age 11, seduced by pages of dark fur and flame. Hojongo, otherwise you'll jump into the flame and become blind, just like her. Masane warned before turning to dump cut cedar near the fire pit. She began to hum night songs in ember light, bearing fang and gum. Yaitso, big giant. It's when I forget my face that I remember who I am when I am my ugliest. Sometimes when I walk by the mirror without really looking, I think I'm a monster. And this is where I died. Son of the sun, I wanted to write myself an elegy about being sent away, my solace. Sometimes when I'm alone, I can hear the whimpers of a child whose cry wanders in pitch and decibel, as though he's not sure why he's crying at all, as though he's honing in on that dark deep. Sedaho di Zitli, the monster who kicks people down the cliff. He told me how once his mother had ridden a mare to death. In a veil of cottonwoods near the water, she'd bend her back for stones that looked like half of me. I remember settling like a rock inside her belly as she rode bareback at the edge of the river, regretting how she waited for warm cliffs. I've seen her clamber and wail when she went off to be with canyon walls. Later, she'd rock me to sleep. Oh, oh, na, oh, oh, na, oh, oh, na, oh, na, oh, oh, na, oh, na. I can't tell you how the sky shot me to pieces, how my insides lay like a wet mane over river rocks. Thank you.
So, like many of you, I made some selection based on what's going on. This is a poem that recently appeared in Poem-A-Day. I was built by inherited hungers. This is not a poem that names them. 1. As a body politic, we take up space in their ledgers. Yes, my relatives are the salvage bodies of history. We have ways they do not approve of, how we feed ourselves, for one. I have been taught where to find the winter cache of squirrels and how to walk away. As we walk, my brother quiets me. You cannot tell stories until you visit the places where they make their homes. Father said, the garden song calls the pollinators, and we must sing in tune. Nimama said, leave some for the spirits and the little people. And what she meant was, we are small in the green, frayed body of belonging. We learn from Makwa, from Mahingan, sometimes even from Manabuju. By this I mean, not everything tattered is ruined. 2, they believe I was built of equations for gain. This poem is not an anthem. We still follow pictospirits, animal tracks, and seed paths. Not all of our tools have price tags. Not all of our safeguards are weapons. You will not find wild game in our lexicon. Ask yourself, are we the meat they covet? The last 3 are from Ancient Light. In the pause before you speak, you will wonder who brought crimson, who dared scarlet the white place setting. I am not saying I sent my doppelganger, not saying, but you will wonder. At your toast, more than one eye will dart, the room will fill with uninvited. You will want the applause to sound different, less like red hands, red dresses, red hollow. You will wonder what went wrong in America, this real estate you call your country. I am not saying the fabric is unraveling, pulling apart where your voice has snagged, but you will hear mumbles about fires and climate. Your eyes will burn in the silence of who to blame. I have 2 more slightly softer poems. The first was published by Peggy Razga in Through This Door. I'm not sure if Peggy's here. Miigwech, Peggy. And the name in here should really say the way we love something small. Alaskan poems you didn't write live like drum beats under your skin, whisper, scratch you on the other side of sound. What is meter but another word for memory? Caribou bending to water in blue light. The unreality of mountain peaks at dawn. Endless tundra littered with shed antlers, all jagged and boned, glimpses of eternity. We watch days bump suns in Alaskan skies, our pockets empty of words for measure. How eloquent this lapping against singularity. And Indigenous Nations Poets has been, we launched a focus on language back. I'm not throwing things at you. That doesn't mean I haven't been throwing things. So we launched Language Back, and I'd love to tell you all about it, but you can visit our website. I wanted to just share a poem that pays attention to my own experience of reclaiming Indigenous language. Akaway, a prelude. Between languages, in the shadow of old losses, we adorn ourselves. Everywhere careful words break, open, they feed us, remembrance like bread. Songs like bread, Wikwandawin. Inhabited, we whisper sort tongue hungers, this blood caress of gone and almost melody. Nuji Ikwewe Nagamo, courting song, how we yearn for morsels, words, memory tangle of hands kneading the quasi-gun, this dollop of sweetest dough, a language prisoner's bread. This is to hunger, buck a day. This is to break, be goshkad. To speak is to eat, wikwandawin, feast food, our jagged stuttering, a giveaway. Muddy o idiwug, this is to share. Chimigwech.
Thank you, Tacey and Alexandria and Kim. Thank you, Inapo. If you check your programs, you'll see that tomorrow between the 1 and 3 p.m. hours, there are screenings of Indigenous Nation poets, and you can view those on site or via Crowdcast. So this begins the community hour. I'd like to thank again our sponsors, and that's Karen Campbell and Kevin Ronnie. The first poet in the community hour is our 2024 Emerging Poet Fellow, Tasneem Jassar. Please welcome Tasneem.
Hi. What I hear when my mother sobs. When my mother sobs on my lap, I hear the veins in her hands weeping as they held me in that doctor's office. I hear her ankles' fingers scratching her feet, begging her not to walk down that aisle. I hear the polka dots on her apron crying when he said her chicken pie didn't taste good. I hear how her screams are even louder now than when she gave birth to me. I hear and watch the tears trying to grab onto any wrinkle on my mother's face. I hear her hijab drenched from her tears, gasping for air. I twist it and squeeze the tears out. I lay my head on her shoulder. So much I could say to her, but instead, I tell her how her pie tastes like warm bits of a melted golden sun, leaving mellow memories on my tongue. When my mother sobs on my lap, I hear her cry the same way I cry. Eldest daughters always seem to have so much in common. During a car ride, you ask your displaced Palestinian father about home. You switch the conversation. You switch the conversation after you ask your father, Baba, why didn't you take pictures of your house when we visited Betin? And you have asked this before, but you knew you never got the honest response until he answers with tears in his eyes, telling you how he couldn't control the tears invading his face when he went to his house after years of not seeing it. And he wipes his tears off his face while whispering how broken everything was. How the steps by the front door that were once a place to play and jump were collapsing, how unrecognizable it was to see something as simple as dust collecting on the turquoise tables, how there were no roses to greet him at the front gate, how the water well was begging for his tears, how broken his heart was to find the lonely fig trees. You find this surprising because you swear you never saw a more beautiful house. And you tell him this, but he laughs and says, if only you saw it before. If only you saw it when your grandmother was living in it, if only your grandmother was still alive. You want to hear more, so you ask again about not taking any pictures. He stays silent. He opens his mouth, pauses. He goes silent. When you ask your displaced Palestinian father about home and you can almost feel the shattered bricks of his old house entering your ribcage, you switch the conversation. Thank you.
Tasneem, thank you for that beautifully moving reading. Our next reader is Jeff Geezy. Jeff? All right, please welcome Jeff. And if I didn't introduce myself, I'm Chuck Stebleton. I mix metaphors freely, and I'm bad at sports. Please welcome Jeff.
Hi. I've got two poems that I want to read, and I really like that the Native American community was reading here. I really like it. And it's nice to meet in person. Yeah. This poem is about a friend of mine. There's a type of holy work I do, and she affected me very strongly, and she just passed away. So sometimes when I talk about her, I feel like I'm talking to her, so we'll see. This is called Of Two Minds. As I transited from my normal mind to that of the larger mind of truth while talking to my friend, I described how our historical memories with their attendant suffering stand in the way of that transition. Early on, I had some awareness of that shift in comprehension amidst a confusing array of historical pain. To be able to sit with that suffering and pain directly in the body. Billie Holiday would sing, "Let suffering have a seat at the table." Now, Billie Holiday's rough life, brought up in a brothel with her mother, then she became a prostitute. The force of truth that can move through music arose in her, and she left that life and started to sing for a living. She at times struggled with her own painful devils and started to use heroin to numb her pain. There came to be a song she would sing called "Strange Fruit," which was a song about the lynched black men hanging from trees. She was beauty and truth inseparable. She was threatened by Herbert Hoover, head of the FBI, to stop singing this song. She would not. The result of that force moving through her. As a result of nefarious activity, she was put in jail. When she was released, the force behind truth driving her to continue to sing that song. Hospitalized with a medical condition, Herbert Hoover had her handcuffed to her bed, and she was refused medical care. And sadly, she died. All of us losing her and that beautiful voice. Martin Luther King's father had his own connection to the truth. His son, Martin Luther, brilliantly leading the civil rights movement down a very difficult path, driven by that same force. Sadly, all the way to an early death. And how is it that Frederick Douglass managed to carry forth and survive with the hate of many white men calling for his death? His mere abiding a threat to the livelihood of so many white slaveholders. Truth has its own purpose and time. Then there was the young black woman, Claudette Colvin, sitting on the bus, 15 years of age, not budging from white appointed seating. She described it as Sojourner Truth holding down one shoulder and Harriet Tubman holding down the other shoulder. This truth holding her in place, acting on her physical body. This same force behind the civil rights marches. So this truth has an actual dynamism propelling it. We can see this at the time of the original Martin Luther breaking from the Catholic faith some 600 years ago, pursuing and preaching a more direct relationship with our Creator. So this force, this dynamism, a result of an intelligence arising and informing these different individuals as to a greater truth for the times they live. These different individuals laying down roadmaps for the future, which we are yet traversing. I have a white friend, Nick, who has been drawn into the struggle for black equality, that same force drawing him into the struggle. Being a religious man, he has been confronted by white friends who are part of the flock, but unaware of their own deep-seated racism. My black friend, Renee, directly and indirectly informing the direction of this poem, her courage joining a group of a largely white spiritual community, which I'm a part of. Renee's awareness of the underlying issues of white privilege brought to me and the larger group's awareness. This racism within humans, like a man who has cancer, well, completely oblivious, his impending death on the way, and so it is for this racism, although it appears it's going to take a while lately, the way things are going. These larger truths propelling these different individuals towards truth that are not just words, but actions, feelings, being and solutions inseparable. So I think Renee might have liked this poem. You called. I am from here, there, and everywhere. Nothing can hold me. The brightest color, the most intense hue, the deepest sadness, joy beyond description, everything beyond that. It being explained, beyond the mind's capacity. I shall not be consigned to just this day and time. I have no choice. My vulnerability is beyond description. The places of hardness left behind, no man's land beyond existence. That is my charge, answer, and revolution. Will you follow me, my friends? I stand, wait for an answer. Before and after you, I'm nothing. You are before me and after me. I have a mere glimmer in your eye, peering out of your eyes, being brought into form before time, returning to the source while here, answering my charge between here and there, all obstacles melting in due time. I answer to naught but you, even when sidetracked. Your beauty, my source, wellspring, and imminent direction, heedless of the consequences. I have always been turning your way. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. And our next reader is Ed Makowski. Hold on to your hats for Ed Makowski. There's Ed.
Hi. You're decent at sports, Chuck. Bike riding. This is called place setting. Organizing my cutlery drawer, I laugh at how many butter knives compared to spoons. Spoons you bring to eat while traveling or between classes or while at work, but knives, and I mean butter knives here, only do one thing, and with no added value, just a dull swath of steel. I've used spoons for jam and soup and measuring and cleaning chemicals, yes, even butter. Surveying these rounded daggers inside my closed fist without fear of injury, I think we must be intentional in how we surround ourselves or risk acquiring a collection of whatever wasn't useful enough to leave. Of how I know. I'm in the garage with a friend, leaning over a motorcycle, working to diagnose a carburetor problem, when his phone rings. He answers the phone and begins hollering through the speaker about dinner with his son. I wait wordlessly while they discuss what time, who's hungry for what, when mom is getting home, whether his sister has practice tonight. A long pause, then my friend grins at me. Love you, says his 12-year-old. My friend smiles broader. Love you too. And they hang up. We return to wrenching, and my friend gradually explains that he and his wife decided early on to let everyone in the family know as often as possible that they love them. I recall this moment today. My then toddler is now 16 years old. I think of how commonplace we hug, say we love each other multiple times a week. What a contrast that is to my memories from childhood. How that one interloping phone call across a motorcycle about dinner and the choice to offer an explanation altered the trajectory of how I know to love. Napoleon waited 3 weeks to open letters. Any one of us can become the soon forgotten sucker hero of trivial moments. 96% of situations with a little time, people resolve themselves. And still other people scamper toward calamity as a desperate savior from the quiet of their kitchens. Let them activate. Meanwhile, wait. Remain the guardian of your trajectory, charting sunrises that comprise decades, a patient caretaker of the calmly stoked fireplace of your thoughts. And this is called So Much for the Suit Coat. May have just spent 3 hours walking across campus, attending a meeting, greeting colleagues from other divisions, discussing next year's fiscal priorities, then strolling back smartly dry beneath an umbrella while writing 2 poems in my head, all with my fly open.
Thank you, Ed. Ed is a poet who rides a motorcycle and also happens to share a birthday with Diane Wachowski. Yeah, true fact. If I haven't introduced myself yet, I'm Chuck Stubbleton. I love public speaking and long walks on the beach in a polar vortex. Our next reader is Steve Tim. Please welcome Steve. Steve.
What a fun day this has been. So, here's the program. We're going to do love, surrealism, politics, and then noise. This first poem is from my chapbook, Ornithocracy, which I believe is on sale at our beloved bookstore. So hurry up and buy it next week. Meanwhile, this is called Swallow Path. I'm just hypothing here, swallow, saw, whooping, to the mini crustings for yummy bugs. What I wonders, the personal capital for that, for them, does number or kind. Again, I'm just taking a flyer matter, or is it just drive to vive and viva the life of sway, slapping the surf at cap a strangle? Ha ha, stranger, isn't it? The tongue tingles with the tongues one knows, though that of flesh, yours or mine, to flesh, mine or yours, out tingles any word from any or any tongue. Though as for that, the famous 3 little off yours, my sweet swooping love, come so close as to uncap my heart, that the love it and I hold for you gushes forth, and I feel souped and swayed, and even the slightest bit yummy as though swallowed. Thank you. Okay, these next few poems are from something called Words for Poems. Dark so night, so-called dark night, elegant and or if not effective. Take a heart or so, and so a solvent soul delusion of absolute, the very chin of night is chi, hail, follow, helmet, desire, as cello as that, as violent twoo, to which reciprocate, and a sand made of ancien saxophone, shower off damn soos, cavalry sweatling on call, and cue alike. Is this execution? Is this executing yet? Breather, can you fire me a dime? I was wishing for meanings I can sit or zist on. Why won't you excredit me? Whence this anguish midst the buttes, the bowdy bents of flickers? I sprawl ya on ya, reflexive gag, self-laughing world. I'm sorry, you wanted to go where? Here's a little mini homage. Eerily, irreversible, eerie, Versible, eerily, earlily, eerie, flow, flower, box, Gertrude, Gertrudes, interludes. Reputation for repetition precedes her being reading, read, reading, proceed, preceded by her decedents. Buyers rehearse, rehoisted, immersed, a horse immersed, have mercy, a lore laud, of laud, away laid, away aways, the dear grunt of bearing oft, by just this offerance forborne. And here comes the politics. Oh, thanks. Where is my dread, my dare to derad, my adder in its flinchless finale of fangs? Another fine mess indeed, da capo out and back and headless. Drearer than dread is the beyond the dead, wrecked, reckon, O ye reckon, kings of your own undevising, unmade, keeps are for keeps. But where, oh where, is my little lost dread? What cellar, attic, what interred sanctum, my face, its canonical grin of grindeers and raptupatui, hanker grenades, yet belted like blads in a pathogumatic, anathems from sea of blood to sea of shining oil, nothing to see here, just the flaw, ver out of mund, the whirl, unhold, shang be raw, of whose exactly was it in vivid imagine actualization, parum tadum ta, groans the tabor, fizzledy fluck, flippin' suffice, limp if you got 'em, graves gots to start somewhere, Stonewar sodders, the orangutans will get you if the worryin' don't, and ding and undong, and a tomb of one's others, to lie beside like the troops ever could, singe you free. Thank you. I love this day. Thank you.
Always a balm. Thank you, Steve. Did Brandon Cole make it today? No. Okay, so our next reader, we have two more readers this hour. We have Nicholas Moore and Michael Yanni. We'll welcome Nicholas Moore. Okay.
Peace, y'all. My name is Nico, or Nicholas Moore, from Kenosha. I am the current Kenosha Poet Laureate. Gratitude, thank you. I'll be doing two pieces that are in two parts. New world, nothing like my home. I had a family, a belief system, endless land to roam. Just moons ago, I was my own man. Now I am owned. Another man's property. Beaten or even hung if I don't conform properly. Why put me in these chains? Why brand me over open flames? Why is it necessary to strip me of my name? Not allowed to stand tall. To them, we are uncivilized animals, and their scriptures justify it all. So much death, it takes work just to breathe. Forced to serve, to sacrifice, to believe. How was any of this from God? I could not conceive. I would not achieve the level of fear I would need to survive, so I was beaten, hung, and burned alive. But one piece of wisdom was illuminated by the flames. It said it would take generations of freedom-finding work to gain freedom from this mental, physical, and spiritual pain. Keys to the door to freedom. Keys to the door to freedom. I'm a key, you're a key. He's a key, she's a key. We all are keys to freedom. You see, they tried to bury us, but they were unaware that we were seeds. So we grew from rocks in hard places, determined to be freed. We collectively agreed to gain strength from pain and hurt. We will thrive because our existence is work. We worked to stay on that land which we were birthed by the sun. We worked to survive from that land we were taken from. We worked to live how others were allowed to live. We worked to vote and have proper education for our kids. We worked and are still working today to regain an understanding of our history that's been burned, lost, and locked away. And we must work hard to bring back those that have gone astray because we worked too hard for us to end up this way. We work too hard to have our dreams turn into nightmares. We work too hard to be treated equal and fair. No, we must work. Do only the most positive, righteous work for the future to see, because it took work to get freedom for you and me. It's going to take generations of work to stay free, because I'm a key and you're a key. He's a key and she's a key. We all are keys to freedom. That's that peace. Gratitude. I often confront fear. And one time, fear spoke back. And he said, I'm often confused with hate, especially when it comes to violent crimes. I paralyze your body when I take over your mind to survive. It's love I need to steal. I can make false evidence appear real, make you sacrifice your happiness for illusion of a good deal, make you feel pain, then forget how to heal. Helpless human, hopelessly controlled by me. I give you two choices, at least two choices you can see. As long as you fight or run, you will never be free. They say I'm second to love. Look at this world, I disagree. I know I'm not the voice that you truly want to hear, but you cannot shut me out. I'm your faithful friend. Fear, I will show you things love is way too blind to see. All you have to do is agree to follow me. But love responds and says, don't complicate your mind. You'll find that's not the way. Let intuition be a guide. Hear what your spirit has to say. Let joy grow in your heart. Let all pain fade away. And when you fear at all, remember love will conquer all. Yes, love will conquer all. 'Cause love's the highest law. And also, I am far from blind. In fact, there's nothing I can't see. I transform every being that believes in me. I help you become what you dream to be. The most priceless resource, and I am free. Every living thing would agree it's not money that makes the world go round, it's really me. I am the dirt, the seed, then I become the tree. I'm the process that recycles life. When it's time to die, I am the caterpillar, the cocoon, and the butterfly. To find me, you can look low or you can look high, but most of the time, I reside inside. I am the spirit of forever. The setting of the sun, the rising of the tide, my goal is to overcome all fear. Help the living to become more alive. Create below the flow that exists above, the purest of all energy, and I am love, and you are love. This is love. Peace.
Nico, thank you. This is why we longed to return to an in-person marathon, right? Great. So after our final reader, I invite all the readers from this hour and the Inapo poets to come up for a group photo. And then we'll adjourn to dinner and an intermission. Our final reader this hour is Michael Yanni. Please welcome Michael.
Okay. I write, a lot of the times I write at about 3 o'clock in the morning. I for some reason, if I can't sleep, I get up, I sit at the kitchen table, and that's probably over half of the poems I've ever written were written at 3 o'clock in the morning. And I used to have this cat named Squeaky, and then he would join me at the table. And this first poem is called The Rhythm of Squeak. It's like the waves of the ocean, the heartbeat of a lover, the song of life, Squeaky the cat, purring on my lap. Now, I'm a professional plant propagator, so I propagate. In my career, I propagated millions of plants, mostly trees and shrubs. And one of the things I do is in the fall I go and pick up acorns, hickory nuts, and various nuts. And in my career, I've picked up hundreds of thousands of acorns and grown these little oak trees. And so so when I'm doing this, oftentimes I'm competing with the squirrels, and I've come to really understand squirrels and appreciate squirrels, even though they are big-time competition. And we pretty much do the exact same thing for a living. Squirrels. Planting oaks. It feeds us. It grows our homes. It brings us together. Planting oaks. It taps our roots. It records our presence. It assures a future. Planting oaks. It tickles our soul. It makes us chirp. Planting oaks. Planting oaks. Planting oaks. Is this really just a squirrely quirk? Now this last one I'm going to read is about the term negative space that Margaret Rosga referred to it in one of her poems. But I took one art class in my career and in college, and they talked about negative space. And then I didn't start writing poems until I was in the 90s, but that term stuck with me. Negative space. Negative space. That which is in between the stuff, making the stuff stand out. Negative space. It's the atmosphere of creativity. It's the sky in which the sun shines. It's the field on which the game is played. Negative space. A nothing space. That's everything. It's the background that makes the stars shine. It's the space between the letters of these words. It's the roads that allow the cars to go. It's the silence in between the notes. It's the leaves between the flowers. It's the grass between the trees. It's the pauses in this poem. Negative space. We don't notice it, but it makes us notice others in the totally unselfish, give it up for the other guy space. Negative space. It's not bad, though. Not bad at all. Not a negative in the way most of us think of negative. No. Negative space is absolutely, positively, yes, positively wonderful if you notice it and make room. Negative space. Thank you.
Great, thank you, and thank you again to our sponsor, Karen Campbell and Kevin Ronnie. If the poets would come up, we're going to snap a photo, and then we're going to have dinner. Who's taking the pictures? Okay, great. Great.
Wait, the mic. Oh, yeah, thank you. That during the intermission, get your food, enjoy a little bit, come back in because there will be music from Wilhelm Matthies, courtesy of the Formation Series for New and Improvised Music, which is every third Thursday at Woodland Patterns. So, all right.
Thank you.
Okay. And before I play, I also want to say thank you. Jay Mullerskopf asked me to come and play. He runs a wonderful music series at Woodland Pattern called Formation Series. And it meets there every Thursday. I'm sorry, every third Thursday, except for 1 month. I think I forgot which month. But anyway, I'm representing that component of what Woodland Pattern does. And Woodland Pattern is kind enough to host that musical series there. And as you guys know, Woodland Pattern is the magnificent bookstore that's hosting this entire event of the Poets Marathon. Okay? And so I'm going to play my music here. Okay? That's that one. Okay. Okay. Let's see. One short one, just for Thomas. Yeah, thank you too. Thank you. All right, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for letting me play here.
Everybody, thank you so much. Welcome back. Post-intermission, I hope you enjoyed dinner. It's a pleasure to be back to close out the evening with the last 3 hours tonight. And then, of course, I hope you come back and see us tomorrow. Before we get underway, I just want to say once again, thank you so much to our sponsors, presenting sponsors, Wisconsin's own library, and DeWitt LLP with Matthew Hills and Angela Voris Hills. As well as our sonnet level sponsor for the day, the Asphodel News, and our ode level sponsors, which are Milwaukee Magazine, Dana Alexander Coletta, and Juneau Park Friends. And thank you all. And thanks to everybody who's read so far. This has been a wonderful day thus far. And yeah. So appreciate all those who have read and those who will read tonight, tomorrow. Yeah. All right. This is one of those days that feels like, like a year packed into a day. It's really in a wonderful way, in the good way. Okay. So next up, it's a pleasure to welcome Brenda Cardenas for an hour that she and Roberto Harrison curated. So Brenda, welcome and thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm so glad that you're here. We have 5 of our poets are here in person, and 5 of them will be coming in. They did pre-recorded videos because they live very far away. And so I'm going to just introduce the first 5 all at once. I'm going to give everybody's bios for the 5 that are here, and then I'll just call you up and we'll do that part, and then I'll give the bios for the 5 that are coming in over the screen. So we're going to have Mauricio Kilwain Guevara, who is Emeritus Professor in UWM's Creative Writing Program. And he would like to dedicate this short dramatic reading to his red-winged blackbird and flight instructor, Janet Jenner-John, who's in our audience. And then we'll have Dali Dumas, who's a Mexican-American writer whose work focuses on the intersections of identity, ethnicity, and family. They served as the editor-in-chief and lead copy editor of the 2024 Furrow magazine staff. Their work can be found in the 2022 edition of Furrow, the 5th edition of Secret Words, and the forthcoming issue of Red Cedar Review. And then we'll have Diego Baez, who is a writer, educator, and abolitionist. He's the author of Yagarete White, a 2024 book, and he came all the way up from Chicago, so thank you to Diego. And then we will have my partner in crime, Roberto Harrison, who is a Panamanian American poet and artist living in Milwaukee since 1991. He's authored 9 books, the latest of which is Isthmus to Abya-Yala, published by City Lights in 2024. And then we'll have me. And I am the new current Wisconsin Poet Laureate. Thank you. Thank you. I have a couple of books and a couple of chapbooks. The latest book is called Trace, from Werhane in 2023, and then I've also edited some anthologies. So, and I wanted to just thank, the sponsors for this hour are myself, and my co-sponsor is Jill Sebastian, so I want to thank Jill for co-sponsoring the hour, okay? So we will start then with Mauricio.
Brenda has a Nerf gun, so if we take too long, be careful. Tiny glass suns. My mother was raised in Teusaquillo, a barrio in Bogotá. She called my brothers and me los chicos, the little ones. Andean Spanish is consumed by perspective. Her Ecuadorian father was born in Provincia Chimborazo, named after a mountain whose peak is the farthest point from the center of Earth's core. Anti means east in Quechua, where the sun rises and colors the peak's rust. Or anta, meaning copper, a word perhaps borrowed from the ancient mouth of Aymara in the south. I have seen lines of burnished ants climbing to dismantle the leaves. Fila India, my mother would remind us, to keep us safe beside fast rural arteries. Chiquitos, Fila India. Two Bogotá sun angels, los dos colibríes de Bogotá, the 2 sun angels, flitted from word to word because they were born Andean hummingbirds. They were hungry for whatever syllables their mother tongue allowed them to taste. Mango, amarillo, sí, pero muy dulce. Brisa exquisita. Duitama, cuidado, chinitos. Ya viene la chiva. Out of the blue, they were flying through clouds and into the sun. The next day, they were playing with a toy truck in dirty snow on the Elizabeth Street Bridge in Pittsburgh, when suddenly they were denied their mother tongue. The younger of the two started to stutter. The older of the sun angels flew up to their father's eye level, admonishing, "Papa, no nos hables así. Don't talk to us like that." One day, the little boys were being wheeled into a dark theater. The surgery was called an abridgment of soft tissue. The older Juan went first. He later woke unable to speak. I still stutter. The younger, the one old man Guliban called too. This is from a really funky painting we saw in a football stadium in Hamburg this summer. Lives of the cat, selfie in a pool. I eagled my baby vole, nadi me amuse bouche. I dipped from the wet. I mirrored the Waffe of my Kunst. I embered my tongue at astronomical sunset. I pired my windows until they dripped yaku. I condored the dark, I mountained Los Andes and turkey vultured the hollered foothills of Yins and Yorn. I auctioneered every song off to the lowest bidder. I canopied the chlorinated Los Angeles cheeks of David Hockney, shaved with ginger. I bluesed when I should have azured. I mingused without Thelonious and therefore abjured any traces of the Buddha. I isotoped every element and nose-ringed the planets. I inked inside the melansana glow of each year. One, a fish skeleton, blood vessels tearing up. The other, fuck fascist dogs.
Hello. Oh. Hello. Can everyone hear me? Yes. Great. I'm going to read 3. The first one, you guys are the first to hear it. I just finished it recently. I've been inspired by recent events. And then the second one is like a happy one to kind of ease us into the last one, which is a bunch of things, I feel. So this first one's called Who's Your Enemy? We are outpacing a Hekat on foot, and I am tearing the gossamer air with my breath when you open your doors to us and we cross your threshold. A Hekat does not recognize your sovereign borders, and so comes for my brother in the middle of the night. I bury him under your warm orange earth, so he is never cold again. I continue north towards the land of life, hoping for respite, but there is wind in every pocket of you, and my brotherless hands and my brotherless face become raw and chapped. I meet a spirit woman with fine, weathered healer's hands and hair like the soil whose incense odor keeps out all the drafts. She bandages my hands in soft cloth. We spend many quiet days together in her garden. But the wind does not know rest, and a Hekat comes for our children, first biting my daughter's ankle so she can never walk properly again. It is when he comes for my son's little red strawberry heart that I decide that a Hekat must die. And so I journey south to the land of the dead beyond your borders, passing my brother's bones, and I kill a Hekat with a polished silver blade on top of a great plateau. But I must be changed, for I cannot cross back. Your doors are closed, your threshold barred. Wait, I say. My children, I say. My woman. The second one is about love for someone very special. It's called Boyfriend Bebop. I thought I might have to miss the sleep in your voice like a comet,
just this side of Callisto, a tear running down the face of the exosphere. And while the blues I might have sung about the valley of your chest could fill the oceans of Enceladus, I much prefer the blanketing, dry heat of Venus when you draw me near. And when I showed you the dipole reveller super void of underdense empty beats pouring out of my chest, you did not launch, you only smiled and sealed it up with a spot of your Shapley supercluster shuffle. I need only look upon you, asleep in the early morning, to know why the moon never turns her face. Let's carry each other from this galaxy to the next, where we'll kiss Andromeda and every blue star in her deep space bob and every red gem on her nebula fingers. Gather your constellation hand to my solar system waist, and we'll dance like Pluto and Charon to the Jupiter jazz of relic radiation, that which fills all space in the observable universe. Outside the Oort cloud, everything is small and quiet. Okay, and then this last one is a local fan favorite, and it's called Green Card Dress Blues. 20 years old, Lance Corporal waiting on girlfriend's gravel driveway, lozenge in the lip. Cop car summoned by the call of his music, blue uniform stalking. Up his passenger side, officer taps the window, Lance Corporal rolls it down. Hands on the dash, flash of light in soldiers' hawking tempest eyes. Officers had a long day, looks him up and down. Brown hair, skin, mustache from boyhood. Let me see your green card. The soldier drums his war rhythm on the dash, sizes up for something nasty, tilts his hat low. I don't have one. Hand to baton, coyote in the distance, howling baby in the house, inherited her father's eyes and trigger finger temper. I said, give me your green card. Lance Corporal tries again. Father told him to speak up, boy, when speaking up the chain of command, cuff about the ear to accompany. I was born here in the hospital up the road. Officer doesn't believe him. Lance Corporal waits, watches, lights in the rear view, lights in the house, cop in the car, then comes back. Girlfriend's been gone too long. Officer sounding out a name not from around here. Young, wild thing in military dress, deep breath, sore chest, coughs up an attitude and an armed forces ID. There's no J sound in Spanish, sir. Spits it out like dirt from a hole he dug himself. Officer inspects government card with green lettering, gives a snide smile. You have a nice night. People will be watching. Lance Corporal taps the wheel. Officer peels into the neighborhood night. Girlfriend runs down the gravel, misses the action, kisses Caballero. Lance Corporal, 20 years, steals Tampico and vodka, vomits green. Thank you.
Hey, y'all. That's nice. I'm going to read a poem from the book, Yorate White. I wrote this poem for a literary pub crawl in 2017, the first time Donald Trump got elected. And I can't believe we're doing this shit again, but of course I can. This poem is called Basic White. Basic white is so basic, right? Basic white is double speak for supremacy. Basic white subs for freedom and liberty. Basic white prospers on private property. Basic white takes what it wants when it wants it. Basic white bleeds what it needs to survive. Basic white includes you, if you like. Basic white adores yoga, tacos, headdressing. Basic white buys overpriced merchandise from its sports teams. Basic white hangs Indians, Redskins, and Braves on its racks. Basic white calls basic white business back. Basic white hosts the Zoom call, crowdsources, starts up. Basic white co-work, happy hour, foosball. Basic white tablet, dual screen, laptop. Basic white salary, medical and dental. Basic white annual physical exam. Basic white braces and corrective lenses. Basic white migraine the size of a school bus. Basic white blue light lens flare up. Basic white medicate and basic white smile. Basic white hit send on the Outlook invite. Basic white agenda action item KPI. Basic white makes the ask, gauges bandwidth, talks offline. Basic white Excel, boss border, Nextel. Boss white women echo one another in the boardroom. Boss white echo chamber pats back repeatedly. Basic white charity 5K with your colleagues. Basic white down payment, mortgage, auto loan. Basic white Tesla. Crossover hybrid, basic white push for renewable energy, basic white windmills, solar, geothermal, basic white thinking globally, acting locally, basic white runs for the school board platform, basic white can have it all, trust me, go hard, basic white heavy duty stroller on the sidewalk, basic white post brunch chat right there in the bike lane, basic white drives an empty SUV in the carpool, basic white flocks to pan flutes in the food court. Basic white Chardonnay while you grocery shop. Basic white book club, knitting circle, prayer group. Basic white road rage, office party, lynch mob. Basic white show trial, witch hunt, red scare. Basic white scapegoat, undocumented, disappeared. Basic border, anti-immigrant Latinos in Texas. Basic border, anti-immigrant Latinos in Florida. Basic white Cruz and basic white Rubio. Basic white stock trade, initial public offering. Basic white margin call, basic white valuation, basic white stock dilution, miscegenation, basic white states' rights deregulation, basic white offspring, ska swing and new wave, boss border rock and roll, rap, jazz, and disco, basic white apostolic Mennonite, Mormon, boss border pagan, native, unknown, basic white rally in Charlottesville, Virginia, basic white road rage in Charlottesville, Virginia, basic white vigil in Charlottesville, Virginia. Basic white lack of basic human empathy. Basic white sees things as things, not themselves. Basic white pivots, disrupts, reinvents. Basic white frat house on Cinco de Mayo. Basic white frat house on Halloween night. Basic white frat house made its way to the White House. A basic white power, the privilege, the burden. Basic white lone wolf, militia, they'll murder you. Basic white chambers of commerce downtown, Doric white columns and sculpted facades, like continental halls of government, like Grecian temples to the gods. Basic white myth of basic white Western civ. Basic white invention of the Orient, the East. Basic white invention of the boss white race, boss border come up on you, straight rocking white face. Thanks, y'all.
So I gotta say a few things about what Trump's saying about the Panama Canal. They're all lies. The Panama Canal is not run by the Chinese, it's run by the Panamanians. It was given back to the Panamanians in 1977, rightfully. And since in the last 50 years, the Panamanians have put billions of dollars into the canal. So it's different now than it was 50 years ago. And even conservative right-wing Americans living in the canal zone are saying it's a terrible idea, it's just stupid, and it would be equivalent to England trying to take back the 13 colonies. So, thank you. So I was one of the co-editors for Resist Much, Obey Little back in 2017. And I'll be reading a couple poems from that. The first is the first poem in that anthology by Panamanian American Lorenzo Thomas. It's called Inauguration. The land was there before us, was a land. Then things began happening fast because the bombs us have always worked. Sometimes it makes me think God must be one of us because us has saved the world. Us gave it a particular set of regulations based on 1, undisputable acumen, 2, carnivorous fortunes, delicately referred to here as bull market, and of course, other irrational factors, deadly smoke thick over the ice caps, our men in Saigon, Lima, Tokyo, etc., etc. And then this poem I read in Spanish and in English. The English is a translation by me and Brenda of Aristides Turpana, who is a Guna Panamanian poet and friend. Ya te había soñado muchas veces, y de tanto soñar te tomaste cuerpo, delante de mis ojos y creciste, frondosa como el árbol alegre del ecosistema encantado. En mi corazoncito alzaste tu morada, allí alcanzaste el fondo de tu aliento, tus llamas al fin encontraron sus raíces. I had already dreamed you many times, and after so much dreaming, you took up your body in front of my eyes, and you grew leafy as a joyful tree of the enchanted ecosystem. In my little heart, you raised your dwelling. There you reached the depths of your breath as your flames finally found their roots. Thank you. So I'll end with 2 of my own short poems. The animals are the true martyrs and saints. We chose not to be the animal, but it is the animal that is chosen, not us, after all. And then there's a Canadian writer, Tim Lilburn, who says that we are not prepared spiritually, politically, philosophically, scientifically for what's coming with climate change. I'm still trying to figure out what that means. So this poem is called Freedom Fighter, and I started off with a quote from Tim Lilburn. And he says, all of existence is an isthmus between reality and nothingness. My warriors are invisible and silent. They fight hard for victory through and for nothingness. I am they in the sand, and I am they through the oceans of the isthmus. As it takes us beyond reality, our mathematics brings us back to an infinitesimal principle as we find ourselves inside infinity. Come, we must move through the night of existence as we find the indefinite morning in the circles of our palms and bite through the animal tongues. Oh, animal, you must save us. We are the guerrillas of your numinous absence.
Okay, I'm going to read you 4 poems, new poems. Awesome, everybody else. Loved them, loved them. Okay, this is called Lineage. Para la bisabuela I never knew, or the great-grandmother I never knew. Our lineage. 8 burros fencing a single aguacate tree in the middle of an open field. This is where you kneel, hide behind the blinking eyes, soft bellies of a breathing shield, tails smacking at buzz-stung air. Torches burn barns to the ground behind you, daughters grasping both your hands, youngest slung across your breast like La Adelita's bandolera, all because you packed a lunch. tied a sprig of mint in your son's hat. They said he was feeding the wrong side, so they bound his hands and marched him blindfolded 3 days to the next village, where a noose wreathed his neck, feet planted like stones on a crate. What if you hadn't burst in, breathless and begging, just before they kicked it out from under him? From under the church that received his sun-beaten body, soaked rags and rain drops of water on his clay lips. From under the train that hauled him north, with the woman who housed seeds that would sprout ears perked for each other's screaming when she pushed all of us into the singed world with no ring of stubborn creatures to shield us. Thank you. And this one I just wrote, as you'll be able to tell. It's called Inaugural Assault. When every executive order slaps you across the face, stings you like a swarm of biting flies with their mouths full of feces and flesh, may you be the mare snapping her tail like a swatter, like a sad, tattered flag in a zephyr. May you turn a chameleon's rainbow of colors, each a camouflage in its landscape, so they never know where to find you. May you stalk them with spells, bullhorns, and calls, cold calls, long-distance calls, bird calls, collect calls, cat calls, coyote pack calls, whale calls, crazy howler monkey growls, letter after labyrinthian letter until they dream your alphabet in their cold soup, until they cannot eat without your pleas buzzing about the spoon while your sister buzzing about the spoon. May you refuse to taste steak, teeth seeping blood, while your sister swallows only smoke. May she drench your parched throat. May your sweat be sober as road salt, thwarting the wreck. May your dismay fuel your crocodile spine until we strike, until we all become they, them. May your mercy snuff out flames, torching the home we've built around hope. May you stay awake. May we all stay woke. Thank you. And this is called Deportation. We were all once citizens of snow, born beneath the stretched skins, taut tarps of our sisters and brothers. Stateless citizens of desert doorways so low, our kin had to bow to greet us as we entered into the ark of this world. We each held a bowl of slate blue sky, and wherever we carried it welcomed us home. See, there are no nations, no papers, no passports. There are no quotients in this genius heritage, only jungles of bougainvillea that reach like bodies to the morning sun, iguana tails smacking still air, only ladders to other levels of love. And then, thank you. And then lastly, I would just like to read a poem for my dear, dear friend, Janet Jennerjohn, who's here and who'll be reading in the 9 o'clock hour. This is for her. It's called When She Calls to Tell Me. Her ringtone on my phone is the sound of crickets chirping at dusk in an early autumn meadow, because I picture her standing in the tall grass of the family farm that was no longer a farm by the time she was born, but a forever field with a muddy drive that took at least 3 football fields to ascend to the house like a mouth with missing teeth greeting us. In only one room could we avoid rain splashing through gaping holes in the roof, and it was there we percolated coffee and future poems, roasted marshmallows on the wood-burning stove, fell asleep in our sweatshirts on cots to the sound of mice, a family, pinging kettle lids and tinkling silverware. When the little hairs on my neck stood up at the thought of them climbing on my cot, tails brushing my cheek, I listened instead to the low flames crackling in the stove, to the slow, steady stream of her breath, to her crickets singing. Gracias. Okay. Now I'm going to introduce the 5 poets that we will have coming on the screen with their pre-recorded videos. So we'll have Carlos Quinteros III, who is a poet, educator, and editor from Los Angeles, based in San Francisco. These words were not English. He is the poetry and managing editor of a literary magazine called The Ana. And then we'll have Lucia Hinojosa Cacciola from Mexico City, is an artist, poet, and editor working with language in a variety of ways. She is the author of The Telaraña Circuit from Tender Buttons and co-edits Dissonaire, an experimental editorial platform from Mexico City. And then Chloe Garcia Roberts is a poet and translator from the Spanish and Chinese. She is the author of Fire Eater, A Translator's Theology, and the poetry collection, The Reveal. She works as deputy editor of Harvard Review and teaches poetry at MIT. And then Soledad Con Carne is a casually queer, intergalactic Chicanx punk poet, working poor, multiple high school dropout, poet laureate of the San Fernando Valley, and blatant smoker sharing trauma with their mother. Their debut chapbook, SFV or Die, Fool, was published with Lilac Press. And then Chris Campione's latest book is Windows 85 from Roof Books. His work on migration and media theory has been awarded the Calder Prize for Interdisciplinary Research and a Mellon Foundation Fellowship, and his writing has received the Pushcart Prize, the International Latino Book Award, and the Academy of American Poets College Prize. So we'll hear from those 5 right now. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Carlos Quinteros III. I'm a poet out here in San Francisco. Thank you all for listening. Let's get started. Class notes number 2. Glottal stop, corrupted throats, spitting fictitious fricatives, authoritative linguistics, kill, low, knee, lol, calm, bat, mass, occurs, to rain, terrain, to rain. Storm clouds, buzzwords, kettles screaming, liquid reaction, damning language, mending bricolage before our time is, finding new joys through suffering eyes. You've chopped off our hands and now you want our tongues. This is still a farm, dust, seeds, crops, dig, plant, pick. A lifetime robbery, forcing bodies into systemic pretzels, bending and twisting for wallets, ID, credit cards, business cards, family photos, coke, pills, money, mercy, all at once. It's a stick-up. There's a robbery in progress, emptying generations of their pockets. This stick-up has lasted over 400 years, from carnivorous conquistadors to champion soldiers to exonerated explorers to Hollywood Confederate cowboys to malicious media to perverted police to pious professors to piranha presidents to predatory priests to sadistic slave masters to sanctified senators to zombified civilians. The list of assailants goes on and on and on. This vicious cycle, full throttle, hit and run, indigenous genocide disappearing in the rearview mirror. Blood-hungry executives, power drunk, driving, with the country in the back seat. No seatbelt, no concern. While the rest of the imperialized countries are tied up in the trunk. There's screaming. There's laughing. Crying. Laughing. Choking. Laughing. Begging. Laughing. Gagging. Laughing. America has a death wish, running through the tire spikes of its own law, bullet fast, shooting through a nation. This is Mad Max, except fuck Mel Gibson. Last one, untitled. Society looks at you like you have tectonic tendencies, yet Rarely is anyone born a hurricane. Language labels the storm, setting the zine, fueling the panic, painting brown folk green. Revoking souls has never been enough to pay the American toll. Propaganda punch cards, stereotypes stamped on skin, refuge advertised as invasion, sold to the masses as drastic, imminent, fatal. In this country, only phrases and slogans seem to stick. Single words do the trick. Words like alien. Stripped of anything human, all features foreign and fearsome. Remember, aliens. They are infiltrating jobs and wreaking havoc on American values. Yeah, but some may say, remember, aliens. They are not to blame, for it is the big companies taking advantage of the duty-free labor of other countries. Some even may say, remember, aliens. They work for 65 cents or less a day to pick roses that we charge $65 for here in the States. The disdain shouldn't be toward the aliens, but toward a government exploiting brown bodies for profit. Remember, the aliens, alien, aliens, alien, aliens, the alien, 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 aliens, alien, the alien, alien, aliens, aliens, the alien, the aliens, the aliens, the aliens. They are flowers, fresh cut flowers. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lucia Hinojosa. Thanks for inviting me to read in this marathon. I'm going to read 2 poems in Spanish from a manuscript that I just finished called Templos en Erupción, which means erupting temples. These poems are prose and they're named video stills, so I'm going to start. En el quiebre periférico, localizado entre el consciente y subconsciente, soñé que podía acceder a una transmisión de video eterna del volcán Popocatépetl activo, mientras Giordano Bruno me contaba todos los secretos colectivos ubicados en los laberintos de la memoria. Estábamos sentados en el Iztaccíhuatl y con sus manos trazaba palabras en el aire, que no eran palabras, sino ritos dinámicos silentes que movían las nubes, los pájaros, las rocas, las bibliotecas psíquicas y en ellas todos los acuerdos kármicos de la humanidad. Giordano iba ingresando cada vez más profundo a esta semiótica intraterrestre, y en el centro del magma estaba el futuro, comprimido en el pasado que también especulábamos. El instante mismo en erupción, en la pantalla viva de mi glándula pineal. Tu cerebro abierto de percepción, gracias al sonido de un avión cruzando el cielo a miles de kilómetros arriba de ti. Lenguajes en estados de presencia simultánea. Cenitalmente, en este poema, observamos el mapa de tus ideas y un derrame de pureza se inunda de azul. Es el lenguaje de sistemas atómicos en tensión, la telaraña aproximándose al conocimiento de las mediciones exactas del azar, de canales conectando códigos aéreos, temporales y terrestres. En este momento en el que te vemos a través del lugar en donde no estás, pero apareces en el tiempo-espacio de esta página o campo de fuerza, tus órganos, glándulas, hormonas y células fantasma se han diluido y han mutado hacia tus nuevos sentidos de existencia, para recordar los puntos cardinales detrás de las calles, los edificios, la gravedad y el electromagnetismo, para recordar detrás de la penumbra del anhelo, siguiendo al eje múltiple de la luz. And this is the last one. El azar es siempre preciso, porque existe en un orden anónimo, en el gesto desfasado entre una imagen y otra. En su visitación, Ricardo no dejaba de reír, y como una película intervenida después de eras históricas en 16 milímetros, acontecían fragmentos de su risa en partículas de polvo, en carcajeadas alucinadas por el propio desperdicio cósmico por el cual viajaba. El fuego era azul, el mundo entero se entintaba de él, transmutando la visión en químicos potenciales dentro del cuarto oscuro del tránsito, que revela las horas que volamos por el paraíso. Horas en silencio, horas sentados juntos en el cuarto de espera, en la superposición de imágenes, en el matrimonio alquímico entre fantasía y tecné. Ricardo me decía que un altar es siempre una cámara, y la edición es la ceremonia que pulsa en tiempo real, regida por principios que carburan dentro del alma de la máquina, dentro del cuarto, es decir, el despertar mismo. Cuando llegué a mi casa dejé su imagen en el altar, un still de video que me había regalado. El cuarto impregnado de risa, el retrato iluminado por el fuego, su actuación vociferada por Cocteau. Esa noche, mientras mi altar se quemaba en la edición del milagro anarquista, decidí salvar al fuego. Muchas gracias.
Hello. Today I'm going to read from my new book, Fire Eater. And I'm going to read the first piece in the book, Temporal Saturation. Memory's inscription on the mind can be compared to afterburn on a retina after a flash of light. It is a physical enlightenment measured by the degree to which the gesture, the occurrence, the after-living haunts the individual in blue repetition until they are released. The depth of this inscription and variations in its amplitude are a result of the phenomenon of temporal saturation, the explanation for why certain moments of your life seem to spill or shrink, to transcend or subvert their physical duration, and color differently their surrounding time. Temporal saturation is an elusive measurement, disproving any correlation between quantity and influence that is used to explain both the canyons that can appear inside moments of great rending, joyous or horrific, entombing an incarnation of the self which will never again exist, as well as the median intervals of floating passivity that resist recollection and whose ending is marked by a feeling of awakening, a drowsy startle, or a gradual reconsciousness. High levels of temporal saturation are evidenced by a languorous stretching of the experienced present, which then refracts and amplifies the emotion of the moment. The joy making this spreading pleasurable, the fear terrible, though both poles can be described in terms of the sensation of falling, the difference being that the first is a falling into and the latter a falling through. Low levels of temporal saturation are evidenced by malaise, an involuntary refusal on the part of the individual to knit themselves to the place they occupy. Homesickness, the corporeal and spiritual longing for a physical and temporal point of greatest belonging, is the best diagnosis to describe these ebbs of existence. So, when in your room one afternoon you first reached for my face, placed your hand on either side, and sighed, a sigh not of air escaping the lungs, but space escaping the heart, which suddenly I filled. And in that displaced space, that love broke around me. I drowned, I drown, I will forever drown. I burned, I burn, I will forever burn. And conversely, the feverish, restless years I spent in the city, insensate, starving, trying always to convince myself that I loved the things I did not. The night I called a boy, a beauty, talking to him through the wide night window of the city, talking to him and to the city itself, arguing about who would come to whom across those streets, who would burrow across town through the inertia. Finally, deciding to do nothing, we hung up. I left shortly afterward, and years later saw him at a party where he told me how the part of him that had called me and that I weakly tried to answer was dead, that he had killed it. This isn't an antidote of the one who got away. It is evidence of a state and the proof that despite our magnetism, we both succumbed. And while some might posit that that was just the result of our indifference towards each other, the truth is we were both living through, which is the definition of surviving. No thing presented us with a hard edge of reality. No one acted on us with opposing and equal force, certainly not each other. Is that youth? I no longer know. The measurement of temporal saturation, then, can be used to quantify both the abscesses and the vividities, these gestures floating in great swaths of meaningless automation. Just as the atoms composing a human body can condense smaller than the head of a pin, the self can, like a black hole, collapse, like a poem, reduce. And the proof of the emptiness that oceans those bright livings is how they sparkle and call to each other, despite the expanse of the interims, be they seconds, decades, lifetimes. Inlaid in space, they form the constellation of the soul. A final note. There will be certain people in the life of each of us, figures ringed in moth glow, who can be expressed as refrains of richest temporal saturation. They run like a weft through, becoming so inseparable, you ultimately cannot be defined without them. If you can recognize these people in their approach, these are the figures you will navigate by whom you will plot your journey. They represent the closest approximation to knowing another being, which of course has been proven over and over again to be impossible. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Soledad con Carne. I'm a poet out of California, and I'm going to be reading a poem from my chapbook, Ese Vir Die Food. Thank you for having me. The East Valley has been home since I've been consciously aware of it. My yearning is a weighted blanket, with an overcast pattern, hugging the valley that sits and wobbles on my shoulders. Joseph laughs as we stumble out of Smiley's Market, after beer running into a swing to a patch of park grass. I drink for all the men in my family, who can't stop drinking too. I stretch my arms up high and shoo away ghetto birds rumbling around, too close to my eyes. The dissonant sounds taste like the kitchen sink of scents, from dinner time in a crowded apartment complex. I kneel onto the grass that playfully pokes at my knees and thighs, and grip my hands in prayer. Please, please, send me a chunti girl to come love me right. In your name, Santa Muerte, amen. I offer my daily snack and drink to share with my holy death. The clamato in this tall can that chases the esquite gliding down my throat. Maíz, cotija, limón y chile, blend together in my basket belly. And from his own green patch of paradise, Joseph calls out to me, "Hey, Saenz," though I rarely make any. And Joseph says, "I think we're best friends because we're both broken enough that we fit together perfectly." A smile forms as I begin blacking out into an old dream where Miguel Angel doesn't have his angel wings, and he holds me in my frustrations one more time. Clouds of sage crossing multiple timelines jerk me awake from this faded memory. Joseph joins me, laid back in the grass, and every time we look up at the sky, the rent gets a little higher. The sun's stark contrast to my overcast sky shifts the focus from the difference between my legs and the dirt, where the roots of the grass seem to jut out of my hair follicles. I lay with a mindful eye, watching my body's attempt to process the alcohol in my veins. The failing liver of insecurity's grip on me bursts into a bubbling potion that cures the hesitance that grew up with me. The evening begins to greet me with a hug and a kiss on both cheeks. Sana sana colita de rana. This constant uncertainty will help me grow, eventually. This constant uncertainty will surely show me, eventually, probably, that I wasted this lifetime and the next, indefinitely. Si no sanas hoy, sanarás mañana, the evening whispers gently. Ghetto birds flutter over the brim of my valley sky and play on a teeter-totter with the moon. Just go to bed. Just good night. Thank you.
Good evening, Milwaukee. Thank you to Mike for organizing this and to Brenda and Roberto for inviting me. Today I'm going to be reading from Windows 85, a new poetry collection out from Roof Books, and the poem I'll be reading is As Natural as the Camera. There was always something to do or see, supposing our winter sun and the cordless keyboard cached under an ottoman, light cutting through my body, or the persistence of windows under which midday thinking will again occur, absurd, up close, animals and trees, a rolling basket, the point of view of glass or plastic meant to seem the same. Reluctant to inherit my creator's prejudices, implied and obscured through the universal appeal of optimization, to appear as natural as the camera and its giant slurping tongue. The people on TV then, so much shorter when they step off set, as if you could caress resemblances between each magnetic representation and our unnaturally enlarged features, repeating, are we both still in this same body, comforted by the assumption of stanzas, confederated and layered like lasagna, the dream ache of conveyor belt disassembly, the having been there of our internet, in the by and by, rebodied in the changing room of H&M, several unmetered sequences of one's clearing one's throat, the semantic attraction of a stop-motion swallow, hoping for this season a slightly different exoskeleton and my oft-recited diversity, equity, and inclusion statement. I accept a hamburger broiled on the sidewalk in August is not mine, not my own. I accept my pleasure to account for and accommodate all visual mimesis, the immobile replica of this veined thigh upon my mind's restlessness, first shaved, then sprayed, then photographed. All my unwholesome rivals using words like interpenetration and mutually constitutive, arguing about style versus narrative. We can agree on the importance of forearms and that any hierarchical vantage point produces hysteria. What appears to be a face conveyed across the scene and captured as film still are wisps of smoke. What appears to be a hole in the upholstery is my head signing the consent form. Manipulate my skin cells with however much force and dexterity my skin cells require. Wordlessness punctuated by breath work, plus the volley of ekphrasis, since I like to describe what I touch and see. An accretion of excess fuel first dumped, then evaporated from above. The low, scuttled tone of your voice. Associative processes of a bowling ball, properly squeezed and released from the service area up into expectant palms. He was drawn to immersive things. Mouths without faces, faces without eyes, media absent, mediation. Like adolescence, but better. A fold in clothing or the skin, we watch only what we can scroll. Our impression of keeping time. Witness my démodé wares, your hankering for rough cut and sluggish. We correlate with authentic and spontaneous. Wait, slow down. We wanted a bigger splash. Thrumming synth parentheses paves a new breath. Your neck shapes like swans in the periphery. Is this real? Is this real? And did I take it like a man? Thanks.
If everybody who was here in the room with us for this hour might come to the front too. We can get a group photo, which is a fun marathon tradition. All right.
Okay. Well, I'm Karl Gartung. I had a little bit of something to do with woodland pattern a long time ago. You know, I find it astonishing to see how wonderful it has become. Last year I noticed that this place is a real commons, or woodland pattern is a real commons that communities of all different kinds can come and be at home and share it. Laura and Jenny are continuing that magnificently, more than magnificently. So this is the pitch, you know. If you can and desire to support woodland pattern with your presence and with your funds, to the limit or not, you can support it by enjoying it. So, anyway, well, I'm first. I'm just going to read people's names or welcome people after that. So these are somewhat new. The tears fell before the poem. In common, neither the WPA Wisconsin Guide nor the Dictionary of Wisconsin Biography remember the Sandy Lake tragedy, nor does Lorraine Niedeker's poem, Lake Superior. She has a stanza, "I'm sorry to have missed Sand Lake. My dear one tells me we did not. We watched a gopher there." It's an absolutely loaded poem. What was not recorded there and there and there was a deep responsibility. Jabez question, that's Edmund Jabez quotation. Integral, between limits, as in mathematics or in poetry, as in Louis Zukowski. In common, language, though the translation was one-sided, intended to confuse with much drinking and smoking the meanings, in common but not understanding, deliberately left to few sure. The world is with us, or here old, late, and soon, rising from the sea, spending, we lay waste. Glimpses that would make little we see that is ours, given, a sordid boon. Creed bears, the moon moves, us not, howling at all hours for everything, out of tune. Out of tune the world is, howling at all hours, late and soon. This was recent. That child there beneath the girder, no longer herself a piece of rubbish. It takes less time to go away than you think. The Sunday paper lies unread. You should know, I only remember, said Anne. The knife I use, as you sharpen the blade, a knife must slowly disappear. My great Uncle Claude's butcher knife has a concave curve where a straight, sharp edge was, is plain air before this goes too. It's about time. The light shines in darkness which does not comprehend it. lux and tenebris. Woodwork, be wood, be word work. What each blade of grass is not another blade of grass. So next, we have a Robin Christie version. Is she here?
Okay, can you hear me? I don't want to be too close, but I tend to talk really quietly. Okay, good, thank you. Okay, I'm going to do only two because one is a little bit on the long side. One for each of my daughters to balance it up. See, I told you. You can't hear me in the back. Okay. Okay, can you hear me now? Better? Okay. The first one, for my native daughter on Thanksgiving, part one. The day that you were born, hawks circled our rooftop, delivering a message only you could hear, bringing the gift of belonging. Deer tiptoed gently, nudging through our dandelions, bringing light footwork, like a jingle-dressed dancer, like your grandmother who at an early age was robbed of her Menominee language, rhythmic dancing, and wild rice, who was sent to boarding school away from her parents, where she later also lost her younger sister when she witnessed her death at the hands of the Catholic nuns. Part two. Her grief crashed against Kashina Falls, like the lamenting waves of Wolf River. Her tears cascaded the mossy rock, belonging nowhere, like the droplets of her sister's blood staining that tragic stairway. Her loss, like the majestic falling timber, still follows her everywhere. And although they tried to take away her dancing, the drumbeat survived. Even though traditional dancers can only dance in a pattern with feet close to the ground, never crossing, nor could she dance backwards or turn a full circle. Part three. After you were born, she taught me how to make baked beans and cornbread and told me to keep a large kettle on the stove, ready to feed anyone who happened to come by, because every day should be like Thanksgiving. She brought you a brightly colored God's eye to hang above your crib for protection and adorned your tiny braids with eagle plumes for honor. When we took you to powwows where we wrapped you in a mound of tattered quilts and swaddled as if in a cocoon, the drumming lulled you into hibernation, for you were of the Bear Clan. Part four. Now, even though we may gather, we do not celebrate the beginning of genocide, but rather we celebrate you and are thankful for your ancestors' survival. Now, every Thanksgiving, you hear the rustling of eagle feathers and the howling waves of Wolf River. Your tender tan skin remembers itchy, pox-filled blankets and long black robes. And you wrap the fancy shawls around you as drummers call you into the ghost dance, and more timber falls in the northern woods. Part five. Now, even though you live across the mountains and close to the sea, where tears cascade the mossy rocks, Hawk still brings you messages and the gift of belonging everywhere. I can see the large kettle on your stove. I can hear the bells sashaying, swirling, and jingling, for the drumbeat survived. And now you can cross your feet, turn full circles, and dance backwards into the narrative. You can feel your grandmother's light footwork. You can hear the jingling of her dress. Thank you. And this one is for Emma, a little short one. For Emma. Something in you like me carries a longing, always grabbing a handful of small treasures to take with you as you come and go from your dad's house to mine and back again. Your tiny hands clenching a red ball, purple beads, blue marbles, trailing glittery butterflies, jeweled stickers and fairy dust. Fearful of losing something, even though you are so young, wanting to hold on to everything and not let go, grasping whatever you can to take my place for those few hours you're gone, reflecting back to me our sorrows and our joys, longing for a piece of everything, not harsh words or tears, but a handful of tiny jewels, refracting prisms and light. Thank you.
Okay, now we have the pleasure of Stacy Blake.
Plaid pants. Vibration between blue and orange. The concept of commonality on the backs of our eyeballs. Like color, memory, shores only met. Songs of waves lapping, an orange on my lap, a dog lapping water. If I eat the right mushrooms, necrotize the... Is there pleasure in nomenclature? What about dog shit dissolving in a puddle? The dark energy of breadcrumbs and boob sweat, digital permutations of wildfire smoke. All right, all the moms in the world. I think I left my body, it's in the cloud reconstituting itself, piss Christ no more. If the water becomes wine, the piss cloud might weigh as much as 100 elephants. After the earnings report, you'll be moving on to a lotion empire. Cops strung out in high-vis vests around the airport, staging on motorcycles at the Night Owl drive-in. Chopper noise at dinner, ushering a candidate to a rally. You can have all the pillows in the world and still be sad. Water stops slowly, slowing to a drip. It makes sense, the unbabying. Start here. Water doesn't stop on a dime. The flow slows to a drip. I mean, think about shutting off a river or explaining a lucid dream about breathing in space. It's tricky, it rambles, and water is always whole. I almost said home, jumping up to the sky, flowing around, even when it's dammed. I don't know, feral is a good word. Imagine rewilding the night, no electricity after sundown, tending to life, books by candle, earlier bedtime and more dreams. An attempt to return to the unbabying brings the thought, no one's ever died because of a poem inside them. The dream of passive income. Customers like the magic value of the product, cue the perfume commercials, ennui is exhausting, but not for trees. Put on the murder show, wrap Christmas presents. Image 1, a woman levitates suspended within the skeleton of a house, brown and beneath mud, sandy loam, clay floating on a thick layer of submerged peat moss. Image 2, Lake Michigan. The blue figure of a woman marks the horizon. Matryoshka, blue rings, the age of trees, indigo. I've decided to relate to the lake as something to hold me, take my body in the winter. Why play at transforming a space when AI can do it for you? I've come to the conclusion that no one needs my take on the take. Thinking now, a picture of a picture, a screenshot of a screenshot, a mirrored echo chamber repeating and receding to infinity. The lake today, birds and birds skimming low, close enough to reflect on the water's surface. Thousands of them, a strange murmuration. Ghost ships, ghost shifts, gulping gnats. There's nothing more profound than an outboard motor on an inland ocean. Song or dream, the more you try to remember, the more elusive it becomes, not unlike the form in the snow. From another angel. Intuition says, little baby Jesus. Interesting how we organize categories of belonging, how insidious even that separation is. Observe a wave breaking on shore, how, in a matter of seconds and smaller descriptions of time, the light changes it, or it the light. Foamy debris leaving fingers, just letters, change the physical property of a thing, the thing it touches, and in the flux disappear. Voices of children in the distance, bass and traffic, notions of the song, my breath, melt shifting, shape and form, foam, flux, bubble, light, sparkle, wet, cold. And this is the last one. Rock pocketbook. It's good to see your scruffy mug. Try applying velocity to the line. Shear and shear, root and root, power lines and cable. This too is our current relation. Scrub tree growing from the driver's seat. Rust too rusts samely. People who haven't bled don't understand the bleeding. To liken, both wearing green sweaters. Pulp the pulpit, own your blood. These are air, the forgotten line. Generosity is a form of love. Please, oath, aura. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Peter Daniels.
Good seeing everyone. All right. So I have a chapbook that came out last fall. I'm going to read one poem from that. And then I'm going to start with a poem I wrote about 2 hours ago. It's my first rant. And then the middle poem will have a variety of metaphors and expressions of love. The aftermath. Couple quotes. As soon as you're born, they make you feel small. John Lennon. Our lives begin to end the day we become silent about the things that matter. Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. An ever-present cigarette hung from the lower lip of grandmother. Those old cigarettes made to burn quick. Every lengthening ash. When will it fall? She taught card games. I was 4 years when I first heard the word Trump. Trump suit, most powerful. Ace of Trump. Mr. Trump, again, you have become our ace. At inauguration, you say a bullet ripped through your ear. It looked to me like you had a whole ear, ace. I stopped hearing you. 30,000 lies in the first 4 years. For me, credibility flew away. Raucous cawing, a murder of crows. You are a liar. You are a felon. You demean all of us, especially women. I am afraid, but I am an island stuck on the bottom. Afraid, frozen, unable to take flight. I take my frothing and shove it deep down next to my heart, and now it flutters. You are fill in the blank. You are fill in the blank. You are fill in the blank. You are, you are, you are, you are, and I am. I am stunned. I am. I am disbelief. I am. I am really fucking pissed off. I am. I am helpless. I am. I am an island stuck on the bottom. I see your ears, Mr. Trump, but you do not hear. I see the sun, Mr. Trump, low on the horizon. It will rise again. Like us, someday you will not. This poem, Coalescence, I wrote last fall, about a month after Pity Milk Press published this, Milwaukee Press. Coalescence. The glass does not stop the scream of gulls from the river 5 stories down. The gulls, the herons, the little chickadees, their whispers shatter the glass. When my heart shattered, I heard a heron, I heard a chickadee. I did not hear the sea. She was far away, my heart, my seagull, my love. Now I see her sleeping, a piece of my screaming heart in a crib of heart pieces. The gathering will bend the bars, the gathering will mend the jars, will grow wings like a subtle southerly wind in winter, blowing fire. When eruption is a soft iris petal, when petals cascade, when each petal lifts its throat to the chickadee, I will see each piece of empty chest flowing into each piece of eruption. The shattered heart will hill up, an island, a refuge, an asylum, a resort. A haven of hope will flow, coalesce. What was once whole will once more be whole. Hear that? That seagull? Not a scream, not a screech, not a shriek, not a death cry, a celebration, a feathered flight. Oh, wounded heart, take flight. Find wings, find flight among the feathering growth, among the emergence of iris, the vulnerable splash of crocus. The subtle chickadee free as the sea, the seagull free as my heart will be when I leave what I was to be who I am. Who I am sits 5 stories up, a river of feathers below, a river of thoughts and an unsettled heartbeat. The hope of wholeness holds. The pieces are all there, coalescence. Does it matter they are where they are, whether I am or not? And now the short one from the book. Ice. Hoarfrost crystals grow and hang from the tip of each part of each branch like summer lichen until a wind blows them all away, or they are loosened by a thaw and fall. Can the past be freed from the present like fallen hoarfrost? A frozen heart stays frozen in the prism of its own making, frozen till fractured by words, by looks, by loss, by little pricks of childhood. As the lakeshore ice grows in sheets this winter, cracked by the wind, and pack ice piles into the cove, bundles of ice float with bundles. Heads rise, winter swans, a bevy of swans, over 40. Heart sings again. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next we'll hear from Agnes Dussault.
Hello, I'm Agnes Dussault. Thank you so much all for being here with me today. This is my first time at one of these poetry marathons, but I definitely would love to keep coming back every year. I am from Minneapolis, Minnesota, but my parents met at the University of Milwaukee. And I am so thankful that they read to me before bed every night when I was a kid and taught me so well that reading and writing are one of, or both, 2 of the best ways to cope through everything in life. I wrote these 2 poems that I'm going to read today this fall while I was able to have the opportunity to go to my first writing residency in Wyoming. And the reason I found out about the Poetry Marathon is because of another artist I met there named Ziwan, who told me about this, and he lives in Milwaukee and is here tonight, so thank you, Ziwan. This first poem is called The Truth Is Sometimes Water, But For Now. The truth is sometimes water, but for now, all I can do is deep in the basement, upending, digging through the piles of papers, trying to find marks, proof you held a pen that taught me in the margins, or messages forgotten, simply left behind in those bins we rarely open, you know the ones. It gets worse, or maybe pain, not finding what must be somewhere, hopefully in reach. Then again, the darkest parts of the ocean are a somewhere I don't think I'll go searching. But the screens are always open, and an email never responded to, back when exhaustion was the excuse and believing we'd reconnect someday, a fact like any other. Like waking up, drinking water, and doing it all over again the next day, months, even years. Instead, now I watch the news of floods and disappearing rivers and wonder what current events were devastating you right before you died. I rarely think of weather patterns and natural disasters without you coming to mind. You come to mind when I think about what I was far from understanding and so much that I still don't know how to accept or make sense of. The way you weren't always patient, didn't want to let go of or accept the all too familiar cycles of coming and leaving, maybe never to return. And then my second and final poem, thank you. This poem is called Maybe I Keep Breaking All of My Cell Phones Because. Maybe I keep breaking all of my cell phones because I wish they never existed, or am just trying to figure out a way to stop using them so much. I've never been good at them or with them, although they've been with me for over half this lifetime. And so maybe I'm ungrateful, but still the screens crack, the cases blister in the sun and fall off. I wait until they are completely full or no longer functioning. Not just because I hate them, but because I'd rather spend money on almost anything else. And so maybe I hate them, but also I love the cameras, the speakers, the so many apps for everyone. Like last year, I started practicing the countries and how to locate them on a map. And for a while, I could place them all, and started to feel more connected when news stories came on about Qatar or Comoros, small pieces of land still so abstract and also placeable. There's the way I can record my voice, record everything, reach everyone, how lovely, and yet how absolutely horrifying. Can we please just wait to talk until next year, when we see each other in person and hug again? There was even a time, a place, where I decided my phone was a sacrifice to the ocean. I decided this after an hour or so of mild panic, anxiety, and trying to figure out how not to tell my loved ones who were sure to add this to the list, and then bring it up again each time they saw new cracks or heard of another disappearance. But here's the thing. We were 8 nautical miles out from a destination we were once 3 weeks away from. We were planning to make it, and then the gales, but mostly the fog. How unfunny would it be to park this 52-foot-long thing in the fog, just the two of us, at a tiny, crusty marina we had never been to before? In scattered chaos and at least 50 to 80 feet deep, we decided to drop anchor. Dear R asked for help in a hurried, frantic voice. I tucked my cell phone quickly into my outer jacket pocket for the first time. Before left below, before in the inner jacket pocket zipped up,
Earlier with more calm, more focus on how to do things smoothly and with ease. But not today, not this time. I ran to the helm, leaned over the guardrail, and watched the cell phone go overboard, dive gracefully into the depths of the water, and that was that, a gift to the ocean. An apology to the sailors before who wouldn't have dared to carry such a thing on board when what I really need is maps, flashlights, whistles, common sense. Maybe I keep losing all of my cell phones because what I really want is to talk to you in person and feel like you actually enjoy my presence. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll hear from the sponsor for this hour, Peter Goldberg.
As first order of business, I want to thank my fellow sponsors, but I'm trying to figure out who the hell is the sponsor for today, the Asphodel News. I Googled it, and all I could come up with was William Carlos Williams and a little snippet from his poem, The Asphodel. Poetry is not news, but men die miserably every day for lack of what is found there. And by the same token, I looked at tomorrow, and it says the Eastern Bohemian Brewery. I said, what the hell is the Eastern Bohemian Brewery? And I Googled it, and I came up with Václav Havel and his Parallel Polis, art as political action and political protest. Well, in any case, those seem to be the sponsors for today and tomorrow. I have two poems, two ekphrastic poems. The last one very short, but Karl may stand up and cut me off, which I'll honor. The first poem is actually the first poem I've written in a year after a dry spell. I'm not altogether happy with it, but at least I got something written for this damn marathon. So, it's a reaction to the wonderful exhibit, if you haven't seen it, at the Milwaukee Art Museum, of Robert Longo's charcoals. It's a little about my walking through this exhibit and reacting to it. It's untitled, parenthesis, pictures at an exhibition based on charcoal drawings by Robert Longo. There's an epigram: not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. James Baldwin. The poet once proclaimed, the world is too much with us. So too, many of my friends today seek simply to avoid the news. But recently I came upon the graphic artist Longo with another take on how to face the world. A picture of a wildfire on the gallery wall brought me up short. My nephew's family had just evacuated their Los Angeles home, and my friend Jean spent days safeguarding heirlooms of her storied Chinese heritage. And I was in the Peace Corps, by the way. And I myself recall a harrowing night long ago when a frantic line of villagers and I, armed only with machete, adze, and hoe, fought a brush fire bearing down on mud and thatched huts nestled in the African bush. There is an irony to this work in charcoal, the product of fire, now tool of the artist, drawing us into others' fraught domains. Hyper-realistic from a distance, but considered more closely, the impasto is layered deeper than the black and white surfaces, penetrating to a pure white foundation, incandescent with our time's heat and travails. Untitled, parenthesis, California wildfire, a car at the edge braving through engulfing flames and off toward the vanishing point of the gallery goer's gaze. Untitled, riot cops, police lines like those I myself in my anti-war days faced. And here, reflected in one of the officers' shield, a cryptic figure, demonstrator, artist, bystander, witness, who? Untitled, refugees at sea, one man in an overcrowded foundering raft turning our way, seeking to catch our eye. Weren't your people once refugees at sea as well? Untitled, Ferguson police, untitled, George Floyd protest, untitled, removing a Confederate statue, untitled, State of the Union 2019, untitled, Capitol insurrection, untitled, tattered flag. Those photorealistic moments, like so many, too many, in our meme-ignited worlds. Is that why the artist deemed all works untitled, context noted, but meanings not? These are mere moments already past, yes, but images seeming of greater moment yet, demanding before we move on that we acknowledge not only the artist's craft, but that we find ourselves as well in these looming snatches from history, and that we ourselves indeed give such ever-flaring realities the deeper meanings to which they are entitled. And then another ekphrastic poem based on a picture that used to be at the art museum, but it's literally slipped off the canvas and it had to be sent back to the artist. And so it's appropriate to these slippery times. It's Night Vision, after the Night Guard, a painting by Ad Nerdrum. When all is said and done, when man is reduced to man, out of place and out of time, it is the blind seer who searches in the dark. It is he, hobbled and nearly left behind by the band's swift progress, who rises while others sleep to guard us in the night. It is he who first perceives the dawn, the inevitable end of our dreaming, and calls us back to our humanity.
Okay, next we hear from Mike Housen.
Hey, everybody. I'm going to read, these are ABCDarian poems, and they're each named after a direction. I don't know why I did that, but the North. Albums of new material for mental fitness based on a sliver of coded lack, moving in an oval, climatologically modeled or offended by something dialed into a wheel in the sky. We saw that and entered different rooms, intellectual jams where each froze our fantasy picks, registered a separate weed smoke, globes and other tracts of intelligence. A tree holds some ground for our walks through rain, idiosyncratic like some whale or weft. Naturally, jumps exist in human networks and may start a wave, kick down a few cabana doors into other spaces of being. Let me have that sentence back a bit so we can explore maximum defilements of the temples, which are encoded non-sequentially to support money placing itself. or the stormy floors neath the hugged-in transaction, Penelope or other of the rude mention light-cleaved quotation in our netted favor holds? Why is the dumb reification of our arranged marriages persistent in this solvent pubescent, volleyed and cryptid? Who can track or trace such a recombinant allay of folk pouches under the usual slipstream of consciousness the slurp Volvos make when they accelerate? People like things that want in other directions from their corn cob oaths X'd out from familiar ancestral sites. Due north yodels hover above each parking lot. Deeds to local Zales franchises are in a safe deposit box of no repute. The West. Agog at lesser forms of imitation crab, below and to the side of the lettuce bowl, chromium burning fat with a song, dead zones on our pasted up map, every edge a loaded baked potato of violence. From here we go. Can it get any worse? Glory to all the amps they stacked against grievous hell or high water west of town. The little insouciant partisans of the past don't get cute just for a solvent interest or a supple encounter, Kansas or elsewhere. Words are opaque sometimes, other times, like twinkling stars, they hint insanely at controlled batches. Mostly out of headstrong, gassy dreaminess in dry storage, I sing nearly erased songs from where the gremlins settled. Other than that, over a barrel of mayo, I look to prophylactic laws of nature, standing up in the chlorine wind. Quick question, are we violent? Yes, we want violence. Rapacious extraction of resources is awesome. A clod of clay stumbles across too many doorbells. My exaggerations tipple from farther springs than most would even understand to be a poetic license. Having to renew this, I visualize myself sprinting through the gates of Eden, where X marks a sketch of leafy rewards. Poetry derives from this tune you don't pull up from deeps, but rather weave out of fruit by the foot Zach offered by the summertime shack we worked at. The East. Anodyne, unlike a dude, an agricultural binaural link over the rocks under the hill. Crud of the years vanished by the by, closing, do not pass by the tavern, the code. Weird tales end where people figure they might as well feel out the geography for southern charm. Reset, grind out the analysis for you. Sky is clearer here than the towers of Babel, a referral, bumper crop in the eastern parts, wherever they are. Birds stymie junkets for congresspersons in high dally, drivel along their keeps. Morning comes by way of restive jelly, loaming depersonalization in the body politic. Captains meek or wiry and strong jig to old tunes, nary a fig around the laughing room, drawn figure old and sticked. A moose makes their way toward pranked ecosystems, dials on obsolete equipment nevertheless query our society. A gerbil with an account on posted neurons, regulatory for salespeople of the land, not knowing, seen and heard through good morning gifts, a few thimbles of goodwill in leagues. Funnily enough, understanding fathers that hold court about excitement withhold victuals on random rounds. Definition when abutments of span tilt becomes elastic X's on the firmament. Elders yellow under glass, Yankees installed on St. Valentine's Day. A dispatchment of us zoo employees were sent out that month. Thanks.
It was like an ambush. I was not paying attention at all to the proceedings. You know, I looked up Winnie the Pooh and his friends in the 100-acre wood, and I found out that each one was associated with a particular pathology. I made a little list of them right here. Winnie the Pooh being first, we know at least that he had an eating disorder. So obsessed was he with honey. Piglet was a very anxious creature, as a matter of fact, pathologically anxious. Tigger, I want to tell you, is an example of ADHD. Eeyore, major depressive individual. Rabbit, you may have remembered him, total OCD. He was always in everybody's business. And finally, Christopher Robin, well, has an imaginary woods with imaginary friends, and by the textbook, maybe that's crazy. Now, part one, there are at least 7 ways to die in the 100-acre wood. Number 1, mortal injury from falling tree. Number 2, dehydration in heffalump trap. Number 3, woozle shock, followed by strangulation by balloon string, Eeyore-induced suicide, bodily removal from a blustery day, and obliteration through forest fire. Now, part 2. This forest fire sprinted through the 100-acre wood on a blustery and windy day, leaping from tree to tree, scouring the forest and the animals. They took shelter as they were able. Owl, well, he flew. Rabbit and gopher, obviously, safe underground. Eeyore, who never left his swampy place. But Tigger, thank God Tigger was incinerated in the 16 Pines. And Piglet, well, Piglet perished, and nobody could be sure if it was from worry or fire. Oh, part 3. Now, Pooh slumped in the ashes, his left ear missing, his right ear charred to a brittle rag, his features grim and distorted. It was Christopher Robin who looked over at him and said, "Pooh, did you start the fire?" And Pooh's voice came from a long way away, and he said, "The honey, not in the honey pot, the dumming, the mirror, and the terrible bear in there, and the bees, the honeybees in my bed, in my chair, in my eyes, and my ears, and I washed my face with fire because my eyes and my ears, well, they disgusted me." Part 4. The hypodermic needle hovered just above Pooh's neck. A droplet of sticky fluid dripped onto Pooh's fur as Christopher Robin steadied his hand. "Pooh, I'm sorry, old friend, but I can't help you." That's what Christopher Robin whispered as he slid the needle into Pooh's soft flesh. Pooh shuddered as the syringe emptied itself into his cottony stuffing. The poison would soon devour his insides, but he was suddenly lucid. "Christopher Robin," he said, "Christopher Robin, will you forget me?" "No, Pooh, I shall always remember you." "Even when you are 100? "Yes, Pooh, even when we are 100. "And we'll be together always?" "Yes, Pooh, we shall be together always, silly old bear." And that's that piece. I tentatively titled it Adoption. I tentatively titled that a long time ago, and I tentatively never got rid of the tentative title, whereas I could cross it out right now, and that's the way I would, be forced to figure out something else. The other day I met a man who was walking a red dog. The dog had a ragged hole in his side, and the man stopped and told me. He said, "My great-grandfather got this dog when he was a boy." I asked him about the dog's name, and the man told me, "We call him Maria." I took the dog home and stuffed the hole with newspapers and sewed it up with twine, and I inspected his teeth one by one, and as I bent close, the dog whispered to me. He said, "My real name is Babylon." Thanks.
All right, my name, yeah, I guess everybody know my name, and if I'm talking loud enough, let me know. I call this one In the Midst of a Storm. In the midst of a storm inside of my heart, when it's thundering, lightning, straight line winds, and the downpour of the Lord tears from heaven start to fall on me. In the midst of the storm or a worldly disaster. And when I'm running, screaming out loud for help with tears running down on my face, I'm going to need something or someone to shelter and protect me from the storm as I journey on my way home to God. I was crying out loud. I reached up my hand to the Lord, heaven. The Lord was sitting down on the highest throne of heaven. He reached down holding hand to cover and protect me from the pouring rain. And then with his eye, he watches over me to make sure my path is clear. When the storm of the Lord is over, the Lord God opened up my heart and planted a rainbow inside of it to let me know that I don't have to be afraid of his storms. And when I'm not afraid anymore, my mind clears just like the sky. And the cloudiness that was making me feel darkness, now that darkness, void, has been filled with a song of joy, thus giving me a chance to see the beautiful rainbow you planted inside of my heart. Oh my God, what a wonderful feeling to sit by the whole highest throne of heaven. My hand and feet were still, my mouth was silent, and my body did not make a sound. I could hear my heartbeat beating out loud. I was joyous, smiling, and delightful to the Lord that I made it through the storm. Now I must have faith in the Lord when the storm comes against me. And no matter what's going on at the time, I must let the rainbow take care of the storm I created inside of my heart. Now this one is, I wrote this one, I was going to work one morning, I wrote this. At the time of my yesterday past, and before I could get my day started, I was caught up in my own mess. It was clouding and raining on the inside and outside of my being. It caused me to be scared inside of me. I guess I was sad, because I don't want to make you blue, oh Lord. So I'll just leave this message on paper, saying that I love you. Just a thought inside of my head, so that you, oh Lord, don't miss me while I'm gone. And I hope that that's fruits to your ear. A beautiful day just bloomed before me, causing my eyes to no longer be mine. At this point, I couldn't control my feeling to see what I was seeing in God. My brain was randomly useless to send message throughout my being to see how it would feel about this, causing my entire body to give you, O Lord, a standing ovation to the confidence that stood inside of me. Because of what I saw, my heart was speechless, with no raining down tears inside clouding up what I see in you. And I believe that I can be sad without anyone knowing about it, because they can't see my tears inside of me. Only God can. I am so glad to be back inside your presence, you know. It's like when you love someone so much, you start missing them when they're gone. But this missing you, oh Lord, is different. I don't feel unloved, left out. I'm just so glad to be sitting by your heavenly throne. Listen to all your goodness. All right, I got a couple more. Okay, spreading my wings. At the time, my eyes was looking up to heaven when I reached up and grabbed hold of angel wings. And then the angel let go of me. As I was extending my arms and legs, my wings caught flight to ascend just beneath the open of heaven. I was like a bird flying across a blue sky in my dream. A beautiful white dove descended just below the open of heaven as it spread its wings, gratefully flapping them in air. It stopped, hovering just above me in perfect peace. I recognized God in his most holy place. My mind was in awe, wow, to see a beautiful, pure white dove hovering just below the open of heaven, causing the joy of the Lord to spread throughout my soul. My heart melted. I embraced the holding of what this means for all the families all around the world. I reached inside of my dream and felt the essence of his wings. His wings feel like the finest linen that I have ever touched inside of my mind. As I watched hovering in air, I saw the love of God through the open of heaven, glowing of radiant light inside of its beauty. I must have found peace within my heart and soul, because the Lord let me see another piece of his heart and a piece of mind that is just like his. One more, and then I'm done. I'm done. So you're going to cut me off. Can't stop from rising. The beauty of the morning caught a flower bud by surprise. It didn't want to wake up to see the sun shining in the blue sky. This flower bud just wanted to be left alone because it thought it had no purpose in this world. And no matter how much this flower bud resisted, it couldn't stop God. It couldn't stop the sun from shining on it. But when the sunlight hit it, it wasn't a surprise that it had to rise to blossom into a flower. But oh, it tried. And just like us, we can't stop God from blessing us, because when God touches you or something, it must arise high above the unexpected. This flower bud could no longer feel blue about the way it felt about itself, because now it has a purpose in this world. It learned that it couldn't stop God from being God to it. Just maybe, this getting up every morning won't be so bad if I blossom in his presence. Now it can grow and blossom beyond the unexpected to become the most beautiful flower in this world. Is that flower bud you?
This is called Pouring Moonlight. I've been pouring moonlight into that hole you left. Crags rimmed with silver glow. My hands pull as I reach into this cavern, deep with loss and filling with reflection. Moon from sun, expanding vision, expanding vision, expanding my vision, expanding our vision. Thank you very much. I just have two tiny little poems to follow up with. And my whole performance is dedicated to Carl Bogner, but especially these two little poems. And Carl, for those of you who don't know, was a massive champion of woodland pattern for many, many years. And he used to bring people in wherever he could. And one of the ways he did was he would invite students from the UWM film department to come and read. And I was one of those students over 20 years ago. So. Atop pink clay sea cliffs at dusk, leaning into the wind and wanting more. Green-gray waves and small pink heart, beating like the kid heart in George Kuchar's candy store of weather memories. Breathing there now. This is called Unfinished Poem for Carl. And it's 6 lines long, and I imagine if it were 6 volumes long, I think I would keep that title. I imagine all these books swimming around in the oceanic atmosphere that is Carl Bogner. The ether and mist of him, lifting off and settling down on the morning light. Thank you very much.
That was nice. Oh, this is on now. Hi. We have one last hour. I just want to, I don't know where Jenny is right now, but on behalf of both of us, I just want to thank all the poets today. You've been amazing. And we get to hear one more hour, and I'm very excited. Please, if you're thinking about leaving, you're wrong to do it. Stay for the end. Okay, all right. Handing this over. Who is our host? Oh, it's you. It's Ollie. Okay, all right.
Hello, everyone. How is everybody tonight? Are we still awake? Graduating class of 2024. We made it through the pandemic, kind of. Great. Well, welcome to the last hour of the Saturday, and thank you to We Energies for sponsoring. I'm Oliver Krofchek, and this is the community, another community hour. I'm just gonna start it off right away with the first poet. Is Janet Jennerjohn in the house? Are you ready? Give a warm welcome to Janet Jennerjohn. What? Sure. Yeah, of course. Yes? Okay, yeah, of course. Sweet. Great. So I will go. Yay. I'm going to start off with a poem that is dedicated to the Lakefront Collectivo, where I spent 3 years of my life working. A squirrel died in our trash compactor, doing what it loved, finding the trash to suck on, much like myself. The wildlife around the coffee shop, like us who work there, are certainly addicted to caffeine. All these rich patrons, too. They smell the beans and become enthralled with a need to try to relieve the tired mind, to find something. The next poem I'm going to read is called Summer Obeyed. Apollo is veiled under earth. He is loose from the summer. I am too. I feel his trembling grief before he appears. Apollo is mourning the end of his season with his fading tan. He peeks over Lake Michigan and stands akimbo in front of me. Fireflies dance their last dance. He tastes salty and spent, and we hold each other. It's just past 5 a.m. I can hear the waves crash, and the city is blinking with lights, a yawn behind me. The beach is fenced off, but that doesn't stop Apollo. He breaks through the wires that people in hubris place. He does not respect the times we claim. He appears when he'd like. And then the last poem I'm going to read is The Poet Finds Himself While Cherry Picking. I cross many borders to get to the lowest point of Michigan, to arrive late in the season. The small red fruit and their juices leak to our hands and down our arms, our elbows. Sticky residue, no regret. I bind my chest. We bend branches down so we can reach. Plink plunk in a metal pail, a wail of what I cannot say. Ask me about my haircut. I'll say I was just feeling it. Say hers is something I cannot own. I throttle my own name, but in your voice I find myself, tart, red, unstemmed, at the bottom of a pail. Thank you so much. Let's give it up and let's stay awake for Jenner John.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for sticking around for the 9 o'clock hour. In December, I turned 64, which means this year I'll turn 65, which means I'm getting brochures for Medicare and Medicare supplements, which is kind of depressing. So I thought tonight I would read 2 poems that reference my 20s, a kinder and simpler time, and 1 poem to pay homage to some artists we've lost in the last few weeks. And I apologize, I'm kind of losing my voice. And for this poem, I have a shout out to my friends Kim and Simon, who are watching from Plymouth, Massachusetts, and who sponsored me. So thank you. Dear 1986, thank you for the best summer of my life. We started cross country in a 20-year-old Oldsmobile, Italian 10-speed racer strapped to the bumper. Everything I owned at age 25, filling up the vast interior of that already antique vehicle. We must have stopped somewhere along I-80 to sleep, but this antique can't remember. What I do remember is the freedom of not knowing if I'd like the job, not knowing how long it would last, not knowing that it wouldn't. Not caring meant a different job at the Marblehead JCC, risking everything as I circled Salem at dawn and dusk on my trusty Italian broom, or sleeping in the Oles on our pilgrimage to Asbury Park, and dating a pretty young sailor with no intention of making him an honest man. Thank you, summer of 1968, for being the summer I didn't give a shit, for letting life flow through me before swallowing me up. And this one is called What Friends Do. It's a very recent poem, and it's dedicated to all those affected by the wildfires in California, especially all those risking their lives to help. When Paul was a new friend, we talked poetry. He always wanted to see my latest poem. He was my patron in a sense that he kept me moving forward. Now, everything tastes unnatural, water, unfriendly. I would like to go back to that day when my typewriter ran out of ribbon and Paul said, "Use my new computer." I spent the whole day before Easter typing until the glitch. The paper was lost. The next day, Paul and his brother forewent the family dinner, left Mom alone in the kitchen to snap the string beans and frost the lamb cake so they could retype into that unforgiving machine. That's what good friends do. As the LA fire crews face a light unbearable, vision melting in the heat, all they see is their neighbors' palettes blurring into a glissando of red. So they hold on to the flying friendly water. They hold on. And the last one is called Sometimes Memories. And if you happen to catch Sonia's Blues Hour yesterday on WMSE, you would have heard it, but I doubt that happened. So, Sometimes Memories for the great filmmaker David Lynch, the singer-songwriter Peter Yarrow, and our hometown Bob Euchre. Sometimes memories are blinding. A field of snow, a bright sun, a destination on the horizon. Nowhere to go but in the snow, waist deep with only a solitary weed to help pull you out. Sometimes memories are squeezed between Twin Peaks and a lemon tree. Lemon tree, very pretty. A song, a story, a bomb scattering limbs, random parts to be collected and cataloged. Sometimes memories tumble, shallow shadows reflecting on a wall, waves, a rib cage, love letters embroidered with evergreens. Sometimes memories swoon, pay homage to the dead, to a fly ball heading to the outfield. Get up, get up, get out of here, gone. To bird cages, doors open without even the memory of feathers. Thank you.
Now we have Peter Brzezinski.
Thank you, Allie. Thank you, everybody. It's so lovely to be in this space and community with all of you. Let's talk. A preamble to utopia. But let's not talk until we find some wood to knock on. We sit and spin webs of unbuilt futures, and we find smoldering soot sprinkled, not stretched over starlight springing hope inwards. And it makes me want to live in one of those Art Deco or socialist realist tapestries of skyscrapers on a sleeping Roku screen or a late-night comedy set. I want to live there. The nameless sky, the heft of rivers in my swollen chest, I want to live there. The map I have is filled with little colored light bulbs, each representing the heartbeat of a city. There, the unreal parallels of anonymous urban comfort, brightly lit yet barely seen and curated with voided space to write, to translate, to actually cook food and not worry about the ugly bargain of eggs for plutocracy. I don't want to fight anymore. I don't want to hustle. I want a considered pace. I don't want to fall in love anymore. I don't want to love anymore. I don't want to want anymore. Under winter stars, I can see sprinkles of rain dissipate as they slake. To thirst nevermore. I'm done. I'm full. I'm ready to lose this war. A moonless palace. Oh, thanks, Laura. A moonless palace. Don't stop now. The flowers we made yesterday still whisper hope to us. All the clouds seem dim and bring dank recycled light through their cracks, but we can bend them, open them, where they might blink or squint. The cuts you make are pristine echoes of bright dusk, each break as beautiful as a slight laceration from a freshly sharpened scalpel. Our precisions might be frail failures, but the more we fracture, the more we can see. Our ruptured schisms show us new waves of luminous fluorescence with each and every disjuncted, calculated, shiny, glowing gash. There are bits of tomorrows poking out from the breach. Thank you, everybody. It's good to be here with you.
Let's give it up for Peter and Janet and myself. Next up is Jacqueline Lally. Or Lally? Sorry.
It's like Valley with an L. Lally. That's all right. Every year I ask my sponsors to give me a word, each of them, and some money for Woodland Pattern. And then I make a poem including all those words. So this year I had 18 words. I've been doing this since 2008. And at least, I think earlier than that, there were a couple years where I was like, give me your name. I'll put your name in it didn't work very well. So 2008, I think I started with the words, and man, ever since then, my friend Joe Kreitz was the first sponsor every year. We grew up together. He lived in San Francisco, and I passed away about a month and a half ago. So this is the first year that he's not my sponsor. So what I'd like to do is start by reading just a list of the words that he gave me over the years. He was kind of a smart ass, so one year he gave me a pause. So you'll hear a pause, and that was that year. And this is from most recent, going back to 2008. Collaboration, comeback, compassion, casuistry, reconsideration, compassion, fortuitous, corruption, Ganesha, parsimony, redemption, Kwan. That was his wife's name, his third wife. But she's a keeper. And you might notice he gave me compassion twice. That's the kind of person that he was. All right, now on to this year's poem, The Perspicacious Capybara. Thanks, folks. Bursting the chrysalis between right and long, there once was a writer of wrongs, a feathery revenant dropping in on a shabazzle in the shadow of the prison. Bluegrass and cranberry punch. Nimble to the aglets, our dapper friend, lonely. If he was our friend, was he? Lay down his left life in front of the palmist. This is a tale of impermanence, she laughed, ripples and lulls. The innate, on the other hand, oh, the stiff rustle of corrugated silk. See here, your ambidextrous symmetry. I'll have to confiscate these. The space between us might be etymology, a bookmaker bound up in resentment toward a deadbeat bookmaker. If only I studied biomimicry, the story soars and stops and stores up the sun, one page at a time. Some daylight, scales and tiny holes borrowed from another's wingtips provide a better hold on heat, a dovetail grace, reading by someday light, the prismatic severing of light from wrong, the wide open song storing up peace for a cold-blooded time. Thank you.
That was absolutely fabulous. Is Jonathan Cardew here? No. Okay. Next up is Liat Mayer. Liat Mayer? Liat? Sorry.
Yeah, it's Liat. Can you hear me? I had option 1, 2, and 3, and I'm going back to option 2, so it's on my phone. And I might have the newest poem that's going to be read, because this is from a text from a friend from an hour ago. And I'm just reading it straight because I thought it's a poem. So, and for some reason I'm nervous, even though I've just spoken recently in front of like hundreds of people in another context. So, but that's okay. So I named his text Marathon circa 98-99. I remember Fred did it one year, wearing a motorcycle helmet, and I accompanied him on the guitar, wearing some funny hat that I don't remember now. A couple weeks later, Fred was at a party and someone was flipping through the channels and was like, "Hey Fred, you're on TV." It was his marathon reading on public access cable. And Fred felt so embarrassed, he fought Peter for the remote so he could change the channel. It was just so good. Now I'm gonna catch my breath because I'm like, okay. Now I'm gonna read 3 poems that are part of a series, and they're works in progress. So, and they're all called Permission. Permission. Permission, of course, to do it badly. Permission to fail, even fail at failing. There is no failing in this world we live in. That is not exactly true. Permission to hang out with a failure. Permission to hang out with a loser. Permission to hang out with yourself. Permission to, not solve it all, not solve everything. Permission to have more than one voice. Permission to hold your breath to hear that noise outside. Permission to cry for that one precious life. Permission to not be good at anything. Permission to care but not consider anything that makes up your life doing something about that thing you care about.
Lots of things need permission. Internally, a lot of permission apparently might help. Permission to turn yourself outside in and ask the tire in the river to consider your bid for permission. My bid for permission. Does it require an offering? Does it require vulnerability? Does it require speaking? Does it require a request? Does it require a question? Does it require kneeling? Does it require humbleness? Does it require something that can be given? Does it require the possibility of accomplishment, the possibility of actualization? You can't ask permission for a successful conquest or permission from a god. You can't use the word permission to represent or refer to this. Anyway, you can't ask permission if you have no relationship. I wish I understood more of everything so I could explain it all better, even though other people do explain it better, even though I give myself permission to fail. Permission. Permission to be sad, permission to cry, permission to shed tears, permission for the grief to sit like a column in my chest, permission to feel like there are sandbags inside my body, permission to still be sad, permission to be sad again, permission to sob, permission to stare blankly, permission to be still, permission to wail, permission to not know. Permission. Maybe here I am needing permission again. That stupid therapy approach that calls multiplicity parts. Why does psychotherapy turn everything into a thing lacking magic? Permission to be a regular nobody. Regular versus normal is a question. Permission to work on writing even though there's nothing more I do with it. Saying fuck everybody. That is, fuck the world. That is, perhaps just saying fuck desire, which secretly means fuck jealousy, perhaps. Permission may not be that interesting. Consent doesn't sound as good. It's too angular. Permission has more roundness to it. If we needed permission but didn't know it, would life just look like this, like life as capital? I'm staring at the stereo, waiting to be ready. Do I ask permission from your great-great-grandchildren? Thanks.
This hour is breathtaking so far. Thank you all for being here. And let's give ourselves, everybody, a round of applause. Like, let's keep the energy up. Let's go. Okay, yeah. And thank you again to We Energies. And don't forget to pick up a program on your way out. Next up is Veronica Ordez.
Hi, hello. Hi. Well, before I begin, I just want to thank my siblings for coming and then my wonderful niece for being here too. I haven't done this, I used to do this a lot in high school, and I haven't done it since really, well, sparingly in my 20s, but now that I'm in my 30s, I want to make this like a regular thing, so I'm getting back to it. So let's get into it, right? My first piece, I have two, is called the seat belt test. Some mornings, I don't reach for it at all, the strap hanging limp, as the road stretches ahead, a blank canvas, open and waiting, and my mind, ever restless, ready to spill vivid images, a head-on collision, the crunch of metal, the shattering of bones, the warmth of my blood against cold glass. I drive a 2015 Nissan, a salvage my father fixed and sold to me at a deal, his way of passing on something patched but dependable, like a lesson wrapped in steel. 4 years this car has carried me through winding streets and winding thoughts. At some point, it stopped reminding me, no more chime, no more beep when the belt hangs unused, as if it heard and counted my many deep sighs, as if it watched and remembered the hours I sat in stillness, unable to move, as if it knew that this choice was one I would always need to make on my own, because it too understood what it meant to break, to be rebuilt, to carry the old scars, and still be expected to move despite them. Other times, my hand hesitates, hovering near the buckle, as if deciding whether today is worth the precaution. I picture the sharp, jagged edges, the windshield slicing through skin like paper, and my mind drifts, weighing the impact, wondering how it might feel to be flung into something new. There are days, ordinary and extraordinary, when the click comes easily, immediately, an instinct, a whisper of self-preservation, both foreign and familiar. I buckle in, imagining nothing, imagining everything, and I wonder, is this what hope feels like? Is this what hope sounds like? A quiet choice, a road humming with possibilities, a soft rebellion against the pull of the unknown. Each drive is a measure, each click, or its absence, a mirror reflecting where I am, what I feel, whether the weight of the world has found its way onto my chest, or if, just for a moment, I found the strength to resist it. Each drive is a choice. Each drive is a test of will. Thank you. And then to not be a bummer, I have like another poem that I wrote a couple days ago, and it's about like a soul deep friendship that I have with someone of the opposite sex, so like to my guy best friend, right? This one's called My Favorite Book. You are a rare light that doesn't leave shadows in its wake. You are proof that some connections are just meant to breathe, to stretch wide across the landscape of life without ever tightening their grip. And I love this distance that allows us to remain whole, to love one another without breaking the story. The words I don't have to say because they already exist in the spaces between us. I think this is what love and friendship should be. Not possession, not tethered longing, but the joy of witnessing you exist. The grace of holding someone and still leaving them free. All right, cool. Bye.
Wonderful. Is Tiffany Rommelfanger-Taylor here? Tiffany? No? Next up is Patrick Becks.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to be reading a couple of poems from my upcoming book, Limitless, Poetry of an Aromantic and Asexual Journey. My first poem is called Not You. I know that you're mad I didn't say it to you. I know this sounds bad, but I don't know what to do. I look in the mirror and question what's wrong, why I can't repeat what I hear in every love song. But I keep trying, keep lying, keep pulling and prying, keep vying, then crying, then back to denying. Why can't I feel like they do in the books? Is love even real, or is it all just for looks? I need time away to not feel empty. It's true, but hard to say. It's not you, it's me. In addition to poetry, I also do social media content on being aromantic and asexual and try to educate people about it. And one of the terms that I talk about in my videos a lot is chrononormativity, which is the expected timeline of milestones in someone's life. But for a lot of aspec folks, we don't always want those things, marriage and families and all those sorts of things. So that can make us feel left behind. That's what this next poem is about. It's called Taco Bell Parking Lot. Why am I like this? What did I do? I don't relate to my friends anymore, the ones I grew up with, listening to Fall Out Boy on the hoods of our cars in the Taco Bell parking lot at 1:30 a.m. But that was almost 20 years ago. We aren't kids anymore. They have their own kids, their own marriages, their own lives. That parking lot, where we asked such essential life questions. Where would we be? What would we do? Will we fall in love? Those questions are now answered. But I still feel like I never left that parking lot. And my final poem this evening is called The Vents. I feel like I can finally breathe, like the vents are finally opened, and light seeps through the window at last, touching my face like an old friend. For years, I breathed in toxic air, coughing through the pollution. As year after year, I was fed the lie that marriage and sex were life's conclusion. But never again will someone tell me, don't give up, you'll find her one day. No one can say I'm too young to understand, because I see right through what they say. I won't concede that my life's script has been written. I'm writing it on my own. And for those who fear that I'm lonely, they can simply leave me alone. Thank you.
Wonderful. Next up is Dano Peterson.
It's good to be back in a room again. Since, 2020, we have problems. All right. This is called Zoo Stories. Can I do it without the mic? Can you hear me if I do it this way? Yeah. No, apparently not. Okay. Zoo Stories, borrowed liberally from Aesop's fables via Ogden Nash with light touches for courtesy of Lenny Bruce. A daisy chain of limericks, titles after the facts. Fay Davis Hamadreus Baboon, called Wolfgang Amadeus Buffoon, as no one's as fey as Wolfgang Amadeus, called Davis Hamadreus Baboon. That's called id pro quo. His folks sent Herzog Henry Haller to Harvard to become a scholar. There studied liberal arts, calculus, business charts, and acquired a taste for Mahler. Monkey Business School. Frantic romantic Mendelssohn Mouse ran up a well-endowed woman's blouse, pressed breast to breast ardent. The fire department could not old flames of roused passion douse. The mouse that scored. The next one, Fennec is a fox. Fat philanderer Philo Fennec had a profile photogenic. Each female he'd regard increasingly enlarged. Ensued a Fennec epidemic. Foxtrot. Sprawled on the bed, the Nubian ass, bared in Picasso's Cuban mass, appears slightly askew, one side black, one side blue, that even horny Nubians pass. Bare assessment. Smartly stepping up to the lobster, I'm here to apply for the job, sir, said I without thinking. Said he, wryly winking, have you never worked for a lobster? It's called lobster traps. Can't tell with the difficult oyster if it's a girlster or a boyster, each much like the others, so if you've your druthers, know that the plumper ones are choicer. That's called the difficult oyster cult. The next one is quinnet. Quinnet is a river salmon. Awoke from a dream Quintus Quinnet, unable to say for sure where been at. Was it really all a dream? And if so, what does it mean? And if not, where's its origin at? That's called questioning existence. Magnificent Hera peregrine, flying o'er provinces maritime, grandiloquently gliding, the wind currents riding, an aerodynamic paradigm that's called giving wing to. When with ruby topaz hummingbird, groovy Scooby-O jazz drumming spurred, he's the love of her life, though she be another's wife. From that booby no jazz drumming heard, for whom her bird stirred. Sophisticated Susie Starling, cute and cunning as daddy's darling, twixt mother and daughter persists a cool harder, when heated erupts into snarling. That's called gall in the family. Would French temptress Madame Tsitsi fly, her lovers with Chinese lychee ply, fast with fever the night, once they take that first bite, Germans from Mozart to Nietzsche die. That's called Don't Be So Hasty to Sample French Pastry. We're getting near the end here. The bridegroom of Xantippe Spider, one tentative and shifty blighter, wed the Black Widow, settled in her middle, short-lived therein frantic beside her, the bride wore black. A yapak is a sea otter. Fine wine connoisseur Saint-Yves Yapak, draining his glass of vintage Medoc to the very last drop, lent breath to the bon mot. I'm glad I'm not in Vladivostok, of all things considered. And finally, unvanquished vanilla Zorilla, it's a wildcat, tame lovers had by the flotilla, not one easily pleased, nor by average appeased. They're pussycats, I want a gorilla! That's called Wildcat Striker, and I'm done.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being here to celebrate Woodland Patterns with us. This was lovely. This was a lovely day. And up next is the amazing Mike Wendt.
I don't know if that much applause was warranted, but well, thank you. No, this is really nice. I haven't. I was going to try to meet the mic where it was, but why can't I have nice things? You know? No, I haven't read in a marathon in quite a long time, so this is really great. And amazing everybody in this hour and for the whole day. And I'm going to read two things. One I did not write, and one I did. The first I did not. It's called Benediction. It's by Kristen Case, and it's from the Resist Much, Obey Little anthology that came out in 2016, the first time we had to do this shit. And it's a really nice poem that was, among many other people, co-edited by Roberto and Brenda, who were here earlier, having curated an hour. Okay, Benediction by Kristen Case. Fragility of the body, for example, the failure of eyes publicly disclosed by the fact of glasses, or shivering of the body in response to cold, public vulnerability to weather everywhere, to carry this fragility into the world, to hold it with you where you are watched, to be publicly wounded, to be a public body, to risk address, to suffer visibility, suffer visibly an intimate address, to be a body seen, to listen, to be subject to a sound, sounding onto the body, to absorb others, to absorb the voices of others, to be publicly wounded, to carry voices and sounds, to be cold and public, to be visibly cold, to have a body, to be a body publicly, to want, for example, food, breathing publicly, the private mechanisms of the breath made visible, as in exercise or cold. Visibly to be a living body, a body visibly to carry this fragility publicly, to risk at all moments both beauty and non-beauty. For example, to risk at every moment desire and absence of desire. Publicly, to confess tiredness, hunger, headache. Breathing publicly, to confess brokenness, boredom, breathing, to confess weather, or, for example, crying publicly or visibly stopping oneself from crying, to show outward sign of, to show any inward mechanism, to show. The world does not despise you. The world does not despise you. The world does not renounce your body. The world does not despise you. And then the one I did write that, I don't know, maybe hopefully reflects the state of delirium I'm currently in after this long and amazing day. Dreams the durational cessation, leaves the mausoleum, avid wanderer and aphid feeds upon. Wholly borrowed body, wholly unencumbered, languaging a present corpse of copse to see the forest for. A present sensing seance some distance or not so, ago aged another. Away to the sound machine of lake, up nights for fear of being a landlord. Lousy, a various monster in the fresh hair. Pedestrial veins and terrestrial warming. Weather, the clouds so skied mind and ever open aperture eyes the risen tide. Or so moved to economological devastation, what voice even, what reason the resource extracted, how a dad grows out of a dad egg. Lush corners of fossil fetish-fueled micro-habits cohabitate the breathing, the breeding, slowly insert the straw into the juice box. Inedible address, some say it can feed a family, mouths all unteethed to time, corrosive agent. White goslings, each eruption intimates his early inkling of swallowed so much blood you threw up in my mouth, nearly. Eared another other's moaning, turn and cough, pre-money mind edging the continuum, gross domestic to tend some shoulder upon, or simply trying to get some joy out of trying, a respite from the vulgarity. Thank you. And now I'm remaining up here awkwardly after that. Thank you. On behalf of Woodland Patterns, say thank you all so very much. This has been a beautiful day, and we're excited for another beautiful day tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. right here. Thank you to our sponsors, presenting sponsors, Wisconsin's Own Library, DeWitt LLP, the sponsor for today, the Sonnet sponsor, the Asphodel News, and our Ode sponsors, Milwaukee Magazine, Dana, Alexander, Coletta, and Juneau Park Friends, and there's so many more people I should probably thank, but I'll remember them in the morning when I'm more lucid. Thank you. Good night.
Poets who read this hour, come up for a picture, please. Thank you.